Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Friendly Terms. On day 1, Yua felt that she was very unlucky today. It was a rare weekend, and she had planned to relax, but her mom had sent her out to run errands. This wouldn't have been a big deal, but the nearest convenience store was closed for some reason, so she had to go to one further away. On her way back, she passed the popular dessert shop Snow Castle and remembered the mango pomelo sago special she'd been wanting to try. But after queuing for what felt like forever, she was told it was sold out. Ugh, just my luck. With a sigh, the girl sporting a cute bun hairstyle took her frustrations out by heading to the dessert shop next door and sitting down. I'm already here, so I might as well get something to take home. That was her reasoning, at least. A girl's mind is always changeable and hard to guess. Just like now, she had barely ordered a drink and a slice of cake before noticing a familiar figure sitting at a table ahead. Amamiya-kun? He's not eating anything. Is he waiting for someone? Her pretty eyes sparkled with curiosity. From her seat, she had a clear view of the boy's sharp profile. Amamiya Haru. Her classmate. Thanks to his striking looks and gentle attitude, he had drawn the attention of every girl in class from the very first day of school. But by the second week, a rumor had spread: Haru had been bullied by upperclassmen. The twist? He took down all three of them single-handedly, sending them straight to the nurse's office. The story spread quickly but died down just as fast for reasons Yua didn't know. The rumor was that Haru's parents had intervened and used their influence to settle things with the school. Should I say hi? Yui hesitated. She genuinely wanted to get to know him. After all, what teenage girl wouldn't be drawn to a good-looking boy? But unfortunately for her, Haru only ever seemed close to one girl, Yukinoshita Yukino. I heard even Kasumijoka-senpai has approached him? After deliberating for a moment, Yua decided to go for it. They were classmates, after all. Even if they'd only exchanged casual greetings before, that was still something, right? With newfound determination, Yua stood and walked toward him. As she got closer, she noticed he was scribbling something in a notebook. Glancing quickly, she caught a glimpse of the page. Scene 1, a girl caught in a street explosion. She and other bystanders are thrown to the ground by the blast. Her expression isn't one of shock but of despair and numbness. Close up, focus on the girl's hopeless face as the camera zooms in. Below that was a rough sketch of a short-haired girl sitting on the ground, her face blank and lifeless. Yua blinked in confusion. What is this? A novel and illustration? No, novels don't look like this. Still, it gave her an excuse to strike up a conversation. Nice one, Yua. She praised her quick thinking as she approached, making sure she was in Haru's line of sight. But just as she was about to speak, a pleasant voice called out, "You're early." I thought arriving 15 minutes ahead of schedule would be enough. Yua froze on the spot. Before her stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl with black hair. She was slender and graceful, with long, perfectly shaped legs accentuated by black thigh-high stockings. Yukinoshita Yukino. This name popped up in Yuaga's mind. The girl had spoken to Haru, but now her gaze shifted toward Yua. The cheerful, outgoing Yua felt herself stiffen as she awkwardly turned away and trudged toward the counter, her head spinning. I wasn't trying to talk to him. I was just here to buy something, that's all. She tried desperately to convince herself, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Having intended to chat up a boy, only to be caught by his best friend. So embarrassing. Her mind screamed as she reached the counter. She plastered on a smile as the staff greeted her warmly. I'm just looking for now. Sneaking a glance over her shoulder, she froze again when she saw both Haru and Yukino looking her way. Their gazes met. She panicked. It's over. This is totally embarrassing. Yua's face turned as red as a tomato, her inner turmoil bubbling like Mentos dropped in soda. Meanwhile, Yukino turned back to Haru with a calm expression. She's your classmate, isn't she? Haru nodded, setting down his pen. Her name is Yua. Yukino took a seat across from him, a faint smile gracing her lips. If I'm not mistaken, she was trying to talk to you just now. Haru nodded again. The smile didn't leave Yukino's face. Then I suppose my timing wasn't ideal? Haru ignored her jab, sliding his notebook toward her. Take a look at this. Yukino's delicate fingers picked it up, her gaze scanning the page. This is the idea you mentioned yesterday? Yeah, a modern drama with a touch of fantasy. So, you still haven't given up on becoming a director? It's my dream, after all. Yukino chuckled softly, her competitive spirit ignited. Having grown up together, she knew him better than anyone else. She also knew his ultimate goal, to become a director, and then use his connections to contact the head of Tsuburaya Productions to see if he could buy the copyright to make an Ultraman movie. Tokusatsu is my true passion. He had told her once. Since then, Yukino had started to learn about filmmaking herself not just out of curiosity, but because she wanted to support him. For years, she had stood by his side, determined to keep it that way. Later, the Amemiya family business started doing better. His strict mother also noticed it. Under their mother's arrangement, the two of them have never been separated from elementary school to the current Sobya High School. And if anyone thinks they can flirt with him, they'd better be ready to face me. Yukino's eyes glimmered with resolve as she watched Yua pass by. Uegahama-san. Uegahama, who was still trying to ease her inner embarrassment, paused and turned around stiffly. Is there something wrong, Yukinoshita-san? Yukino's face remained calm. You were trying to get to know Haru, weren't you? A bold opening move. Huh? Yua froze, clutching her newly bought drink, unsure how to respond. She had been completely caught off guard by Yukino's bluntness. I thought you'd already gotten to know each other as classmates. Yukino said calmly. It's over. They really have a close relationship. She even called him Haru. Yua forced an awkward laugh. And no, I just greeted Amemiya-san a few times before. Is that so? Yukino's piercing gaze didn't waver. Yua could only shift uncomfortably, feeling as if she were standing trial. Yukino nodded slightly, the answer already forming in her mind. This girl wasn't much of a threat. Beside her, Haru rested his chin on his hand, instinctively taking the position of a spectator. Giving up on friendly interactions on the very first day, huh? Still, Yukino in her battle mode. Which was quite cute. Chapter 2, Yukino's defeat. Amemiya Haru was a transmigrator. From the very first day he transmigrated as a baby, he'd been eagerly awaiting the arrival of his system. He still remembered the godhood training simulator he had downloaded in his previous life just before his sudden transmigration. But as he grew older, the system still didn't arrive, so he had to give up the idea temporarily. In his previous life, he had been an overworked corporate slave, pushing himself to the brink of physical collapse with endless overtime and social obligations. Now, with a fresh start, his first goal was clear: make money. At the very least, he wanted to make sure he could live as the second-generation heir of a wealthy family. So, before he even started elementary school, he tried to follow the footsteps of protagonists in all those transmigration stories and told his mom he needed some startup funds to begin making money. His mom generously handed him 100 yen and said, if that's not enough, I can add 200 more. Haru immediately abandoned that route. By the time he officially became an elementary schooler, he made another notable discovery. One of his classmates was someone familiar: Yukinoshita Yukino. That girl, who already looked like a porcelain doll, was born to be adorable. Haru wasn't some creep who'd have weird thoughts about a young girl. He was simply marveling at the realization that he had transmigrated into a two-dimensional anime world. Initially, his only thought was that it might be fun to see the anime waifus from his previous life's figure collection brought to life. But this light-hearted sentiment quickly faded when he saw Yukino being bullied by her classmates. As someone who had experienced bullying in his own school days, Haru deeply despised it. He knew all too well how cruel and disgusting such experiences could be. The scars from bullying were often permanent, haunting someone for the rest of their life. So, when he decided to step in and help Yukino, he naturally became a target of resentment himself. When things came to a head, he ended up chasing the bullies down the hallway with a mop. The incident quickly escalated, and both his and Yukino's parents were called to the school. When his parents learned the full story, they didn't scold him. On the contrary, his mom proudly declared, "That's my boy, handsome and brave enough to protect his classmates." Haru later learned from his dad that his mom had always had a habit of bragging about her son. From that day on, Yukino started to stick to Haru. Or rather, stick to might not be the best way to describe it. But as a young girl, Yukino clearly cherished this rare warmth in her life. In the years that followed, Haru continued to study and train himself. In his previous life, his body had been utterly wrecked. Now that he had a fresh start, maintaining a healthy body became a top priority. At the same time, he never forgot his initial goal of making money. When he found out his mom didn't want to be a stay-at-home housewife anymore and was considering opening a clothing store, he eagerly offered advice. After much persuasion, He convinced her to expand her original plan of selling women's clothing to include children's clothing. As a transmigrator, Haru knew full well how profitable children's clothing could be. Parents might hesitate to buy new clothes for themselves, but when it came to their kids, they rarely held back. Over time, as the family's finances improved, Haru encouraged his parents to branch out into other industries. When online shopping began to emerge, Haru made sure they were among the first to jump on board. Their business flourished, and Haru even met Yukino's mother through the growing social ties between their families. The only regret Haru had was that this anime world seemed to lack some of the opportunities he remembered from his past life. Certain investment strategies that had been surefire in his world didn't seem to exist here. Even much of the entertainment media he'd been familiar with was absent. At least tokusatsu shows still existed. Maybe it's because anime sometimes referenced tokusatsu, but they couldn't directly mention real-world entertainment for copyright reasons? He speculated. The Amamiya family's prosperity continued to grow. When bubble tea shops were still relatively unknown, Haru persuaded his parents to enter that market. As anyone who'd been online in his past life knew, the profit margins for bubble tea were absurdly high. Originally, Haru wanted to name their shop Honey Snow Ice Castle as a playful nod, but when he discussed it with Yukino, she thought the name was far too strange. In the end, Haru decided, fine, we'll just call it Snow Castle then. At the time, Yukino had given him a rather peculiar look. By the time Haru had successfully turned himself into a second-generation rich kid, the Yukinoshita family had grown increasingly close to his. He and Yukino remained classmates through middle school. For high school, Haru chose to attend Sobya High School, mainly because he wanted to see some of the anime girls up close. To his surprise, Yui Uegahama, the cheerful dumpling girl, also ended up enrolling at Sobya High. Maybe it's because the atmosphere at Sobya High is more relaxed? He mused. Had already given up on the system came online on his 16th birthday. Just when Haru had already given up on the system, it suddenly activated on his 16th birthday. You have activated the Godhood Training Simulator. This game allows you to ascend to godhood through hard work and dedication. Effort will always be rewarded. Loading host's skills now. As the cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Haru finally realized that he was not a transmigrator without a system. No wonder it took 16 years. My pre-transmigration self must have set the game to unlock at age 16. Once the system finished loading, Haru quickly figured out how it worked. The functionality was simple, a skill panel. For example, he'd worked hard to maintain a healthy body, sticking to a strict exercise regimen and healthy habits. Physical fitness, level 7, 4,399 out of 50,000. Other skills he practiced also loaded onto the panel. The most thrilling part was that every time a skill leveled up, Haru could physically feel the improvement. This feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. But the true treasure of the system wasn't just the guaranteed reward for effort, it was the fact that skills wouldn't degrade over time. Unlike athletes who lose their edge after years of inactivity, Haru's skills remained at their peak, no matter what. And that was the ultimate cheat. Back in the present, Yukino didn't cause any trouble for Uegahama Yue. After a brief exchange, her sharp mind had already concluded that the other girl posed little threat. With her usual cool demeanor, she returned her focus to the little notebook Haru had handed her. "It's a time loop story?" she asked, her delicate features lighting up with surprise. Haru rested his chin on his hand and smiled. To be precise, it's about the heroine breaking free from the time loop. Does she succeed in the end? You'll have to guess. Instead of pressing the question, Yukino smoothly changed the subject. "I heard dear Yuri Spencer Sawamura from Class G has also came looking for you." Haru shrugged. "Apparently, it seems that she and her parents met me when we were kids, but I don't remember it." "Kids?" Yukino frowned slightly. She disliked the idea of another girl sharing the childhood connection she thought was hers alone. Haru explained further, "My dad met her father, Mr. Spencer, at a party." Yukino immediately looked into his eyes. "And? My dad told me that Sawamura's mother knows the principal of our elementary school. Do you remember that one high jump competition? The one where I set a new school record? You don't need to show off." "I'm not showing off, it's just a fact. Anyway, Yuri was apparently there and remembered me because of it. That's why she approached me last week." Yukino fell silent. So I'm no longer his only special one after all. She had always known her childhood friend was popular with girls. Since middle school, confessions to him had been an almost weekly occurrence. And since middle school, Yukino had been in full combat mode. "You're jealous, aren't you?" Haru teased, a smirk on his face. Yukino met his gaze with calm composure. "You guess. That's my line. Then let me rephrase, go ahead and guess boldly." Haru didn't take the bait. They stared at each other, neither willing to back down. But Haru was confident. After all, in all their years of knowing each other, he had never lost one of these staring contests. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. As expected, Yukino was the first to look away. A faint blush appeared on Yukino's face. Someone let out a grin laugh. "You're so cute." Yukino, both embarrassed and irritated, glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Thank you for the compliment, but I've heard that too many times already." Amamiya repeated with a grin, "You're so cute." Yukino flushed even more and lowered her head to take a sip of her drink. From this angle, her fair cheeks bloomed with a delicate flush. And her beautiful eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with suppressed shyness. When she sensed that Haru hadn't looked away, she instinctively bit her lip, making her plump, rosy lips a little moist. "I can't win against him. How annoying," Yukino thought to herself. But then, her thoughts shifted. No. She didn't actually hate it. In fact, she quite liked it. But he had already scored his point, and she wouldn't let him score again. Yukino, who disliked lying, chose silence instead. Not answering equals not admitting. But today's encounter had ended with Yukino's defeat once again. Chapter 3, I want to see you become a cat girl. After Haru and Yukino stopped their playful duel, they returned to their usual casual conversation. "You mentioned the other day that you met a group of streamers and taught them something?" "It wasn't a group, just one streamer. As for teaching them, it was more like a spur-of-the-moment idea. I wanted to try an experiment." "An experiment?" "I wanted to see if the clone technique could work here." Yukino raised an eyebrow, confused. Haru smiled, and didn't explain further. A few nights ago, he had walked past a street filled with popular live streaming activity. He was initially just browsing when he overheard a group of young people talking. "Let's keep going, we'll eventually get popular." "Aren't you being a bit too confident?" "What if we never get popular?" "Then we just keep pushing. We work part-time during the day, stream at night. If we stick with it, we'll see results eventually." The group of young people appeared to be the energetic types, but they didn't match Amamiya expectations of a group of people unable to scrape together even 100 yen. They were actually doing part-time work. Intrigued, Amamiya watched from the side for a while and realized they weren't the typical energetic youth. The young people in front of the camera wore eccentric clothes and performed quirky dances, while off-camera, they were seriously discussing how to earn a living through part-time jobs. Though he didn't approach them, Haru could tell from their unhappy expressions that the live stream wasn't going well. That's when he remembered the clone technique that had become so popular back in his previous life. Coincidentally, the most ambitious-looking young man seemed to resemble Banana-kun. On a whim, Amamiya approached them with a few suggestions. "About that script you just mentioned, when do you plan to get it approved by the company?" Yukino's voice interrupted his train of thought. "It should be soon. But this is just one episode. The rest of the episodes will have a similar fantasy theme." Amamiya was talking about the secret world of wonders. Once he confirmed that the show didn't exist in the anime world, he started work on it. The company Yukino referred to was one that Amamiya parents had helped set up early on. Last year, they produced 2 hit shows, Hanzawa Naoki and Unnatural. Amamiya, having worked hard to make himself a second-generation rich person, wasn't in a hurry to make money. Before the system launched, his plan was to create a bunch of hit dramas, raise the company's profile, and later use his fame and connections to buy the rights to Ultraman. Making a tokusatsu drama had been his dream even before he crossed over. That's why, starting from university, he began self-teaching, before he transmigrated. Even after starting work, he didn't stop progressing in his studies. In this life, with plenty of time on his hands, he had no reason to stop. On the day the system was activated, his filmmaking and script writing skills instantly jumped to level 8. Every time a skill leveled up, he could feel a distinct change. Cooking level 3, 177 out of 500, physical fitness level 7, 4,399 out of 50,000, filmmaking level 8, 17,812 out of 60,000, script writing level 8, 21,125 out of 60,000, fighting level 4, 685 out of 1,000, teaching level 6, 268 out of 10,000, jumping level 3, 269 out of 500. This was Amamiya current skill panel. The only regret he had was that learning didn't have an experience bar. Maybe knowledge can't be converted into levels. That was he thought. Neither in his past nor this life had he been particularly interested in cooking. His culinary skills were simply enough to make edible meals. The teaching skill had been activated when he taught Yukino film-related knowledge. As long as he taught others, he earned experience points. Though he could feel his mind becoming sharper and his language more coherent as his teaching skill leveled up, for him, this skill wasn't a top priority. Physical fitness, made his body more agile, stronger, and healthier. That's why Amamiya was puzzled about why jumping was listed as a separate skill. Logically, jumping should be part of physical fitness, right? Moreover, he realized that after his skills reached level 5, there was a clear divide. The experience needed for the next levels became much larger. I wonder what the max level is. Haru and Yukino didn't stay long at the cafe. The purpose of meeting up was for his new idea. Yukino saw the story outline and learned about what her childhood friend was working on. Now, she would go home and dive deeper into the script. Not only did she want to help her childhood friend, but she also wanted to improve herself. Seeing them stand up, Yui hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should say something, but Amamiya smiled and nodded at her. "We'll head out now." She quickly returned the smile. "Oh, take care." Yukino observed the exchange quietly but said nothing. On the way home, Yukino suddenly spoke. "I'll come to your house after school tomorrow." Amamiya nodded and switched the subject. "This morning, I saw a girl in a cat girl outfit. She was really cute, probably attending an event." Yukino nonchalantly responded with a no. Then asked, "So, you're telling me this because? What do you think? I'm guessing you want me to help you get her contact info since you said she was cute." "No, I want to see you wear the same cat girl outfit." After dropping Yukino off at home, Amamiya went back to his place. As soon as he opened the door, a soft meow echoed through the room. A slightly plump orange cat jumped down from the couch, stretching lazily before walking toward him in slow, deliberate steps. This was the purpose of Yukino's earlier comment. She wanted to pet the cat. The orange cat's name was Jelly. Amamiya swapped into his slippers, picked up the cat, and scratched its head. "Yukino's coming to see you tomorrow again. Are you ready for a good petting?" Meow. It's worth mentioning that the teaching skill also worked on animals. When Amamiya taught Yukino film knowledge, as his teaching skill level increased, he easily taught Jelly how to use the litter box. After confirming the automatic feeder was working correctly, he carried the cat to his bedroom. The third drawer of his desk was locked. Inside were all the story outlines he was familiar with from his previous life. Though they were only outlines for now, to Amamiya these were like holding a lot of trump cards in his hands. He spent some time petting the cat before mentally reviewing the stories he'd written that day. Then, he got up and headed to the next room. Time to work out. When he and his parents had been choosing a house, they had specifically chosen one with more rooms so he could place fitness equipment. The sound of the treadmill was heard, and the system panel that only Amamiya could see also came to life. "You are exercising, physical fitness, skill experience plus 20, you are exercising, physical fitness, skill experience plus 29, experience points appeared one after another. As his physical condition improved, the experience gained from exercising had risen from +1 and +2 to +20. If in the past his goal had been to earn money and experience love, now, he wanted to max out his skill levels. Though he wasn't sure what the max level would be, he was eager to find out. On Monday Amamiya arrived at his class as usual and greeted the familiar classmates. He was reviewing his study notes when a pleasant voice from behind reached his ears. "Good morning, Amamiya-san." "Morning." He responded shortly. Yui's face immediately lit up with a smile. He's really easy to get along with, and Yukino didn't seem to dislike her yesterday either. I can be friends with him after all. The girl, with her little thoughts, happily sat down in her seat. As students continued to arrive, the first class was still some time away. A male classmate sitting next to Amamiya approached him with an expectant look and asked, "Amamiya, I don't quite understand these problems. Can you help me explain them?" "Sure." With Amamiya's agreement, the male classmate thanked him happily. "You really are such a good person." In reality, Amamiya was just in it for the experience points. "You are teaching, experience plus 6. 6 experience points meant this particular classmate wasn't very good at studying. When he taught Yukino, the experience was a guaranteed 50. Yukino had scored first place in the entire school on the entrance exam, an incredibly absurd achievement. Amamiya wasn't as exceptional as that, but because of his teaching skill, even with a top 30 student in his class, his classmates still preferred to ask him for help. After all, being a top student didn't necessarily mean you could teach. You observed Amamiya as he tutored the boy. Since she had taken the initiative to greet him today, she was now being interrogated by some gossiping girls. "Yuigahama, how do you know Amamiya? You two didn't seem familiar last week." Hey, don't tell me you're secretly crushing on him? I suggest you give up early, after all, he has a beautiful girl by his side." Yuigahama barely managed to fend off her classmates' questions and turned to glance at Amamiya. wondering to herself if she should also ask him for help with her own studies, considering her poor performance in high school. He seems really good at it and willing to teach. The girl's thoughts drifted away. Once Amamiya Haru finished explaining the problems to the male classmate, the latter thanked him again and then quietly added, "By the way, Amamiya, the senpai you had a conflict with, Takano, might try to get back at you. I heard he's the type to hold grudges. Thanks for the heads up." Amamiya Haru smiled. He wasn't surprised. In a place with a strict seniority system, his resistance of bullying knocking 3 upperclassmen into the infirmary was an act of rebellion by itself. It was only natural that Takano, being young, wouldn't be able to let go of it. The male classmate, clearly nervous, still made sure to warn him. Chapter 4, You started it first. A typical day at school passed uneventfully. After school, Amamiya Haru didn't head home but instead went to the track to run. On rest days, he would train at home to gain experience, but on regular school days, he preferred to run after school. Yukino, who was raised by him and now attending Sobya High School with him, naturally couldn't keep her service club. On the first day of school, Amamiya Haru established the photography club, and Yukino joined as well. In addition to the two of them, 2 other girls also joined. However, these girls weren't interested in photography, they simply wanted to learn how to take better photos of themselves. He was the club president, and Yukino was the vice president. Since there were only 4 members in the club and there was no academic pressure, Amamiya Haru could afford to run laps at a leisurely pace after school. Yukino mostly spent her time reading or asking him for advice during club hours. "You are exercising. Physical fitness, experience plus 20, as Haru heard the system notification, he saw Iriri and Uegahama passing by out of the corner of his eye. This scene made him a little sentimental. 2 beautiful girls, who seemed unrelated, could appear at the same school. But thinking about how even the iron-blooded Hiratsuka Shizuka was a teacher in Sobu High School, it didn't seem too strange after all. Suddenly, an annoyed voice came from behind. "You've got the nerve to be running, huh? Looks like you really don't respect your seniors at all." Amamiya Haru didn't stop running, as the person quickly caught up and ran beside him. This person was one of the upperclassmen he had previously defeated after being bullied. He glanced back and saw 2 figures sitting by the track. The group was complete. The 3 seniors' faces were still red and swollen, looking like bears that had just come back from stealing honey. "Who knows?" Amamiya Haru replied indifferently. The senior running alongside him sneered. "You don't seriously think that incident is just over, do you? Who knows? Damn it, always with this annoying attitude again. Is that the only thing you can say?" The senior's anger was rising, probably because Amamiya Haru's calm demeanor was making him frustrated. "Amamiya Haru, are you always this brave? We're your seniors. You think after hitting us you'll get away with it? You'll regret this. It's only a matter of time before you pay for it." The senior lowered his voice, his face darkening. Amamiya Haru glanced at him and said, "If you miss your mom, look at the sky, if you miss your dad, look at me." Such a strong retort. The senior was stunned on the spot. Once he snapped out of it, he was completely thrown off balance. "Asshole." The senior's face flushed red, and he angrily grabbed Amamiya Haru's clothes, raising his other fist to strike. "You started it." Amamiya Haru suddenly spoke. His expression seemed to say, "You started it first." The senior didn't react in time, and Amamiya Haru quickly seized his collar, pulling him down with immense force. With a loud thud, the senior's face met the track with a resounding smack. Immediately, blood splattered from his nose. At the same time, a loud scream escaped his lips. "You fought. Fighting, experience plus 29, you fought. Physical fitness, experience plus 29. Students nearby instinctively stopped and stared in surprise. Iriri and Uegahama, who were about to join their respective clubs or head home, also widened their eyes in shock. Amamiya Haru acted as though he didn't see the students around him. He grabbed the senior by the back of the neck and dragged him, like a chick being caught, to stand in front of the 2 other watching seniors. "Takano-senpai, how do you want to play this?" He threw the senior at their feet. Still, Amamiya Haru respected his seniors and only threw the senior casually, not with forceful intent. Takano Hiroichi and his companion stood frozen in shock. They wanted to look fierce and angry, but Amamiya Haru's simple, brute force actions had completely confused them. This guy was that brave? Was he not afraid that the school authorities would cause trouble? With a phrase like "How do you want to play this time?" Takano and his companion were completely lost for words. They stared at Amamiya Haru's cold expression and found themselves a little afraid. As students whispered among themselves, a female voice rang out from nearby. "What are you all doing?" Hiratsuka Shizuka appeared. At the sight of the teacher, the students quickly stepped aside. Hiratsuka Shizuka glanced at the student lying on the ground and then at Amamiya Haru facing off with Takano Hiroichi, and immediately understood. Before she could ask anything, Takano Hiroichi stood up and loudly declared, "Hiratsuka-sensei, this guy Amamiya suddenly attacked Ishikawa." Ishikawa was just trying to talk to him, but Amamiya just hit him without warning. "Is that so?" Hiratsuka Shizuka asked calmly, looking at Amamiya Haru. After the previous bullying backlash incident, she had paid attention to Amamiya Haru. At that time, she secretly cheered, "Well done." As a teacher, she understood very well how much trauma bullying could cause to a student. But, as a teacher, she couldn't voice her true feelings. "It's true, Hiratsuka-sensei. Just look at Ishikawa's bloody face. Not only I saw it, but all the other students did too," Takano Hiroichi said confidently. He even shot a cold smile toward Amamiya Haru. The meaning was clear, "You're in trouble now." Amamiya Haru suddenly raised his hand. Takano Hiroichi's face changed drastically, and he shrank back in fear. However, Amamiya Haru simply dusted off his shoulders. This scene caused a few students to chuckle. Hiratsuka Shizuka struggled to suppress a smile as she asked, "Amamiya, is what he said true? Takano-senpai is lying." The voice didn't come from Amamiya Haru. It came from behind. The crowd turned their heads, and their faces were filled with surprise when they saw the source of the voice. The person was none other than the most popular beauty in the school, Kasumijoka Yutaha. Amamiya Haru froze for a moment. He hadn't expected this senior to appear. Kasumijoka Yutaha ignored the surrounding gazes and seriously addressed Hiratsuka Shizuka. "Hiratsuka-sensei, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was passing by and witnessed the whole thing. Ishikawa-senpai was the one who started it." Amamiya-kun was simply defending himself. She emphasized the word self-defense. Hiratsuka Shizuka raised an eyebrow and looked at Takano Hiroichi, whose face had turned pale. "Is that so?" Takano Hiroichi was both shocked and furious. Just as he was about to retort, students around them started speaking up. Yeah, I saw it too. Ishikawa was the one who started it. I've heard that Takano-senpai likes bullying freshmen. What a scumbag." The students' voices kept rising. Originally, the students who had witnessed the incident weren't planning to speak up. After all, Takano Hiroichi was a senior, and his past bullying history had given him a reputation. But now, it was different. Since Kasumijoka Yutaha, a well-known figure, had spoken up, the others no longer felt hesitant. Some male students who wanted to impress Kasumijoka Yutaha eagerly started yelling in support, like a bunch of monkeys causing a ruckus in mountains. Takano Hiroichi's face drained of color. He never expected things to escalate like this. Ishikawa was the one he sent to harass Amamiya Haru, but he had never intended to escalate it further. After all, the previous incident had already shown him that even if all three of them teamed up, they were no match for Amamiya Haru. But now, Ishikawa hadn't managed to provoke him. Instead, he had been angered into action. Hiratsuka Shizuka's face remained cold as she spoke. "Takano, are you lying to me again? You really have guts. I won't intervene this time, but you'll be coming with me to the principal's office." At this point, Ishikawa, who had been lying on the ground, stopped crying out in pain. His face was now filled with despair. Being dealt with by the principal directly could only mean bad news for him. Takano Hiroichi's face twisted in terror, his mouth hanging open in a way that reminded everyone of the expression of a character from Tom and Jerry. Chapter 5, Accidentally flirting with someone. Even though Takano Koichi and his group had a bad reputation, Haru still had to follow Shizuka Hiratsuka for a formal review as one of the involved parties. Fortunately, things went smoothly for him. Hiratsuka only asked him a few brief questions about the incident, and when the principal spoke to him privately, it was with a friendly and accommodating attitude. Haru knew exactly why this was happening. It wasn't because his parents were particularly influential, it was because the last time they had met the principal, they'd placed a stack of cash on his desk under the guise of a generous donation. The principal initially tried to refuse, but Haru's parents had been, shall we say, very persistent. When Haru walked out of the principal's office, he noticed someone waiting for him in the hallway. It was none other than Yutaha Kasumijoka. Since Haru and Yukino had started attending Sobya High School, most of the girls' gossip revolved around this senior standing before him. Even though Yukino and Ari's beauty had gradually captivated their classmates, Yutaha Kasumijoka still remained the most talked about name. It was unavoidable. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her impeccable figure paired with her signature black stockings made her unforgettable. Standing before Haru now, she carried her usual polite smile. Her delicate features, gracefully curved brows, a straight, elegant nose, and sparkling eyes seemed to exude an effortless allure. Her natural charm, as if fused with her very being, made the word sultry feel like it had been invented just for her. Her tall, curvaceous figure stood out among her peers, and her slim waist only made the stunning curves of her upper body all the more breathtaking. And then there were her long, shapely legs, clad in sheer black stockings which easily outline the lines that capable of making any man's heart skip a beat. Her exposed skin, her neck, face, and hands was as smooth and fair, inviting anyone caught off guard by her beauty to imagine the allure hidden beneath the fabric of her uniform. "Thanks for stepping in earlier, Kasumijoka-senpai." Haru expressed his gratitude, all while silently marveling at her charm. This was a level of allure that no amount of images or illustrations could ever capture. Kasumijoka shook her head lightly, her smile calm and composed. "Let's talk while we walk." "Sure." The two strolled through the hallway together. She glanced at him casually and asked, "Did you happen to attend Horikoshi Elementary School?" Haru paused, taken aback. "How do you know that?" A thought quickly surfaced in his mind. Her next words confirmed his guess. "Do you remember a time when your school hosted a sports event, and there was a friendly soccer match with another school?" Haru's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait. Don't tell me you were there that day too?" "Too?" Kasumijoka's gaze turned curious. "Yeah, someone else once told me they were there that day as well." "Interesting," she replied, not pressing further. Instead, she found herself marveling at how real fate seemed to be. She vividly remembered that day. During the event, she'd noticed a boy participating in the high jump. Her memory of that moment was so clear because his athletic prowess was extraordinary. She had watched as the teacher recording scores looked absolutely stunned, followed by a group of children chattering excitedly. That's how she'd first heard his name, Amamiya Haru. Now, as a second-year student at Sobya High, she had already heard rumors about a particularly handsome first-year boy during the first week of school. She hadn't thought much of it until she found out his name was Amamiya Haru. Since then, she had been quietly observing him while gathering bits of information from her classmates. When she saw him confront Akano Koichi's group again today, she finally decided to step in. It was the perfect chance to confirm her suspicions. And now, she had her answer. Watching Haru's surprised expression, Kasumijoka felt a little excited for some reason. "What a coincidence, Amamiya-kun." "It really is," Haru replied, though his feelings were far more complicated. If only Ariri had coincidentally encountered him at elementary school, he might have dismissed it as a simple twist of fate. But now even Kasumijoka had a past connection to him? This is definitely the system's doing, he thought with certainty. Haru was convinced that the so-called God development system he'd received was inappropriate. It should have been called the dating sim system instead. After all, not only had it thrown him halfway across the globe, but now it was forcing him into close encounters with characters straight out of a romantic anime. "I heard you started a photography club. Are you interested in photography?" Perhaps because of their reunion. Kasumijoka seemed particularly keen on continuing the conversation. Haru answered honestly, "It's not just photography. To be precise, I'm working towards producing my own drama someday." Her eyes lit up at his response. So he's like me, already pursuing a mature goal while still a high school student. How interesting. A faint smile curved her lips as she replied, "If I ever have the time, I'd like to visit your club." "Visit? Why?" Haru asked, puzzled. Her smile grew wider. "I'm curious." Then, she pointed at him with one finger, a playful glint in her eyes. "About you. Are you possessed by Chitana-Iru or something?" Haru thought, unable to suppress his amusement. He couldn't refuse, of course. Having the school's most popular senior visit his club made perfect sense. As they reached the sports field and were about to part ways, she smiled and introduced herself formally. "I'm Kasumijoka Utaha. It feels good to meet you again after all this time." Haru couldn't help but chuckle. "I wouldn't exactly call it all this time. Senpai. You've only seen me once before when we were kids." "Oh?" Kasumijoka Utaha crossed her arms over her chest, and this posture made her figure even more hot. She didn't say anything else, simply gazing at him with those delicate eyes. Sighing in surrender, Haru relented with a smile. "All right. I'm Amamiya Haru. It's definitely a bit strange meeting you again like this." Finally satisfied, she gave a small nod. "I have something to do, so I'll see you around." With her slender waist swaying gracefully, she walked away without hesitation. The moment she turned her back to him, she exhaled quietly. What she hadn't told Haru was that her impression of him wasn't just from a single childhood encounter. She had clearly remembered hearing that Amamiya Haru had broken the school's high jump record on that day. The term record-breaking had left a significant impact on her young mind. As an unusually mature child herself, watching a boy calmly confirm his historic achievement under the sun had been nothing short of mesmerizing. That scene had stayed with her for years. And now, that boy had reappeared before her eyes. "I'm glad I got to see you again, my record-breaking friend." she whispered with a smile. Chapter 6, The Clear Gaze of Uegahama. On his way to the clubroom, Haru found himself deep in thought about what had just happened. It seems that fighting, or maybe I should call it battling, yields a decent amount of experience points. And the best part? It levels up 2 skills at once. This discovery intrigued him. Back when he was a kid helping Yukino resolve her bullying issues, he'd gotten into more than his fair share of fights. But at that time, he didn't have access to his skill panel. Now that the system had officially activated on his 16th birthday, he hadn't really been in many fights since. The last time I turned the tables on those 3 bullies, the scene was chaotic. Too many onlookers, too much happening at once. Between maintaining order and watching for sneak attacks, I didn't have time to notice any changes in my experience points. But this time, he paid attention. With just a single counterattack, he earned experience for both fitness and fighting. An idea began forming in his mind. When Haru arrived at the clubroom, Yukinoshita Yukino was already waiting for him. What happened near the sports field just now? It was clear Yukino had caught wind of the commotion. Those 3 from last time came to provoke me again. It's handled now, Haru replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yukino's eyes, but she quickly masked it. She nodded, motioning toward the clubroom with a tilt of her chin. There's a cute girl waiting for you inside. Haru blinked, momentarily stunned. When he stepped inside, he understood who Yukino had referred to. Seated obediently on a chair was Uegahama Yue, her posture both reserved and slightly uneasy. 2 other club members sat nearby, flipping through books, though their primary focus as members of the photography club had always been on how to take flattering photos of themselves. Amamiya-kun. Yue greeted, standing up immediately. Her adorable face was tinged with both nervousness and anticipation. Haru glanced at Yukino, whose expression remained calm, then turned back to Yue. Did you need something, Uegahama-san? Yue nodded vigorously, her bright eyes glimmering. I want to join the photography club. You're interested in photography? Yue asked, slightly surprised. Not really. But I'll work hard. She replied with a nervous smile. Her response drew giggles from the other 2 club members. President, we told you your charm is undeniable. If you'd used your Eichmann appeal earlier, the club would be packed by now. Haru chuckled. I'll only use that card as a last resort. Why? Because the ultimate move is always saved for the endgame. PFFT. So your ultimate move is your good looks? Uegahama watched the light-hearted banter with a faint sense of wonder. This atmosphere. I really envy it. She smiled softly to herself, thinking, coming here was the right choice. What she didn't realize was that Yukino had been quietly observing her all along. Nice figure, a cute face. Her unbuttoned collar might come across as a bit frivolous, but oddly, she seems rather reserved. Yukino's sharp mind quickly assessed the situation. A faint aura of Tamamo no Mae. Normally, Yukino wouldn't concern herself with such details. But with a certain someone present and this particular girl aiming for his attention, she couldn't afford to ignore it. Yukino prided herself on knowing her own strengths, her looks, her toned waist and long legs, and her dedication to fitness. Aside from her chest, she had no flaws. Not that she considered her smaller chest a flaw. After all, she knew Haru wasn't the type to care about such superficial things. Still, Uegahama's arrival served as a subtle reminder. Even if Uegahama wasn't a worthy rival, her presence suggested there might be others in the future. Haru, on the other hand, didn't dwell too much on Yue's joining the club. Thanks to his keen observation, he could tell her visit wasn't driven by affection. Given her personality in the original story, he had a good guess about her intentions. After helping Yue fill out the application form, Haru turned to Yukino and shared his earlier thought. Do you think the karate club would get hostile if I asked to spar with them? Yukino raised an eyebrow. Why would you want to spar with them? Keeping fit has always been my habit, and I'm interested in learning various combat techniques. Haru replied casually. Yukino, aware of her childhood friend's fitness obsession, didn't question it further. If you approach them politely and explain your reason, I doubt they'd feel offended. She suggested after a moment's thought. From behind, Yue leaned in curiously. Amamiya-kun, are you good at fighting? She wasn't eavesdropping intentionally. The clubroom was small, and Haru and Yukino hadn't tried to lower their voices. Haru nodded slightly. A little. Yue's eyes sparkled. Then maybe you could go easy on them if you're stronger. That way, you won't hurt their pride. That's a good idea. Haru acknowledged, mentally noting her suggestion. Yue beamed, pleased by his approachable demeanor. Compared to her classroom, this club already felt more welcoming. Though, Yukino's occasional sharp glances were a bit unsettling. Before long, Haru began inspecting the club's photography equipment, most of it purchased with his own money. At this school, Only clubs that contributed to society or won awards in competitions received a decent budget. Photography was an expensive passion, as one famous photographer once said, to master the art, you need both skills and money. Do you have any experience with photography? Haru asked Yue. She shook her head sheepishly. That's fine. I'll start by teaching you the basics of lens language. Haru reassured her. Lens language. Yue tilted her head, her gaze untainted by knowledge, a clear and curious expression. Haru smiled faintly and glanced out the window. The sunlight's just right. Let's head outside for a hands-on lesson. Turning to Yukino, he asked, could you assist for a moment? Before Yukino could reply, the other two girls chimed in. President, we can be your models too. It's not modeling, just simple cooperation. Haru clarified. Got it, we'll watch seriously. The playful tone vanished as the girls straightened up, ready to assist. Yukino, though observing quietly, felt no annoyance. She appreciated their willingness to help and the effort they put into learning. Outside, with the equipment set up, Yukino stepped into the frame. Haru didn't rush to activate the camera. Instead, he began explaining the fundamentals to Yue, his voice calm and patient. You are teaching. Teaching experience +5, you are teaching. Teaching experience +9, the experience gain was minimal, unsurprising, given Yue's lack of aptitude. No wonder her gaze is so clear, Haru amused rather than frustrated. Tiny gains were still gains. After the explanation, Haru finally turned on the camera and directed Yukino. Walk in from the right. Do whatever feels natural as you move. Though his instructions were vague, their unspoken understanding allowed Yukino to grasp his intent immediately. Understood. As Yukino began moving, the other girls watched in awe. The warm sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, highlighting her graceful figure. Her long black hair swayed gently in the breeze, her skirt fluttering just enough to accentuate her elegant, toned legs. Wow! Yukino is stunning. Yue murmured, mesmerized. Behind the camera, Haru couldn't help but praise her. Amazing, as expected of Yukino. You bring out the best angles effortlessly. Yukino heard him and smiled faintly. But then Haru added with a tinge of regret, if only we had professional lighting equipment. Natural sunlight isn't quite enough. Why? Isn't this already beautiful? Yue asked, puzzled. Because. Yukino interjected, he probably wants blue light. Haru smiled at her deduction. Exactly. Yue tilted her head, still confused. Why blue? Yukino explained, sunlight evokes warmth, fitting for the youthful energy of someone my age. Blue light conveys calmness, which Yue believes reflects my personality. Together, they create a layered narrative within the shot. Haru elaborated, blue also symbolizes rationality and, in some contexts, melancholy. If I were to seriously shoot this scene, I'd dim the blue light just enough to make it subtle in undertone, rather than an overt statement. Why? To hint at the hidden aspects of Yukino's personality. Haru said matter-of-factly. You are teaching. Teaching experience +79, Yue stared at him, stunned. Wow! I had no idea photography could be so deep. It's all about practice. Haru replied, smiling. Yukino nodded thoughtfully. Admitting your shortcomings is the first step toward improvement. Haru chuckled, knowing how seriously Yukino took her own advice. Looking at Yue, he asked, do you feel the beauty of lens language now? Yue blinked, clearly overwhelmed. Kinda? Chapter 7, Listening and Learning for Yue Uegahama. The afternoon had been unlike anything she'd ever experienced. She couldn't stop marveling at Yukino's ability to adapt and Haru's effortless expertise. It felt like she'd stepped into an entirely new world and she wasn't sure she ever wanted to leave. Yue Uegahama couldn't help but admire him a little. There was even a trace of youthful wonder, the kind only a high school girl could have. She'd joined the photography club initially just to get closer to Amamiya Haru, maybe make friends with him. But after spending the afternoon in the club, her goal shifted. She liked the atmosphere here. And she liked how serious Amamiya became when teaching. Even though Yukino intimidated her a little, she found that whenever she asked for advice, Yukino was surprisingly generous and thorough. Well, except for those moments when Yue didn't quite get it. Then Yukino's gaze would shift into something resembling pity, like she was looking at a particularly dense child. As for the other two girls in the club, Yue got along with them pretty well. Maybe it was because their eyes sparkled with that same pure, innocent light. See you tomorrow, Amamiya-kun, Yukinoshita-san. As Yue left, Amamiya and Yukino locked up and headed out as well. Straight to my place to see the cat? Amamiya asked casually. Pet store first. I'll grab some treats and biscuits. Yukino replied, her tone perking up at the mention of the cat. Geez, you treat the cat better than you treat me. And I'm the one who grew up with you. Didn't I get you a gift for your birthday? Yeah, but I gave you chocolate for Valentine's Day. Idiot, I gave you a return gift too, didn't I? Their usual back and forth banter carried them all the way to the pet store. After picking out some snacks for the cat, Yukino's expression softened visibly, a faint smile lingering on her face. But as they walked home, a group of young men blocked their path. The leader wore a red headband. Amamiya immediately recognized him. It was Banana Guy. Too familiar, in fact. This was the same group he'd run into before. Yukino didn't know any of this, though. Her expression turned serious as she slipped her hand into her pocket, gripping her phone, ready to call for help. Relax. I know them. Haru said, noticing her tension. Yukino gave a quiet but her hand stayed on her phone. The young man in the red headband stepped forward, his face lighting up with excitement. Boss. The advice you gave me last time really worked. My stream's been blowing up lately. I even have people clipping my videos now. He bowed deeply to Haru, and the others followed suit, echoing their thanks. The scene drew curious glances from passing pedestrians, who whispered to each other, wondering if this was some kind of gang initiation ceremony. Haru's expression shifted to something unreadable. I'm younger than you, though. The young man only grinned wider. Doesn't matter. You helped us out so much. Without your advice, who knows how long it would have taken for us to reach this level. So, your dream is to become streamers? Exactly. Our dream is to become Tokyo's top streamers. We love this city so much we even gave up going to college elsewhere just to stay here. Right, skipping college totally sounds like a noble sacrifice. Haru glanced at the guy's red headband. What kind of content are you streaming now? The man straightened up, a serious look on his face. Exactly what you told me to do. I wear a red headband, go shirtless in just boxers, and dance to music with a devilish grin. I even learned how to do the Rangan. From, down there. Cough, Amamiya nearly choked on air. Could this guy not say so much in front of Yukino? But before he could say anything, Yukino's shocked expression shifted to one of mild disdain as she cast him a pointed look. The young man, oblivious, pulled out a thick envelope and held it out to Amamiya. Boss, just call me Koji. This is half of what I've earned from streaming so far. Please, you have to take it. Yukino blinked in surprise. She had pieced together what had happened by now, but she hadn't expected these young men to offer to share their earnings. It was surprising. Haru, however, gave a wry smile. If I take your money, doesn't that make me your business partner? Koji froze, a hint of awkwardness creeping onto his face. Haru's tone grew sharper. You've come a long way, huh? I gave you a bit of advice, and now you're already planning for the future. Yukino caught on quickly, turning to Koji with a question. You're worried that this content won't last long, so you want him to keep giving you ideas? Koji's face turned redder. Yeah, I mean, listening to smart people pays off, right? I figured if boss could come up with one great idea, he'd definitely have more. Yukino didn't respond, instead glancing at Haru. He's sharp, she thought. I didn't even consider that angle. It made her realize just how much she still had to learn. Haru, meanwhile, politely declined Koji's offer. Helping them out had been a spur-of-the-moment thing, more of an experiment than anything else. He didn't know these guys well enough to trust them, let alone enter into any kind of partnership even if Koji was willing to share half his earnings. When Haru and Yukino finally got home, Yukino's face lit up at the sound she'd been waiting for. Meow, their orange cat waddled out of the living room, lazily making its way over. It didn't hesitate upon seeing Yukino, immediately rubbing its head against her leg. Clearly, it remembered the girl who always brought it treats. This was the only time Yukino's smile truly reflected the warmth of a regular high school girl. She picked up the cat gently, cradling it as she cooed, I feel like Jelly's getting fatter. Is your automatic feeder broken? I told you, orange cats are cursed to be fat. Haru teased, carrying the bag of cat snacks. Yukino shot him an unimpressed look, choosing to ignore the ridiculous comment. In the living room, she eagerly tore open the bag, feeding the cat little biscuits as it purred and nibbled in her lap. As she glanced around, her eyes landed on a new poster on the shelf above the TV. It hadn't been there during her last visit. The poster featured a curvaceous woman in a sultry pose. Yukino immediately recognized her. Kyoko Fukada. She remembered Haru mentioning the actress before. When Haru came over with tea and snacks, Yukino took a cup, her tone calm. Thanks. Is that poster new? A classmate gave it to me. I thought Kyoko-san looked pretty, so I put it up. He replied honestly. Yukino stroked the cat absent-mindedly, her voice even. I didn't know you were into older women. Haru sipped his tea. Well, she's a gorgeous actress with tons of fans. Yukino's expression didn't change, but the faint flicker in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Chapter 8, Yukino, a formidable opponent. After finishing his tea, Haru headed to the fridge to check the ingredients. Dinner was a foregone conclusion. Yukino would definitely be staying. Yukino, having her fill of cuddling the cat, got up and made her way toward the study. You have quite a few photography books on your shelf, don't you? Haru glanced over his shoulder. You're diving into study mode already? This is supposed to be your rare time to relax. For me, reading is relaxing. Yukino replied matter-of-factly. Haru immediately countered, then how about I teach you instead? Yukino arched a skeptical brow at him. With a straight face, Haru declared, most of what you know about photography, you learned from me. If you ignore your very own expert teacher and go study by yourself, it'd be a serious blow to my sense of accomplishment. Of course, he wasn't being entirely selfless. The truth was, teaching Yukino always rewarded him with unusually high-quality experience points. Every single time. Your sense of accomplishment. Are you being silly again? Yukino sighed, a touch of exasperation in her voice. Even so, she didn't head to the study. Instead, she settled back into her seat with the cat nestled comfortably in her arms. Closing the fridge door, Haru proposed, how about this, you teach me how to cook, and I'll teach you photography. Fair trade, don't you think? Is this about your so-called sense of accomplishment again? Yukino shot him a disdainful look. I'm giving you the chance to teach me, which is a gift in itself. I'm handing you a sense of accomplishment on a silver platter. You're an idiot. Yukino muttered the words softly, but her lips curved into a faint smile. If Haru was willing to teach her, she wouldn't bother trying to extract knowledge from books. After all, being alone together like this was her favorite way to spend time. Since Haru had made the suggestion, Yukino abandoned any thought of lounging further. She gently placed the ginger cat on the sofa and joined him by the fridge. Opening it, she inspected the contents. Looks like we don't need to shop for groceries. This will do. What's the lesson plan, Yukino-sensei? Haru asked, his expression comically serious. Yukino raised an eyebrow. If you don't act stupid in front of me, I don't mind being called sensei. I might even enjoy it. And yet, I'm being perfectly serious here. That's exactly why you're being stupid. You're only acting serious to hide it. As the two bantered, Haru grabbed an apron and brought it over. Just as Yukino reached out to take it, he said, let me help you. Her body stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. When Haruka stood behind her, his breath brushing lightly against her neck, Yukino felt her cheeks flush slightly. The sensation of the apron being tied around her waist pulled her thoughts back before they could wander further. All done. Haru said casually. Thank you. Yukino replied, keeping her tone steady. But inwardly, her thoughts were aswirl. He was so close just now. I could smell his shampoo. And feel the warmth of his breath. Haru noticed her faint blush but resisted the urge to tease her with a remark like, oh, you're blushing. He knew that would undoubtedly earn him one of her signature death glares. By the time they entered the kitchen, Yukino had already returned to her usual composed self, slipping effortlessly into teacher mode. From slicing vegetables to seasoning, every movement she made was smooth and precise. It was as if she could cook blindfolded. Haru glanced at his own cooking level 3. Then he watched Yukino, who looked like she could chop vegetables with her eyes closed. A line from a certain movie popped into his head, my power level is only 6,000. Hers is at least 10,000. In this situation, it translated more accurately as, my level's only level 3. Yukino's is easily level 8 or higher. You're spacing out. Yukino noted, her sharp observation cutting through his thoughts. Sorry, it's just. You look really cute when you're focused on cooking. Haru admitted, both apologizing and slipping in a compliment. I know I'm cute. Yukino replied smoothly. But that's not an excuse for losing focus. Give me 2 more minutes. I'll try to come up with a better one. The kitchen buzzed with activity as they worked side by side, while outside, a sudden downpour began. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and rain hammered against the windows. The heavy rain arrived out of nowhere just moments ago. The sky had been clear. Holding a spatula, Yukino glanced uneasily at the darkened sky. Her expression had an oddly domestic air, like a young wife worrying about her husband being caught in the heavy rain. Snapping out of his wandering thoughts, Haru asked, what's wrong? If the rain keeps up like this, I won't be able to go home. Yukino said softly. Then just stay here. Haru replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yukino froze. Haru remained very serious, you've stayed over before. I'll tidy up the guest room for you. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she stayed silent. It was true she had stayed over before. That had been last year, when Haru's mother was still around. She'd come over to play with the cat and ended up running into his warm and welcoming mother, who had insisted she stay the night. But this time was different. There were no parents around. Just the two of them. "Well, I'll leave it to you, then," Yukino finally said. She trusted Haru. Even in a situation like this alone with a boy, she wasn't worried he'd try anything inappropriate. Still, this would be her first time spending the night alone at a boy's house, and that realization stirred a faint sense of unease. No matter how mature and composed she seemed, Yukino was still just a high school girl. Silently, she felt relieved she'd already moved out of her family's home. Otherwise, staying over would have been far more complicated. Cooking in progress. Experience plus 63, cooking in progress. Experience plus 86, watching his experience bar climb rapidly, Haru's mood soared. Whenever he cooked on his own, the experience gain was pitiful, barely 10 points. But with Yukino, a multi-talented genius assisting him, the gains were massive. And later, when he'd teach her photography, even more experience points. This was what you called a win-win situation, where he won twice. Later, as Haru cleaned up the guest room and prepared fresh toiletries and a bathrobe for Yukino, she accepted the robe with a peculiar look. "I didn't even say I'd take a bath here." Reading her expression, Haru quipped, "Knowing you, there's no way you'll skip a bath on a hot day like this." Yukino didn't deny it, though her mood remained complicated as she returned to stroking the cat. After dinner, the two sat in the living room, where Haru began teaching her photography. With his photography level 8, he was more than qualified to be her instructor. Teaching in progress. Instruction, experience plus 71, the rising experience values showed how efficient Yukino's learning process was. By 8:30 p.m., Yukino felt satisfied with her progress. Picking up the bathrobe, she glanced at Haru, who gestured toward the TV. "Go ahead. I'll just watch something while you're in there." Nodding, Yukino headed for the bathroom. As she undressed, she touched her face, feeling the lingering warmth. It really is a little warm. Standing before the mirror, she found herself spacing out. Her upbringing had taught her to care for her body with a certain level of delicacy, and it showed in the reflection before her. Snowy white skin, flawless and smooth like porcelain, framed her figure. Her long, slender legs, pressed together, left no visible gap. Every line was elegant, almost mesmerizing. She recalled Haru's teasing remark from before, "Your legs are the ultimate weapon, perfect stockings model material. Add some black tights, and you'd be absolutely dangerous." At the time, she'd scolded him for being stupid. But afterward, she'd secretly bought a pair of stockings to try on. Pressing a hand lightly to her slim waist, she sighed, glancing upward. Her chest, though perfectly proportionate, had never grown much. This afternoon, she'd overheard a clubmate gossiping about a certain senior. "Did you hear? The president got into it with that bullying senior, but luckily, Kasumijoka-senpai backed him up. They even went to the principal's office together." Since when were they so close? The words echoed in her mind as Yukino closed her eyes, recalling the senior's figure. Yutaha Kasumijoka. Her figure was unreal. Even more striking than Yukino's own sister. And she wore black tights. Yukino opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and wary. She was a formidable rival. A walking embodiment of dangerous. A true threat. Chapter 9, My Turn, My Turn. Yukino enjoyed a refreshing bath, wrapping herself in a clean bathrobe as she finished. While placing her worn clothes into the washing machine, a troubling realization struck her. This was Haru's house, and she hadn't brought any spare clothes. The heavy rain outside showed no sign of letting up anytime soon. If her clothes didn't dry by morning, she'd be left in quite the awkward situation. She meant her clothes would be damp, of course. The bathrobe covered her slender, porcelain frame snugly. As she stepped out of the bathroom, still contemplating how to address the issue, Haru spoke up as if reading her mind. "If your clothes aren't dry by tomorrow, I'll head out early and buy some for you," he said casually. So, he already thought of that. Yukino brushed back her damp hair, her gaze slightly incredulous. "I half expected you to suggest I hand over my apartment key so you could fetch my clothes." Haru, petting the orange cat on his lap, chuckled. "You wouldn't agree to that?" She shot him a pointed glare. Of course, she wouldn't agree. It wasn't about not trusting him after all. They'd known each other for years, and he'd visited her apartment plenty of times. She simply didn't feel comfortable letting him rummage through her underwear drawer. The topic ended there, Yukino wisely choosing not to broach any awkward questions about sizes. She knew Haru was well aware of her measurements. They'd grown up together, after all. Yukino sat down on the sofa, her fresh presence filling the room with a faint, alluring fragrance. The post-bath glow made her radiant, her flawless, porcelain skin practically shimmered under the soft lighting. The delicate texture of her complexion reflected the warm hues of the room, lending her an ethereal glow that was impossible to ignore. Haru, seated nearby, couldn't help but notice. Yukino caught his gaze, a faint headache forming as she sighed. "Can't you tone it down a little?" "Tone what down?" he asked, feigning innocence. "That look in your eyes. Staring at a girl fresh out of the bath like that is extremely inappropriate, you know. Are we really talking about this?" "Huh?" Yukino softly uttered a sound, her eyes filled with a mixture of mild embarrassment and irritation. Years of familiarity made Haru instantly aware this was the sign she was about to explode. It was simply because she was too shy, and it irritated her. Haru quickly backed off. "I'll dry your hair for you, then go shower." "I can do it myself," Yukino replied, though she knew he was deliberately changing the subject. Her irritation slowly faded away. "I insist," he said. Since he was adamant, Yukino didn't reject him. The sound of the blow-dryer filled the air, making the cat on the sofa glance up occasionally. However, this wasn't the first time Haru had used a blow-dryer at his house, so the orange cat soon grew bored and returned to lazily lying down after a few glances. Yukino, listening to the sound of the dryer and feeling Haru's hands gently brushing through her hair, felt a warmth inside. And a little sweetness. But she kept it to herself. If she let it show, he'd surely start bragging again. As her childhood friend, she could tolerate his occasional foolishness, but she wouldn't allow him to keep acting that way in front of her. It would just put her in a passive position. After he finished drying her hair, Yukino thanked him and returned to the sofa, hoping to pet the cat again. However, she had just bathed, and the fragrance of her skin was overwhelming for Haru, but especially for the sensitive nose of the cat. The orange cat couldn't handle the strong scent and ran away, decisively. Yukino smiled helplessly, then gently pulled the cat back. "Meow, meow?" Yukino grinned as she petted the cat's head, almost as if talking to herself. "You can't act foolish like him, Jelly." "Meow." Haru pretended not to hear. He still needed to shower. Yukino opened a small bag of pet treats to keep the cat distracted. But while focusing on the cat, she accidentally dropped the treat, and it rolled right by Haru's feet, landing near the sofa. Haru heard the noise, lifted the sofa with one hand, bent down, and tossed the treat into the trash. Yukino stood there, stunned for a moment. After Haru went to take his shower, she gently lowered the cat to the floor and bent down to lift the sofa. She tested the effort. It was difficult. Very difficult. She could barely lift it even a little. She had no choice but to let go and reconsider the sofa that was big enough for a grown man to lie down on. Has his body gotten so strong after all these years of training? She was silently amazed. After Haru finished his shower, he didn't wear a bathrobe. He wasn't used to it. The washing machine had already been working, filled with only Yukino's clothes. He wouldn't take the initiative to hang them up for her, though, as close as they were. Yukino would care about that. So, when Haru returned from drying his hair and entered the living room, he saw Yukino happily petting the cat. The orange cat was sitting on her lap, covered by the bathrobe, occasionally squirming. It was clear the cat wasn't used to the scent from her. Haru felt a little envious. So, he sat next to Yukino. Yukino gave him a puzzled look. "What's up?" "Nothing." "You carry on," Haru said, still eyeing the cat. Yukino sighed. "Be honest. I told you to carry on, didn't I? You think I don't know you? When you look at me like that, I can tell you have some weird thoughts." "Weird? Not really." "Then tell me." Seeing Yukino's "I'm all ears" look, Haru pointed at the struggling cat. "It seems uncomfortable." Yukino, with a serious expression, said, "Jelly will get used to it. Besides, I'll be here again in the future, so it'll get used to it sooner or later. After all, Jelly is my cat, and I care about how it feels." "Wow, you have a gentle side?" Yukino smiled brightly, but the words were tinged with mockery. Haru boldly replied, "It's well known that I'm the gentle type." Yukino pursed her lips, seemingly in thought. After a couple of seconds, she finally spoke with a serious face, "I'm starting to question my judgment." "That was so rude." I'm thinking." Seeing his stunned expression, Yukino couldn't help but let out a small laugh. "Come on, tell me what you're really thinking." Haru finally showed his true thoughts. "What I meant was, is it my turn now?" At first, Yukino didn't understand, but then she noticed Haru staring at her lap. She immediately sent him a death glare. Haru sighed, "It's not fair. The cat gets the beautiful girl's lap pillow, but what about the cat's owner?" Yukino glanced at her mischievous childhood friend, then gently placed the cat aside. "Come here. Are you serious, Yukino? If you act foolish again, I'll change my mind." Haru immediately flopped down, not on the couch, but onto Yukino's soft lap. Even though there was a bathrobe between them, it was still incredibly comfortable. The air was filled with the scent of her hair, teasing and irresistible. He could lift his eyes and see her delicate cheek, now faintly tinted with a charming blush. It could have been from the warmth after the bath, or perhaps a subtle sign of her hidden shyness. This is great. Haru closed his eyes, not even caring about the TV, enjoying the comfort of the beautiful girl's lap. Yukino, hearing his voice, smiled softly, a sweet, tender smile no one else would ever see. Not her sister. Not her mother. No one. The night passed peacefully. The rain stopped in the middle of the night, and Yukino's clothes had dried. Haru lost his chance to pick out her underwear. In the morning, they arrived at school together and went their separate ways in the building. Good morning, Amamiya-san. Uegahama Yui was still full of energy as always, especially when she greeted Haru. Several girls from their class noticed this interaction. So, after the third period ended, Uegahama, who had just returned from the restroom, was stopped by a group of girls. Uegahama, what's your relationship with Amamiya-san? The girls were all serious. They had never seen Uegahama and Haru interact like this before. And today, they had even talked a little, which meant at the very least, they were friends. This didn't sit well with the other girls in their class. If they paid attention, they would know that Haru was close to Yukino, but no one had confirmed anything publicly. That meant Haru was still everyone's Amamiya-san. Admiring a handsome guy was normal for teenage girls. But now, they noticed that Uegahama and Haruka's relationship was progressing rapidly. Did that mean she was trying to lock everyone's Amamiya-san down? This was completely outrageous. Chapter 10, The Aura of the True Queen. Uegahama Yui found herself surrounded by so many girls from her class all at once. At first, she was quite nervous. But after hearing their disgruntled words, she understood. You've got it all wrong. Amamiya-san and I really became friends, but the situation is not exactly what you think it is. Yui rubbed her face, trying not to laugh. But given the current situation, she held herself back. So, what's the actual situation? The girls asked, not quite believing her. Yui answered honestly, I joined the photography club. Huh? The moment she said that, Yui noticed the strange expressions on her classmates' faces. This left her a bit confused. What's going on with you guys? So all this time, the reason your relationship with Amamiya-san has been progressing so quickly is because of that? In an instant, Yui realized that the hostility from her classmates had vanished. Uegahama Yui found herself encircled by a group of classmates, her confusion only growing as she listened to their chatter. You joined the photography club? That takes guts. Yeah, we found out back then when Amamiya-san wanted to start the club. A bunch of us helped him gather the minimum number of members, but he seriously told us that photography club wasn't a joke. He actually planned to put real effort into it. I still remember his serious face. It was so rare to see him like that. Listening to their various comments, Yui couldn't help but ask, isn't taking the club seriously a good thing? Her classmates froze for a moment, their expressions awkward. Finally, the girl who had initially confronted her broke the silence. Amamiya-san's a good guy. He specifically told us that photography knowledge can be really tough for most people to grasp. If you're not interested in it, being in the club would just be boring. Yeah, so instead of having us fill out application forms, he let us try it out first. Yui glanced at the girl's sheepish expressions and pieced things together. Still, she asked, and then? The group exchanged looks, clearly more embarrassed now. Then we realized. We didn't understand a thing. No, it's not like Amamiya-san's explanations weren't detailed. We understood a bit. But that Snow Queen, Yukinoshita, was just too strict. Exactly. She's always so stern in the club. I tried to get on her good side for Amamiya-san's sake, but when I asked her a question, she said, your intelligence isn't at the level where I can teach you. Can you believe that? The girls puffed their cheeks in frustration. Yui thought back to Yukino's cold demeanor in the club. It sounded just like her. At a glance, Yukino did seem hard to get along with. Photography's so complicated, Amamiya-san teaches so seriously, and there's a demon like Yukinoshita watching. Good luck surviving in the club, Uegahama. One of them teased before the group dispersed. Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say she actually loved the club's atmosphere. That sense of being truly welcomed, it made her genuinely happy. Even if Yukino was strict, her high standards were also a good thing for the club. After school, Yui went straight to the photography club room. Haru wasn't there, and Yukino was quietly reading. Yukinoshita-san. Yui greeted. You're here. After a brief acknowledgement, Yukino returned her attention to her book. Yui sneaked a glance at the title. The Art of Lighting in Cinematography. On the desk beside her lay a stack of similar books, including Introduction to Film Theory, volumes 1 to 3. Yui's eyes widened. What kind of books are these? Isn't this the photography club? Wait. Film? She remembered the scene at the dessert shop that day. Hesitantly, she asked, Yukinoshita-san, was Amamiya-san writing a script that day at the dessert shop? You saw that? Yukino looked up, her expression calm. Yue flushed, mumbling, I was just curious. Yukino closed her book. You've probably heard about the photography club, haven't you? Yue blinked. Yukino elaborated, or maybe someone mentioned Haru's teaching style that he gets very serious. How do you know that? Yue was startled. Are you wondering if I was there when you heard it? Eh? You figured that out too? Your expression gave it away. Yue. That was fast. She averted her gaze, embarrassed. The stories she'd heard about Yukino mostly revolved around her beauty, but she was clearly much sharper than that. Yukino, unbothered, continued, Haru's strictness when teaching stems from two things. First, he genuinely enjoys teaching. Second, the photography club represents his dream. His dream? Hearing such a weighty word, Yue immediately straightened up, standing at attention. Yukino nodded. You noticed the books I'm reading, didn't you? Even though this is a photography club, there are books on lighting theory and film studies. It's natural to find that odd. Yue blushed. She had thought it was strange. Since you saw him at the dessert shop, there's no point hiding it. Haru is indeed working on a script. Actually, he's written several scripts before. Yue's jaw dropped. Yukino anticipated her reaction. He was supposed to tell you himself, but he tends to overlook such details, so I'll explain instead. Her tone turned serious. Yukinoshita-san, I can guess why you joined the photography club. But now that you've signed up as an official member, I expect you to take it seriously. I don't tolerate laziness. And I especially dislike it when someone has ulterior motives while he's giving his all. The intensity of Yukino's words made Yue feel like she was shrinking. For some reason, Yukino's demeanor reminded her of a main wife character in those TV dramas she used to watch, commanding, confident, and utterly unyielding. I'll work hard. I promise I won't slack off because I really like being here. Blushing, Yue declared her determination. For the first time, Yukino smiled at her. A genuine smile. Then, welcome to the photography club. Thank you. As Yukino returned to her book, Yue finally exhaled. But inwardly, she was rattled. I only joined the photography club to get closer to Amamiya-san and because I liked the welcoming vibe here. How did we jump to the president writing scripts and not just once or twice? And from the way Yukinoshita-san studies those books, it's only a matter of time before I hear news of Amamiya-san making a movie. Am I about to dive into the deep end already? Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, like, should I start preparing to challenge a legendary filmmaker? Little did Yue know, Yukino had been quietly observing her out of the corner of her eye. He is responsible for external affairs, and I am responsible for internal affairs. This is indeed the most suitable way. Yukino's resolve only grew firmer. Chapter 11, This smile is a crime. After his usual run, Haru returned to the clubroom, only to be greeted by a surprising sight. Yukino and two other girls were reading, which was normal. But Yue, who had just joined the photography club, was also buried in a book. That was not normal. From the moment Yue joined, Haru had noticed her true motive, making friends. Her natural cheerfulness quickly drew her closer to the two lively girls in the club, and she seemed to enjoy the camaraderie here. Yet, here she was, clutching an introductory book on photography with a face full of misery, scratching her head and furrowing her brows every few moments. Clearly, she was struggling. Haru's gaze shifted to Yukino, who met his eyes calmly. So, this is her doing. Turning his attention back to Yue's frustrated expression, Haru felt a spark of amusement. What a bundle of experience points, just waiting to be claimed. You look like you could use a little help. Haru said, walking over. Yue's eyes lit up with relief but quickly shifted hesitantly toward Yukino. If you don't understand something, just ask him. There's no need to check with me. Yukino said, entirely composed. Yue's face brightened further, though she hesitated before adding, so. If Amamiya-kun is busy, does that mean I could ask you for help? Yukino didn't miss a beat. I'd advise against it. Your foundation is shaky, and you don't grasp even the most basic concepts. If you pester me with endless questions, I'll quickly lose patience. Yue's smile froze in place. Yukino really is strict. Haru remarked lightly. Yukino didn't bother correcting his overly familiar nickname for her. It wasn't the first time. Alright, Yukinoshita-san, feel free to ask me anything you're stuck on. Haru sat down across from her. Yue's spirits lifted, and she eagerly held out her book, ready to dive into her questions. Teaching in progress. Teaching XP plus 17, teaching in progress. Teaching XP plus 19, huh, The experience points are higher than usual. Haru pondered the anomaly for a moment before glancing at the earnest Yua. It must be because of Yukino's pep talk. She's fired up now. Yuagahama-san, you're much more motivated today than yesterday. This kind of energy is excellent. Hearing his praise, Yua beamed, her smile so radiant it felt almost criminal. Haru couldn't help but think, if her questions keep giving this much XP, I might actually enjoy tutoring her. Yua blushed slightly, a bit happy, and replied, because I want to improve. Haru stopped speaking and focused on answering her questions seriously. The atmosphere in the room became filled with a sense of competition, as Haru gained teaching experience and answered nearly all of Yua's queries. Afterward, he told her to continue reading on her own. He then moved over to Yukino, who was still reading her book, and whispered, I'm planning to visit the karate club on Saturday. Yukino paused briefly, glancing at him. Is it because there are fewer students on Saturdays? Yes. I'm going to spar, not cause a scene, so I don't want to attract too much attention. Good idea. But I recommend you check out the situation in the karate club first, especially the temperament of their president. I've already thought about it. Seeing his confidence, Yukino relaxed. As for her childhood friend possibly getting hurt, she didn't think that would be a problem. After all, the previous night, she had seen him lift a heavy sofa with one hand, and that memory was still fresh. She even thought about assigning herself a task. Just how strong was Haru's physical limit? They had known each other for over 10 years, and Yukino had seen all his hobbies and habits. But she had never really questioned the extent of his physical strength. You're staring at me strangely. What's up? Haru asked, sensing something was off. Yukino casually replied, I'm curious about how strong you are. At that, all three girls turned their heads to look at them in surprise. Haru coughed. That's a very ambiguous statement. Yukino raised an eyebrow. I'm asking seriously. If you have any inappropriate thoughts about it, I'll be annoyed. The three girls looked away, feeling awkward. Haru, sensing the weird atmosphere, changed the subject. Why don't you teach me how to cook sometime? I'm suddenly really interested in cooking. Yukino didn't refuse. What do you want to learn? How about ramen? Haru casually asked. I know how to make it, but the broth needs to be prepared in advance. Just then, a cheerful laugh came from the door. Did I hear someone talking about ramen? They all turned to see Hiratsuka Shizuka leaning against the door, smiling brightly. Everyone exchanged greetings, and Haru stood up to greet her. Hiratsuka-sensei, what brings you here? I had some free time, so I thought I'd drop by and see. By the way, were you talking about ramen? I recently found a new ramen shop that's really good. Are you saying we should treat you to ramen? Haha, you've still got that sharp tongue, Haru. I'm an adult, so you don't have to treat me. Is that so? I was planning to treat you, actually. 20 minutes later. Hiratsuka Shizuka sat contentedly, enjoying her meal. Haru whispered to Yukino, damn, we got freeloaded. Yukino didn't bother replying to his strange comments and quietly continued eating her ramen. Thank you for the meal, Amamiya. Hiratsuka said casually. Glad you're enjoying it. Haru replied. Hiratsuka glanced at Yukino, who was quietly sitting beside Haru. A soft smile played on her lips. She had actually come here specifically. As someone close to Yukino's older sister, she understood that Yukino wasn't good at interacting with classmates. Though she cared about Yukino, there was no need to voice it. Seeing Haru spend time with Yukino made her feel at ease. While they were eating, Yukino noticed Haru glancing at one of the waitresses. She followed his gaze, curious. The waitress was a girl with a ponytail, probably around Yukino's age. She was fairly attractive and had a good figure. But Yukino wasn't sure what it was about this waitress that seemed to catch Haru's attention. She observed for a moment. Soon, she made a conclusion. Her complexion looks bad. Yukino's sharp eyes easily noticed that the waitress's health wasn't great. Her pale face, lack of energy, and strained movements were all signs of exhaustion and sleep deprivation. Then, just as the waitress walked by, she suddenly stumbled slightly, almost dropping a tray with hot ramen. Yukino's heart skipped a beat, but before she could react, she saw Haru's hand shoot out, steadying the girl's wrist with a quick and precise motion. The tray wobbled, but Haru's calm hand kept it steady. Such fast reflexes. Yukino's eyes flickered, impressed. She had a new thought, she really needed to check Haru's physical limits. Sorry, are you okay? The waitress asked, clearly startled. Hiratsuka glanced over at the commotion. What happened? Sorry for causing a fuss. The waitress said, trying to stand up straight. Yukino frowned. Why keep pretending to be fine when you're clearly exhausted? Haru recognized the waitress and addressed her. I should be the one asking you this question. You look unwell. The waitress froze, clearly surprised that a customer had pointed it out. Then she gave an awkward but radiant smile. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night," she said with a bright, apologetic smile. Yukino couldn't help but stop in her tracks. That smile is criminal, Haru thought to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the waitress. Chapter 12, Yukino's Basic Attack. Aoyama Nanami. That was the name of the girl standing before them. She could also be called a part-time worker. Her looks were certainly attractive, but still a fair gap from Yukino's beauty. However, it was the dazzling smile on her face that stood out at that moment. It was a smile full of effort, completely devoid of any negative emotions. "You need to rest." In the face of this smile, Yukino's voice, usually sharp and cold to strangers, softened for a rare moment. Hiratsuka Shizuka also voiced her concern. "Your complexion is too poor. You should rest for a bit. I suspect your body is already pushing its limits." Aoyama Nanami wanted to push herself further, but she noticed the handsome young man in front of her making a gesture, raising his hand. She paused, then realized his intention. Soon, a colleague came over, and Haru pointed at Aoyama's pale face and said, "Her complexion is bad. We think she should rest immediately. If she keeps pushing herself in this state, she'll collapse sooner or later." Aoyama was caught off guard. She wasn't exactly angry, but surprised. One of her colleagues quickly added, "You should have rested earlier, Aoyama. The boss even said so." "Sorry, it's my fault." Aoyama Nanami could no longer keep up the pretense. She thanked Haru again. "Thank you for your help earlier." Haru waved it off. "No need to repeat it. Besides, you've already paid the price for your gratitude." "Eh? Paid the price?" When Aoyama Nanami didn't get an explanation, one of her colleagues took the tray from her hand, and she walked over to the corner to rest. "That girl really works hard. It seems like some kind of belief is driving her to keep going," Hiratsuka Shizuka commented. Yukino, however, instinctively looked at Haru. "What do you mean by paid the price?" "I meant her smile just now," Haru answered. "I guessed so too." Yukino nodded. That smile was impossible to get mad at. Even Yukino herself had been somewhat affected by it. So, as the three of them ate their ramen, a new topic had been added to their conversation. After finishing the meal, when Haru went to pay, Hiratsuka Shizuka deliberately pulled him aside, smiling at Yukino. "I need to talk to him for a moment." Yukino nodded and stepped outside to wait by the store. "What would you like to talk about?" As he asked, Haru and Hiratsuka Shizuka left the counter, making sure not to block others. "Amamiya-san, you're still the only friend Yukino has, aren't you?" Hiratsuka's words came straight to the point. "If Yukino hears that, she's definitely going to say something to you," Haru replied, gazing out the window. Hiratsuka laughed heartily. "Then I must have guessed right." Her smile softened as she continued, "It's actually her good fortune to have you by her side. I've heard from Yukino's sister, Haruno, that without you, Yukino would probably have spent her life alone." Haru disagreed slightly. "I think you're underestimating her. Yukino's nature can handle solitude. As for what others say, she's actually told me how she feels about it." "Oh? What did she say?" Hiratsuka was eager to know. "She said, no matter how loud someone shouts from the foot of the mountain, the person who has already reached the summit doesn't care." "Huh, that sounds like something she would say. But if it weren't for you, she wouldn't have the smiles she has now. She's looking much more lively, fitting her age much better," Hiratsuka said with a warm smile. Haru simply smiled in agreement, acknowledging her words. Hiratsuka casually changed the subject. "By the way, Takano Koichi and the others got a huge scolding from the principal. They're definitely going to behave for the next year. They were nearly on the verge of being expelled." Haru just murmured a casual "oh." Not surprised at all by the outcome. Hiratsuka looked at him and teased, "Honestly, do your parents and the principal know each other? I can tell that he's quite lenient with you. Are you trying to probe into my family, Hiratsuka-sensei?" "I'm just asking casually." Hiratsuka waved her hand, signaling the end of the topic. She tried to play the role of an older, wiser figure, patting his shoulder, but realized he was too tall. So, she lowered her hand and said, "A person's true character is seen in good times, but their integrity is shown in adversity. You've known Yukino for so many years, you should have seen both her character and integrity, haven't you?" Haru's gaze softened. "Yeah, she has her own determination, and she's been working hard for it." Hiratsuka smiled slightly. "So, I'll leave it to you to continue looking after her. She's smart, but in some areas, she still thinks like a high schooler, much like her peers. She's far from being as mature as you." Haru turned his head to look at her. Hiratsuka stood with her hands on her hips, a bit smug. "What, Do you think I'm impressive now? This is the wisdom of an adult, quite powerful, huh? No, I just wanted to point out that there's green onion stuck in your teeth. Hiratsuka's smile instantly froze. She quickly pulled out her phone and checked, and sure enough, there was green onion stuck in her teeth, most likely from eating ramen earlier. Haru couldn't help but laugh at the awkward situation, as Hiratsuka went from being all smug to flustered, her face turning bright red. He didn't wanted to laugh, but he couldn't resist. The laughter quickly brought about Hiratsuka's angry glare. I'll take Yukino home first. Haru swiftly retreated. Outside, Yukino was standing under the streetlight, talking to a tall young man who was clearly hitting on her. Haru walked over and tapped the man on the shoulder. Having a good chat? Mind if I join? The young man froze. Yukino's cool face suddenly broke into a smile. Did you finish talking with Hiratsuka-sensei? Yeah. Haru nodded. Sorry, I didn't realize she had a boyfriend. The young man stammered, awkwardly turning and running off. Haru rubbed his chin, as if pondering. Looks like others think we're a good match. What do you think? Yukino sighed lightly. Here we go again. I'm just having a serious discussion with you. If you don't act like an idiot in front of me, then yeah, maybe we'd be a good match. Did you actually just admit it? Idiot. Yukino's face turned red immediately. Haru laughed heartily. Let's go. We don't need to wait for Hiratsuka-sensei. She has her own car. Yukino, still fuming from his earlier foolishness, spoke coldly, then you can ask her to drive us home. She drives a sports car, you know. It only has 2 seats. Do you want me to hold you, or hold her? I'll remember that, and when I have the chance, I'll tell Hiratsuka-sensei. Haru sighed, mimicking her earlier tone. I even promised Hiratsuka-sensei I'd take good care of you. Yukino paused. Her fair face flushed slightly. Based on what she knew about him, she was sure he hadn't said that to Hiratsuka. But his words just now. She knew they were sincere. It felt as though a candy jar had been overturned in her heart, and sweetness and joy bloomed, filling her entire being. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Yukino watched as he kept that expression of I'm waiting for you to say something nice. Her eyes glinted with a soft smile. Let's go. I want to visit your cat. Haru pretended to be dissatisfied. Is that all? Where's your sincerity? Unexpectedly, Yukino extended her pale hand. You're the one who bragged about taking care of me, right? Now's your chance. The meaning was clear, she was offering her hand. Haru took it. He held her hand tightly. Yukino's basic attack? He caught it without hesitation. Chapter 13, Yukino, she is simply superhuman. Haru and Yukino hadn't walked far when a sudden voice called out from behind them. Please wait a moment. They turned around to see Aoyama Nanami running toward them, breathing heavily. What's the matter? Haru spoke first. Yukino, meanwhile, remained calm, guessing that Aoyama was here to thank them. Given how earnestly she worked at the cafe, Yukino found it natural. Aoyama reached them, pausing to catch her breath. Her gaze fell on Haru and Yukino holding hands, causing her to hesitate briefly before nodding to herself. They're such a good match. It's normal for them to be dating. The thought crossed her mind, adding a bit of playful curiosity to her expression. Yukino, sharp as ever, caught the gleam in her eyes. She felt a little uncomfortable and instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Haru held it firmly. Sighing inwardly, Yukino thought, my strength isn't enough to win against him, so I'll just let him hold it. I'm Aoyama Nanami. May I know your names? Aoyama spoke up. He is Amamiya Haru, and I'm Yukinoshita Yukino. We're both first-year students at Sobya High School. Unexpectedly, the person who took the initiative to answer was Yukino. Haru raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her positive impression of the hardworking girl. Thank you for what happened earlier. Aoyama said once more, bowing deeply. As Yukino had suspected, her gratitude was genuine. However, Yukino furrowed her brows, saying, you don't need to thank us again. What you really need is rest and maybe a visit to the hospital for a checkup. Aoyama opened her mouth to speak, but Yukino interrupted coldly, in simpler terms, it's reckless to leave in your current physical state. It's downright foolish. Aoyama stared in disbelief. This beautiful girl is being so strict? Haru chimed in, she's right. Aoyama laughed awkwardly, embarrassed. Yukino stared at her innocent smile for a few seconds before asking, can I ask why you're working so hard? Aoyama's expression lit up. It's for voice acting school fees. Voice acting? Yes, it's my dream. Yukino nodded softly, understanding. Pursuing dreams through hard work is commendable. Then, Haru asked, you're probably working more than one job, aren't you? Yukino blinked. Exactly. She's a high school student supposed to be at her peak of energy, but here she is, exhausted. She must be juggling more than one job. Yukino glanced at Haru, realizing again how much she had to learn from him. Aoyama shyly smiled, I actually have 2 part-time jobs. Haru then turned to Yukino with a knowing smirk. See? When someone without a talent for lying tries to lie, they show exactly that expression. Yukino shot him a glare. Thanks for the reminder, but I already figured it out. Ah, Yukino's getting smarter. Yukino's face flushed. She struggled to pull her hand away, but as expected, Haru didn't let go. Aoyama watched their banter, feeling increasingly awkward. With a guilty tone, she muttered, Sorry, I actually lied. I have 4 part-time jobs. Yukino's light-hearted demeanor suddenly shifted. She stared at Aoyama in disbelief. This girl is a superwoman? No. Even if this girl is a superwoman, she's the most foolish kind of superwoman. Yukino clenched her fists, her irritation clear. When Aoyama Nanami saw her eyes, she became even more embarrassed. Haru decisively kept quiet. Nanami Aoyama couldn't stand Yukino's sharp eyes, so she asked dryly, Excuse me, is there something on my face? For a moment, Yukino scrutinized the girl's earnest yet exhausted face. Then she spoke again, her voice colder this time. Tell me, how much longer do you think your body can hold out? Nanami blinked, unsure how to respond. Before she could speak, Yukino continued bluntly, If you collapse and die, I suppose I could arrange for the crematorium fees. Consider it my contribution. What? Cremation? Already? Isn't it illegal while someone's still alive? Nanami was utterly flabbergasted. Haru stepped in to translate. His tone casual, What she means is you need to visit a hospital, and soon. Honestly, I agree with her. Nanami, still flustered, found herself touched by their concern despite Yukino's sharpness. She focused on Haru, as his demeanor seemed more approachable. Thank you. Wait a second. Haru interrupted, Do I look like someone who's easy to convince? Huh? Nanami froze. Haru ignored her reaction, smiling faintly. If you keep pushing yourself, I'll have no choice but to follow Yukino's suggestion. He trailed off, muttering to himself. Speaking of which, I happen to know a good crematorium. I even get a 20% discount for referrals. Why do you keep bringing up crematoriums? Nanami wailed, near tears. Haru chuckled, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small notepad. Scribbling something quickly, he tore off the page and handed it to her. This is for you. If you're serious about pursuing your dream, you should quit your other jobs and call this number. Tell them I sent you. Nanami hesitated, her fingers trembling as she held the slip of paper. What? What kind of place is this? Do you know Snow City? Her eyes lit up. Of course. They're a well-known chain in Tokyo. I heard their work environment is amazing, but they're not hiring right now. Haru nodded. I'm the owner. Nanami froze. Haru gestured toward Yukino with a grin. And she's my boss. Yukino raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Seeing her reaction, Haru quickly added. Fine. She's the boss's wife. Yukino's cheeks turned a faint shade of pink, and for once, she didn't glare at him. So that's why he named it Snow City. She thought, feeling a strange sense of warmth. Nanami, on the other hand, was thoroughly confused. Why are you helping me so much? Haru slipped the paper into her hand with a kind smile. Everyone has their own battles. Whether you're struggling out of pride, stubbornness, or sheer determination, it's okay to let someone lend you a hand. It doesn't make you weak. Yukino pondered his words. That's actually worth remembering. Nanami, clutching the slip of paper tightly, felt her eyes sting. You mean? You're saying that it's not shameful to look messy while chasing a dream? That I should accept help and focus on my health? Haru shook his head. No, I'm saying if you keep being reckless, I'm going to call that crematorium after all. 20% off. Interested? Please stop talking about crematoriums. Nanami was in tears. Chapter 14, Kasamijoka appears. In the end, Nanami Aoyama decided to accept Haru's help. Carefully tucking the slip of paper into her pocket, she asked earnestly, Is there anything I can do to repay you? Yukino, slightly surprised, glanced at her. You're already thinking of returning the favor? Nanami nodded emphatically. If there's anything within my ability, please don't hesitate to ask. Yukino's opinion of the girl rose even further. She allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. For now, there's no need. Then. Nanami said solemnly, Please give me your contact information. I insist. Neither Haru nor Yukino refused, and after the three exchanged numbers, a bright smile finally appeared on Nanami's face. Haru suddenly asked, Are you planning to head back to the ramen shop now? Nanami hesitated before replying, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup first. As for quitting my other jobs, I'll need time to explain the situation to my managers. Haru didn't argue but offered a metaphor. Right now, you're like a boxer stepping into the ring. Official matches are one-on-one, but you're taking on 4 opponents at once. Do you think you can win? Nanami blinked, then cautiously answered, I might. Haru chuckled. The last person who said that got absolutely roasted. Nanami watched the pair walk away, their figures disappearing into the distance. Clutching the slip of paper in her pocket, she felt a surge of gratitude. I'm lucky to have met such kind people. Then, her expression turned troubled. But what should I do to thank them properly? She disliked owing anyone favors, yet they claim they didn't need anything from her right now. What a headache. Just one part-time salary from Snow City won't be enough to match what she earns from 4 jobs. Walking down the street, Yukino brought up the issue succinctly. Haru smiled. Can't get anything past you, huh? Yukino's tone remained calm. It's clear what you're planning to privately contact the shop manager and raise her pay. Haru didn't deny it. That's exactly the plan. And why is that? Yukino asked, her curiosity piqued. Haru didn't rush to answer. Instead, he posed his own question. What's your impression of her? In terms of character, she's an excellent girl. Yukino replied decisively. Are you confident in that assessment? Meeting Haru's skeptical tone, Yukino said clammy, if she wasn't a good person, then with her looks and figure, there would be no need to work herself into exhaustion. Plenty of men would throw money at her willingly. Haru was momentarily taken aback. It was a perspective he hadn't considered. With a small laugh, he remarked, you always manage to hide your kindness behind sharp words. Yukino gave him a sidelong glance. Now, answer my question. For some reason, as Yukino asked this, she felt a subtle shift in Haru's emotions, a change she couldn't quite pinpoint but knew was significant. Haru gazed at the bustling street, his voice nonchalant. I'm willing to help her to this extent because I've seen that smile and those eyes before. Before? Yukino prompted, confused. Haru nodded, memories flooding back. That awkward, determined smile pushing forward despite everything. I've seen it countless times in the past. After over a decade in this world, many of his memories from before had faded. But some memories remained forever. Nanami's weary yet determined expression mirrored the countless faces of ordinary workers he had encountered in his previous life. Even his own. Back when he was just another low-level worker, enduring unreasonable demands from customers, his own smile carried the same mix of humility and persistence. Yukino studied his profile quietly, sensing the emotions beneath his words. She didn't fully understand, but their years of knowing each other told her his mood wasn't great. The hand Haru had been holding since earlier this time, it was Yukino who tightened her grip. She didn't even realize how gentle her gaze had become. Haru spoke again. You probably aren't satisfied with that answer, are you? I didn't explain it clearly. But since I ran into her, I figured I'd help out. Yukino shook her head. No, I'm more than satisfied. In fact, I couldn't be happier. She didn't voice her thoughts, opting instead to change the subject. Do you remember what you told me on my birthday this year? Haru blinked. How am I supposed to remember? I said a lot of things that day. Your sister even dragged me into some long conversations. Yukino's eyes softened. You said you didn't really have dreams. Even the idea of filming your own tokusatsu series was more of a goal than a dream. Then, her voice turned gentle as she repeated his words, read a few more books, meet a few more people, experience a few more things, earn a little more money. As long as, on the final page of life's diary, I can say I lived without regrets, that's enough. Haru stared at her, surprised. You remembered that? Yukino smiled brilliantly. Because I like what you said. Well, I like it too, but... But what? Who even keeps a diary these days? Yukino's smile vanished in an instant. Great. He's ruined the mood again. Her voice turned frosty. How much longer are you planning to hold my hand? Well, since I'm already holding it, let's hold on a little longer. Haru replied nonchalantly. So that's what you're thinking? Haha, just kidding. Honestly, it's because your skin is so smooth I've struck gold. That's a lie. Alright, fine. It's because your hand feels nice to hold, and I don't really want to let go. Another lie. Hey, enough already. Don't push it too far. Watching his exaggerated frustration, Yukino knew he was putting on an act, but her lips still curled into a faint smile. In that moment, her smile was slightly shy but breathtakingly beautiful, its impact impossible to ignore. Her smile bloomed like flowers in spring, vivid and dazzling. Haru felt his resolve crumble, as though his health bar had been wiped out. He knew full well that Yukino had already seen through him. And she knew that what he wanted to touch wasn't limited to her hand. There were her legs. And, possibly, other places too. After all, he had been eyeing her legs for years. Yukino recalled the time he joked about legs that could be admired for years. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink that rivaled the beauty of the setting sun. As time flew by, Friday arrived. Thanks to Yukino, Haru's teaching skill had leveled up to 7, while his cooking skill had reached level 5. Yukino's talent as an all-around prodigy meant that teaching her was always highly rewarding. For every bit of film knowledge he taught her, she reciprocated by teaching him cooking. They took turns being the teacher. It was just like before, when Haru taught her Chinese, and Yukino, unwilling to fall behind, responded by teaching him Spanish. Learning languages with Yukino? That seemed perfectly natural. After school that day, at the clubroom, Haru noticed an unusual excitement in you and the others. Even Yukino occasionally showed glimmers of anticipation. Everyone knew that Haru would be sparring with the karate club tomorrow, and their emotions were palpable. However, their excitement was soon overshadowed by an even greater shock. Especially Yukino. Because there was a person standing at the door of the photography club room. "Excuse me, is this Amamiya Haru's photography club?" The girl at the door had long, straight black hair and a polite smile. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and her mature, curvaceous figure surpassed what many grown women could hope to achieve. She hadn't even stepped into the room yet, but her mere presence was enough to overshadow the 4 girls inside. Her name was Kasumijoka Utaha. Just from the way she stands, I can tell Kasumijoka-senpai is unbelievably strong. Haru thought. You and the others' eyes lost their usual clarity, replaced by awe and envy. Yukino set down her book and took a deep, steadying breath. A formidable rival had arrived. Chapter 15, The High-Quality XP Package. Kasumijoka Utaha instantly became the center of attention in the photography club. Even though she was still standing at the doorway, her presence alone dominated the room. And she was well aware of it. Maintaining her polite smile, her sharp gaze swiftly scanned the 5 people inside before landing on Haru. With a slight tilt of her head, she silently conveyed her intent, "I am here for him." Yukino remained as composed and aloof as ever, seemingly unaffected by the message. But only she knew the storm of emotions swirling within her heart. As the club president, Haru naturally rose to greet her. "Senpai, what brings you here?" "I mentioned last time that I'd drop by the photography club, didn't I? I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I'd stop by." Utaha's smile remained as graceful as ever as she added, "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." While inviting her in, Haru chuckled and replied, "Not yet. But if you'd come any later, I wouldn't have time to help you." Utaha blinked, momentarily caught off guard by his bluntness. Then, to her own surprise, she felt a flicker of joy in her heart. "So this is the renowned genius who left such a lasting impression on my childhood." Feigning a casual glance, she stole a quick look at Yukino. The girl who had matched her in popularity and reputation at school was someone she naturally paid attention to. After all, Yukino had not only aced the entrance exams but was also as visually striking as Utaha herself. If things continued as they were, the two would undoubtedly be compared more often in the future. As for the other beautiful freshman, Ariri Spencer Sawamura? What an amateur. Utaha's sharp intuition told her all she needed to know about Ariri. While Haru was busy introducing the club, Utaha's observant eyes caught a brief change in Yukino's expression as she glanced at her. It was fleeting, but to someone as perceptive as Utaha, it spoke volumes. Even with some measure of wariness, she's confident enough in herself to keep it in check. Interesting. Utaha's smile deepened ever so slightly. The club itself wasn't large, so Haru quickly moved from introducing the members to showing off their professional equipment. "All of this did you buy it yourself?" Hearing him list off a series of high-end items with technical names she didn't recognize, Utaha looked genuinely surprised. "Amamiya-san bought all the equipment himself." Yua chimed in with admiration. He didn't hold anything back so he could learn as much as possible. The expression on her face was pure admiration, bordering on awe. Even though Yua had only joined the club recently, Haru's dedication and teaching style were already turning her into a full-fledged fan. Utaha glanced at the equipment once more, then shifted her gaze back to Haru. Her eyes glimmered with an enigmatic sparkle that only she herself could understand. Yukino, on the other hand, watched silently, her expression unreadable. "Well, senpai, feel free to look around. I've got work to do." Haru didn't seem to care much about Utaha's arrival. After all, visitors weren't uncommon, and having someone like her in the clubroom was just another day in his book. Besides, Utaha was clearly a talented individual. If she showed interest, she might even become a high-quality XP package. "Do you mind if I observe?" Utaha asked politely. Before Haru could answer, Yukino interjected coldly, "As long as you don't disturb us." "Understood." Yutaha nodded, though curiosity about Haru and Yukino's relationship now tugged at her thoughts. "Are we going to do an outdoor practice session today?" Yu asked eagerly. She had thoroughly enjoyed the last practice session and was excited for more hands-on learning. "No, not today," Haru replied, glancing at the overcast sky. "It looks like rain's on the way." Turning back to the group, he inspected the lighting in the room with a critical eye. "I need someone to use their phone flashlight," he said, pointing toward a specific spot. "I've got it." One of the selfie duo members jumped up with a cheerful grin, phone in hand. Seeing Haru's serious demeanor, Yukino asked, "Should I go first this time?" "Let Yui go and first, you can go next," Haru replied. "Eh?" Yui froze in surprise. Was it already her turn to step up? "Looks like I'm playing in the big leagues now." Excitement and nerves bubbled inside her as she prepared. After all, Yukino's performance in front of the camera last time had been flawless, setting an intimidating standard. Yukino, meanwhile, had no objections to Haru's arrangement. She simply stepped aside, quietly observing the session as it began. Yutaha watched with great interest. She noticed how serious Haru looked at this moment, a stark contrast to the warm and approachable demeanor he had shown earlier. At his signal, Yui took 2 deep breaths, nervously stepping into the camera's frame. She was clearly tense. Despite reassuring herself that not many eyes were on her, she couldn't shake the nerves. Even Yutaha, an outsider to the club, found her performance lackluster. Yet Haru didn't call for a retake. Instead, he gestured silently, directing the girl holding the phone to adjust her position. When Yui followed his cue and sat down, he immediately signaled to the girl with the phone again, making a downward motion with his arm. The girl, having been part of the club since day one, understood his meaning right away. She quickly lowered the intensity of the phone's flashlight. The lighting on Yui dimmed slightly, casting softer shadows over her. "That's good," Haru finally said. Yui's body relaxed, her rigid posture loosening with relief. Still, she couldn't help but ask nervously, "Did I do really badly just now?" Everyone turned their eyes to Haru. That's such an unnecessary question, Yutaha thought to herself. Even as an outsider, she could tell the performance wasn't great. In her eyes, Yui had just asked something foolish. But to her surprise, Haru shook his head. "No, your performance was exactly what I was looking for." Aside from Yukino, who seemed to be deep in thought, everyone else froze in confusion. Yui stammered, pointing to herself. "I met your standard? But I thought I was nervous, stiff, and underperforming." Haru finished for her. Blushing, Yui nodded shyly. "And that's exactly the feeling I wanted," Haru said matter-of-factly. "Wait, what? I don't get it," one of the other girls said, her expression returning to its usual innocent curiosity. Yutaha also wanted to ask, but remembering her position as a guest, she wisely kept silent. Haru didn't rush to explain. Instead, he turned to Yukino. "What do you think?" Everyone shifted their gaze to her. Despite the attention, Yukino remained composed. Resting her chin on her hand, she pondered aloud. The key moment seemed to be when you instructed Hashimoto to lower the lighting. "But I haven't fully figured out the reason yet." "Oh, right. The president did gesture to me earlier." Hashimoto, the girl with the phone, added, still looking puzzled. Haru nodded at Yukino. "In my envisioned framework, Yu isn't a person from this era. That's why the lighting on her needed to contrast with the environment. In simpler terms, the bright halo of light around her before she sat down represented the markings of her own time. But as soon as she sat and made contact with something from this era, I had Hashimoto dim the light to symbolize those markings fading and blending into the present. It's no longer as visible." The room fell into silence as Haru finished explaining. Yu and the other 2 girls looked even more confused, failing to grasp his logic. However, Yukino, with her long-standing understanding of Haru's thought process, quickly pieced it together. But it was precisely because of that understanding that her typically pale cheeks now showed a faint trace of surprise. "Not from this era? You've already built a framework for a story?" Yutaha's sharp instincts as a writer picked up on the word story. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Haru with newfound excitement. "You're saying Yu's nervousness fit the character you envisioned? Does that mean you already have the story's progression mapped out?" Haru waved a hand dismissively. "Not entirely. I just had a sudden idea that seemed worth trying." Yutaha's eyes gleamed as she murmured, "So Yu's performance matched the character you had in mind. And now you even have a rough outline for how the story might develop." "I see, light and shadow can be used to interpret such intricate details." Haru nodded but added, "There's still a lot I haven't figured out yet." Yutaha didn't seem to hear his disclaimer. She stared at him for a moment longer, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I'm curious, very much so. She raised a finger and gently tapped it on Haru's arm. The same gesture she'd used last time. But this time, her gaze was even more intense. She didn't clarify whether her curiosity was about the story's direction or about Haru himself. Yet the dazzling smile on her face left you and the others momentarily stunned. Yukino, as usual, remained expressionless, her thoughts still lingering on Haru's explanation. You are teaching, XP plus 86, you are teaching, XP plus 97, you are teaching, XP plus 94, while Yukino was still carefully analyzing every detail, Utaha, though an outsider, was rapidly feeding Haru valuable XP. There was not even a moment to mourn for Yukino, who was distracted, as the next person to appear was the high-quality XP package, Kasumijoka-senpai. Chapter 16, Is She Flirting With Me? Haru's idea really was a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. When Kasumijoka Utaha paid an unexpected visit, he realized this senior of his was another remarkable young woman. That realization set him thinking, how could he teach while subtly capturing her attention? It didn't take long for him to conclude that someone capable of writing best-selling novels must have a sharp sense for storytelling. Now, his assumption was proving correct. Even Yui Hirasawa and the others finally understood. The way Utaha and Yukino kept probing felt like watching a comedy breakdown video where someone explained every punchline. Amamiya-san is amazing. He actually predicted I'd been nervous and came up with a plan to let me act naturally, Yui thought, her eyes sparkling. The shock Haru gave her this time was no less intense than their last encounter. In her eyes, he had seemingly crafted an entire story framework tailored to her in a split second. This not only spared her from the embarrassment of a subpar performance but also considered her feelings as a girl. Maybe. A stray thought flitted through Yui's mind, but a quick glance at Yukino's calm demeanor made her suppress it. Haru, however, wasn't stopping there. After answering their questions, he waved at Yukino. Your turn. Yukino rose to her feet, asking, should I just repeat what you did? You could, or you can pick up a book after sitting down or do something else entirely. Haru replied after a moment's thought. Yukino nodded, understanding. A complete shot, right? Got it. Hashimoto still manned the lighting. When Haru signaled to start, Yukino moved deliberately into the frame. Unlike Yui's earlier nervousness, she exuded poise and confidence. With every step, her long hair swayed gently, as if showcasing her grace to the audience. After taking a seat, she casually picked up a book and opened it. A few seconds later, she set it down, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of worry. Everyone noticed the subtle shift in her emotions. Utaha instinctively glanced at Haru and found him smiling a satisfied smile. But why? She couldn't figure it out. Neither could you or the others. It's good. Haru announced. Yukino looked at him, her tone neutral. Satisfied? Satisfied. Haru replied with a grin. Yukino gave a slight nod, as if she hadn't done anything of significance. Their cryptic exchange left Yui hesitating for a moment before she decided to ask. Could you explain? What was so special about that shot? Utaha straightened her posture, clearly eager to hear his answer. Haru pointed at Yukino. Yui, are you asking why Yukino was so composed, unlike you earlier? Yui nodded eagerly, her curiosity evident. Perhaps in a good mood, Yukino spoke up before Haru could answer. Haru already mentioned that he has a story framework in mind. He also said the girl in the shot isn't from this era. Yui looked utterly lost. Utaha, however, caught on and chimed in. You mean Yui's earlier nervousness was intentional, fitting Amamiya's story design? It reflects her being in this setting for the first time, hence her anxiety. Then, she turned to Yukino, studying her expression. But the girl can't always remain anxious. Your calmness in the shot suggests this was her second or third visit, as time helps people adapt. Seeing Utaha's growing enthusiasm, Haru asked, did you notice anything else, senpai? She blinked in mild surprise. There's more? Haru nodded. Yukino's final look of concern represents the girl's internal struggle. She isn't from this era, yet she finds herself here. She worries whether she'll vanish someday or face unexpected dangers. Utaha froze, her expression clearly showing astonishment. She turned to Yukino, who remained composed. Don't be too surprised, senpai. Yukino said calmly. I've known Haru for many years and have read his previous scripts. That's why I can immediately understand his intentions. I see. Utaha murmured, her tone subtly conflicted. A mixture of emotions swirled within her, surprise at underestimating Yukino and relief upon realizing Yukino's insight came from years of familiarity with Haru. Still, it sparked her competitive spirit. As a senior, and especially in a field she loved, she couldn't accept being outshone by a junior. More importantly, Utaha wasn't just intelligent and talented, she was perceptive. She caught the underlying message in Yukino's words: no one understands him better than I do. It wasn't just a reminder. It was a hidden declaration of victory. You are teaching, XP plus 95, the XP notification floated in Haru's vision once more. He glanced at Utaha, who had fallen silent in thought, and smiled with satisfaction. Today's progress, you and the others had finally unraveled the intricacies behind Haru's explanation, but their newfound understanding led to fresh questions. Amamiya-san, what exactly do you mean by not from this era? Yu asked expectantly, her eyes full of curiosity. As her words fell, not only Yukino but also Utaha raised their heads, their attention fixed on him. Clearly, his storytelling had piqued everyone's interest. To put it simply, it's a heartwarming story, Haru replied with a calm smile. Heartwarming? The girls looked puzzled. Judging from the earlier scene and explanation, it seemed more like the setup for a horror story. After all, it involved someone not from this era. Haru noticed their expressions and elaborated, in my idea, it's a touching story. The girl who isn't from this era was actually the heroine's childhood best friend. However, she tragically passed away at a young age. Since then, the heroine has been riddled with guilt and hasn't been living well. The deceased friend, initially existing only as a spirit silently watching over her, suddenly gains the ability to communicate with the heroine one day. And their communication starts through the heroine's diary. A miracle where a worried friend crosses the boundary of life and death to encourage the one they care about? Yu exclaimed in sudden realization. Utaha raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with curiosity. This story isn't going to end with a twist, is it? Haru chuckled. Impressive, senpai. You figured it out already. Yu froze, muttering softly, I don't like sad twists. Wasn't it supposed to be a heartwarming story? Utaha let out a soft laugh. I, on the other hand, enjoy where heartwarming story comes with a twist. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she looked at Haru. You absolutely must write this story, she said, her tone unwavering. I will. Haru replied with a nod. I've been thinking if I want the photography club to improve quickly, we might as well shoot an experimental short film. This story came to mind, and it fits the bill perfectly. Hearing his response, Utaha's eyes lit up. She smiled naturally, her crimson lips parting slightly. I'm looking forward to it, Amamiya-kun. Haru paused briefly, stunned. Is she flirting with me? Meanwhile, Yukino frowned slightly as she observed the interaction. Her reaction wasn't out of concern for Yu's attitude toward Haru. She'd long known that her childhood friend had an effortless charm that attracted girls. What bothered her was Utaha's sharp instincts in this domain. It seems my assumption was correct. Not only does she possess outstanding looks, but she also hides talents that most people wouldn't notice. Yukino's expression turned cold. To fully understand her opponent, she'd need to delve into every detail like a modern-day Liu Hoek. Chapter 17, Checking elementary school records. Not far from the photography club room, two figures walked side by side. It was Ariri Spencer Sawamura and Tomoya Aki. Are you sure you want to go see this Amamiya Haru? Tomoya asked, glancing at his childhood friend's flowing golden twin tails. What's wrong? If you're not interested in going to the photography club, why are you tagging along? Ariri replied, a bit puzzled. Tomoya hesitated, his expression conflicted. Amamiya doesn't exactly have the best reputation. Huh? What are you talking about? The rumors I've heard about him are all good. They say he's always helping classmates with questions and is super easy to get along with. That's probably just one side of the story. For example, during the first week of school, he got into a fight with some upperclassmen and sent all of them to the infirmary. That was because they were bullying him. Ariri retorted, clearly annoyed. While she wasn't particularly close to Amamiya Haru, her parents had ties with his family. Based on that connection and her vague memory of him as a child, she held a positive impression of the boy. Tomoya adjusted his glasses. Bullying is just a rumor. There's no solid evidence for it. That's rich, coming from someone who's saying his reputation as a helpful classmate is just a rumor. Ariri snapped. Tomoya fell silent, unable to respond. In truth, he simply didn't want Ariri interacting with Amamiya Haru too much. The guy was way too popular with girls at school. As another boy, Tomoya couldn't help but feel uneasy about it, though he didn't want to admit it out loud. Seeing him clam up, Ariri sighed and waved him off. Whatever. I wasn't planning to go to the photography club with you anyway. Just stay out of my way. She turned on her heel and walked off, her golden twin tails bouncing with every step. Tomoya hesitated for a moment but decided not to follow her. Meanwhile, back in the photography club room, Haru was racking up experience points as if he were in some sort of simulation game. You are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 89, you are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 97, You are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 17, thanks to the addition of his story-driven framing, even the members who usually only practiced selfie techniques were fully engaged. Yutaha, in particular, felt she had gained a lot today. As someone who prided herself on being an excellent individual, she didn't find it surprising that an equally outstanding person like Amamiya Haru would catch her interest. Pleased with the day's discussion, she casually proposed exchanging contact information with Yua first. Next were the other club members, including Yukinoshita Yukino. Everything proceeded smoothly. Finally, Yutaha turned to Haru, her lips curving into a faint smile. Now, all that's left is your contact info. She's really good at this. Yukino's face remained stoic, but inwardly, she couldn't help but note how skillfully Yutaha navigated the situation. Haru, of course, had no reason to refuse. What intrigued Yukino even more was what happened next. Just as Yutaha was about to leave, she paused by the door, as if remembering something. By the way, she asked, turning back, does your photography club still accept new members? Haru replied without hesitation, of course. Seemingly satisfied, Yutaha's smile deepened. Good to know. This woman is not simple. For the first time in her life, Yukino felt she had encountered a rival among her peers. Unlike her older sister, who always applied overwhelming pressure, Yutaha's charm and keen interest in Haru made her presence particularly unsettling. Yukino frowned slightly, pressing a hand to her temple. She glanced at Haru. Should I congratulate you on being so popular? Haru raised an eyebrow, amused. And should I act like a rom-com protagonist and swear my loyalty to you right now? Don't be an idiot. Otherwise, I'll have to scold you. Yukino retorted, turning away to hide her irritation. Off to the side, Yua struggled to suppress a giggle. After spending more time with Yukino, Yua had begun to understand her better. While Yukino's demeanor appeared cold and distant, there was a subtle kindness beneath it, hidden but not impossible to find. When you asked for help with something, as long as she didn't seem too clueless, Yukino would provide patient and thorough guidance. It's like she has a low tolerance for stupidity. Yua silently made this mental note, glancing enviously at the easy close relationship between Yukino and Haru. She wanted that too. Before long, the clubroom's calm atmosphere was disrupted by a visitor. This time, it was a petite, golden-haired girl with an adorably expressive face. Amamiya, do you have a moment? Ariri stood hesitantly in the doorway, looking uncharacteristically nervous. Another one? You and the others exchanged astonished glances. Now all three of the school's most famous beauties had shown up in one day. Yukino, however, remained composed. She already knew about Ariri from her conversations with Haru. Haru followed Ariri outside. Seeing her still looking uneasy, he couldn't help but chuckle. You went out of your way to find me, so why are you the one looking nervous now? I'm not nervous. Ariri retorted, her cheeks flushing pink. Haru didn't press the issue. So, what brings you here? After a moment's hesitation, Ariri looked up at him. My family's hosting a gathering next Wednesday. My mom wants to know if you can attend. Haru paused, caught off guard. He knew his parents had ties to the Spencer family, but according to his father, their relationship was more of a casual acquaintance than a close partnership. After considering for a moment, he asked, do I have to go? Ariri tilted her head, curious. You don't like those kinds of gatherings either? Not really. I usually avoid them because they feel like a waste of time. Me too. Ariri said, her expression brightening slightly. Huh, so we're on the same page then. You're right. She replied, a bit surprised at how easily the conversation flowed. For someone who wasn't great at dealing with people, Ariri found this childhood acquaintance surprisingly easy to talk to. Gathering her courage, she asked, by the way, about what happened the other day. When those seniors tried to pick a fight with you on the field. Are you okay? Her voice softened toward the end, and a hint of pink crept up her cheeks. She felt a little embarrassed asking this. It sounded too much like she was concerned for him, which, of course, she was. Having witnessed the incident firsthand, she'd been angered by Tomoya's earlier remarks. I saw it with my own eyes. How dare he act like I don't know what I'm talking about? Moreover, the dot had come from a childhood friend. That made her even angrier. Thanks for asking, but I'm fine. They were the ones who ended up paying the price. Haru replied calmly. I wasn't worried about you. Don't overthink it. Anyway, I've said what I came to say. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. I'll be going now. Ariri turned and left in a fluster, her retreat almost hurried. When Haru returned to the photography club room, he casually brought up the family gathering to Yukino. Want to come with me? He asked. Yukino, who had been jotting down notes, put down her pen and looked at him with suspicion. You actually want to attend? Since Sawamura-san specifically invited me, it wouldn't feel right to refuse outright. Even if I'm not a fan of these things, I should at least show up. Hearing this, Yukino gave a small nod of acknowledgement. In that case, I'll go with you. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, by the way, did you already know Kasumijoka-senpai before today? Before today? I've only spoken to her twice since school started. The first time was when she greeted me, and the second was during that incident with the seniors. Haru spoke openly, trusting Yukino as someone he had grown up with. Yukino frowned slightly, still puzzled. Senpai doesn't strike me as someone who would be overly infatuated. If you've only met her twice, why was she so enthusiastic today? She mentioned that she was present during the high jump competition we had back in elementary school. That's what she told me. I didn't even notice her back then. Haru explained with a shrug. Seeing no hint of humor in his expression, Yukino fell silent. After a long pause, her tone grew complicated. How many people were watching that high jump competition? She felt like she might have stumbled upon a crucial detail. Haru's voice grew just as uncertain as hers. I genuinely have no idea. Yukino didn't know how to respond. Aside from herself, both Ariri and Utaha had now emerged with unexpected connections to Haru. Instinctively, she glanced at Yue, who was diligently working on her notes. Could she be another one? Yukino wondered. Though judging by her behavior lately, it's clear she didn't know Haru before. But as for Senpai and the others, their coincidences are uncanny. For a brief moment, Yukino entertained a wild thought, perhaps she needed to verify Haru's elementary school records. Chapter 18, Young People Should Get Plenty of Sleep 7:00 p.m. Yukino sat at her computer, researching the elementary school she had attended. According to what Haru had told her, Kasumijoka Utaha had first seen him during a friendly football match between two elementary schools. Yukino wanted to search online for all the events her elementary school had hosted. Unfortunately, given how long ago it was and the lack of any major newsworthy events involving her school, her search yielded little success. Yukino knew, however, that if she truly wanted to investigate the details of that day, there was one person she could ask. Hayama Hayato. He had attended the same elementary school as Yukino and Haru. Back then, Hayato, Yukino, and Haru had been friends. But after Yukino was bullied and Hayato chose to stand by and do nothing, she hadn't spoken to him since. There was no way she'd contact Hayato. Coincidences like this should only happen once or twice at most. Yukino muttered to herself as she leaned back in her chair. The special connection she shared with Haru as childhood friends was no longer unique. And that annoyed her. She didn't take Ariri seriously. Thanks to the ties between the Amamiya and Spencer families, Yukino had met that blonde girl before. From her observations and judgment, it was clear Ariri wasn't a real threat. But Kasumijoka Utaha was different. She's the same type as me. Yukino admitted to herself irritably. Long, sleek black hair, a stunning face, an incredible figure, and most annoyingly a large chest. The only consolation Yukino had was that, so far, the only girls who had any connection to Haru from elementary school were Ariri and Utaha. Just two rivals. She muttered under her breath. Yue, why are you taking pictures with your phone again? At the Uegahama residence, a graceful and warm woman watched her daughter curiously. Yue smiled sheepishly. I'm practicing my photography. I'm still a total beginner, and I want to improve quickly. Oh, is this for that photography club you mentioned? Have you made friends there? Yeah, everyone's really nice. Especially our club president. He's so patient with everyone, even someone like me who doesn't know anything. As Yue spoke about Haru, her smile grew even brighter. Her mother chuckled knowingly. Sounds like Mayu is in love. Mom. Don't say weird things. Amamiya-san and I are just friends. Amamiya, huh? That name sounds familiar. Her mother mused, pausing thoughtfully. Yue tilted her head in confusion. Familiar? What do you mean? What's the full name of this boy you're so interested in? Who said I'm interested in him? Yue blushed furiously. His name is Amamiya Haru. Her mother's expression softened with nostalgia. Ah, I see. Is he a particularly cute boy? Cute? What kind of word is that for a boy? Yue laughed. But, yeah. He is really good looking. Her mother gave a playful wink. You might have met him when you were younger, you know. Huh? Seeing her daughter's stunned expression, the woman chuckled. Remember that time you threw a tantrum and refused to go to school? You were crying your eyes out like a little baby. I never did that. Yue protested, flustered. You absolutely did. Her mother said with a mischievous smile. I remember it perfectly. To calm you down, I told you we'd transfer schools and let you pick one. That day, I took you to visit a few schools, remember? Yue paused, faint memories stirring. One of the schools we visited was hosting some kind of event, maybe a sports day? There were kids doing high jumps and playing football. You went off to watch, but while you were busy, I saw a very cute boy. Then what? Her mother's smile widened into an indulgent, almost doting grin. He was so cute I couldn't help but ask his name. He said it was Amamiya Haru. Yui whispered, her heart skipping a beat. Her mother nodded. That's right. It was him. So I met Amamiya-san back then? No. I missed him. Yui's emotions swirled like a gentle summer rain, soft and chaotic, leaving her unsettled but not panicked. Across from her, her mother smirked, understanding Yui's shifting emotions perfectly. So, if you think about it, you and your club president are childhood sweethearts, Yui. What kind of childhood sweethearts are these? But hearing this story, Yui felt something shift in her feelings toward Haru. A tiny, suppressed thought began to surface. Late that night, as Yui prepared to retreat to her room, her mother called out teasingly, Yui, if you like him and he's your sweetheart, Mom will totally support you. I said it's not like that. Yui shouted, her face red as she darted into her room. I should never have asked her about this. Now she's never going to let it go. Flopping onto her bed in her light sleepwear, Yui couldn't stop her thoughts from drifting back to Haru. After some hesitation, she grabbed her phone and opened Haru's social account. She had his contact info thanks to the club, where he had added her to their group chat. Blushing, Yui typed a message, "Are you asleep?" A reply came within seconds. Not yet. Her heart skipped a beat. Can I talk to you about something? Haru's reply surprised her. What a coincidence, I wanted to talk to you too. Yui froze, then smiled so brightly her cheeks hurt. Her heart raced as a sweet, giddy feeling bubbled inside her. Is this what they call being in sync? Could Mom have been right about us being childhood sweethearts after all? Hugging her phone tightly, Yui laughed quietly, rolling on her bed like a happy, love-struck fool. After giggling to herself for a while, Yui forced herself to calm down and replied, "You go first." Seconds later, a notification popped up on her screen, "Your friend has sent you a file. Would you like to download it?" Yui blinked at the message, staring at the file size, 30 megabytes. The file name read, Basic Theories of Lighting. She froze in disbelief. This is what you wanted to tell me? Haru, yes, hurry up and download it. Yui, do I have to learn all of this? A 30 megabytes text document? Isn't that going to take me a year? Haru, you wish. That's just the table of contents. I've got another 1 gigabyte of material waiting for you. If you're serious, you're looking at least 10 years of study. Yui, I'm going to bed. She put down her phone with a frustrated groan, feeling utterly defeated. I wouldn't have asked if I had known. Haru glanced at their chat history, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 19, Megumi Kato's Tilted Head Charm Saturday. Haru had plans to meet Yukino and the others in the afternoon, but he headed to school right after lunch. Since it was the weekend, the school was noticeably quieter, with fewer students around. As he greeted familiar faces on his way, he mulled over the upcoming sparring session. He had visited the karate club 2 days prior. The club president, a third-year student, turned out to be quite approachable. After some digging, Haru learned that the president had once reached the top 32 in a karate competition held in Osaka, an impressive feat. Haru praised the senior for his achievements and expressed a keen interest in karate, requesting a lesson. The senior readily agreed. I haven't sparred with Senior Oyama yet, but based on my current fitness level 7, I should be able to hold my own in a fair match. Haru trained daily, testing his limits whenever his skills leveled up. No one understood his physical abilities better than he did. Whether it was agility or strength, his stats far exceeded the average person. Coupled with his previous combat training, achieving a balanced match seemed entirely feasible. As Haru stood by the baseball field, casually watching the team practice to kill time, a voice called out from behind him. Amamiya-kun, why are you here alone? The voice was soft and feminine, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. It was a mix of a girl's natural scent blended with traces of body wash and shampoo. What surprised Haru, however, was that despite his heightened senses, he only noticed the scent and presence the moment she spoke. He turned around swiftly and froze. Megumi Kato. Her name popped into his mind immediately. No wonder I didn't notice anything earlier. Haru thought to himself. With her almost supernatural ability to fade into the background, she could easily be a top-tier assassin in a ninja anime. My club has some business to take care of, so I came early. May I ask who you are? Although Haru knew her name, they had never interacted before. He feigned curiosity. I'm Megumi Kato from Class E. I left something at school and came back to get it. When I saw you standing here alone, I thought I'd come say hi. Her voice was calm and measured but pleasing to the ear. "Nice to meet you, Kato-san." Haru nodded as if just realizing who she was, though he was secretly curious about why she approached him. "You're wondering why I'm talking to you, aren't you?" Megumi asked, seemingly reading his mind. "Yes." Haru replied bluntly. Megumi didn't answer right away. Her clear eyes studied his face, as if trying to make sense of something. "Is there something on my face?" Haru asked. She shook her head. "I'm just surprised." "Surprised about what?" "That you don't seem to remember me?" Haru immediately thought back to his encounters with Arari and Utaha. How many 2D heroines have been watching me since childhood? Was my high jump performance really that incredible? Have we met before? He tried hard to recall but couldn't place her anywhere in his memories. Megumi's gaze remained steady. "You were probably focused on the competition that day, so you didn't notice me. Another case like Arari and Utaha, huh?" Haru decided to probe further. "Did we go to the same elementary school?" "No, but I saw you that day. I was standing right behind you." "I see. My apologies. I must have been too engrossed in the event to notice my surroundings." "Amamiya-kun, that's a lie." Megumi's calm eyes seemed to flicker with emotion as she said this lightly. "I remember a very pretty lady talking to you that day. Afterward, you spent time with an adorable girl." "Well, technically not a lie. I didn't know that lady, and the girl you mentioned was a classmate." Haru was genuinely surprised. Unlike Arari and Utaha, Megumi hadn't just seen him, she had been observing him. Standing beside him now, Megumi glanced at the energetic baseball players. "That cute girl was Yukinoshita-san, wasn't she?" "Yeah." Haru replied. He clearly remembered that day when Yukino handed him a handkerchief. He had joked with her out of habit, making her blush in embarrassment. Megumi didn't continue the topic immediately. After watching the baseball practice a little longer, she turned to Haru and asked, "Is it true that you had a conflict with a senior?" "Yes, but it's all resolved now." She let out a soft toe. Adding, "Senior Takano has been acting very differently these days. He doesn't even raise his voice at classmates anymore." Haru caught the nuance in her words. "You've been observing him?" "Not really. I just happened to notice when I saw him." Haru doubted her casual tone. Changing the subject, Megumi suddenly said, "I should get going. See you around." "Take care." Haru replied. Yet she didn't leave. Just as Haru was about to ask why, Megumi seemed to recall something. Tilting her head slightly, she met his gaze directly. "Can we exchange contact information?" The way she tilted her head, combined with her short, bobbed hair, was unexpectedly cute. Haru couldn't think of a reason to refuse. After all, she had brought up their childhood encounter and was friendly throughout their conversation. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that her decision to ask for his contact information only at the end wasn't entirely spontaneous. As they exchanged numbers, Haru casually asked, "It's been over a month since school started. Why mention our childhood encounter only now? Did you just remember it?" Megumi, busy editing his name in her contacts, answered in her usual calm tone, "I recognized you on the first day of school." "Then why?" "I hadn't decided on a reason to talk to you." "And today you figured it out?" "No. I heard about your good reputation, so I thought talking to you wouldn't need a reason. When I saw you today, I just went for it." Her answer was startlingly honest. "Fair enough." This time, Megumi waved her hand lightly and walked away. Her hair swayed gently with her steps, leaving behind a graceful, youthful image. Haru watched her retreating figure. Their conversation had been so ordinary, so uneventful that it felt like ripples barely formed. Throughout the exchange, Megumi maintained a calm and composed demeanor, steering the flow of their talk effortlessly. When Haru is facing Yukino or Utaha, he can control the rhythm of the conversation. "She's my type as well," Haru concluded. At 2:30 p.m., Yukino and the others arrived. Haru quickly noticed that Yu occasionally stole glances at him. When he caught her, she would blush and quickly look away. He assumed she was still thinking about last night's document directory and simply greeted everyone. The group's arrival at the karate club caused quite a stir. After all, Haru had brought along 4 girls, making them the center of attention. The karate club currently only had 1 female member. "Amamiya-kun, will you come back to spar with me again?" During the warm-up, club president Oyama Kendo grabbed Haru's arm, his face full of hope. "If you're hoping I'll introduce you to some girls, you're out of luck." Haru replied bluntly. To his surprise, the senior waved it off. "That's not necessary. If you come around more often, girls will naturally show up to watch." Then, as if embarrassed, he added, "By the way, I heard you're always eager to help others. Is that true?" Haru gave him a suspicious look. "What do you need help with? How can we make our club more appealing to girls?" the senior asked with utmost sincerity. "Sorry, I can't teach that. Haru replied with a sigh. But you can. The senior's eyes burned with determination, more fervent than any streamer chasing views. The sight of two people whispering to each other didn't go unnoticed by the onlookers. Among them was Yukino, whose attention had been fixed on Haru since the moment they arrived. What are the two club presidents whispering about? It looks so secretive. A curious girl in their group asked. Yukino shared her curiosity. She had observed the karate club president's expression shift from eager anticipation at the start of the conversation to a mix of resignation and disappointment by the end. When Haru returned to their group, Yukino wasted no time. What were you two discussing? The senior's expression looked odd. Haru replied matter-of-factly, Senior Oyama wanted me to help him find a girlfriend. As he spoke, Haru subtly glanced over at the three girls in his club. Ever since the Megamikado incident, he couldn't help but view everyone with suspicion. Yukino noticed his strange behavior and leaned closer to ask in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Haru lowered his voice to match hers. "Remember the coincidences with Sawamura-san and Kasamijoka-senpai? I ran into something similar again today." "What kind of coincidence?" Yukino trailed off mid-sentence, realization dawning on her face. Her expression shifted, becoming serious. "Another one?" Chapter 20, Guaranteed Victory. Yukino's expression was quite interesting at the moment. At least, that's how it seemed to Haru. The usually calm girl now had a look of surprise on her face, as if asking, who is this person? Haru never really lied to her, so he quietly said, "That girl's name is Megamikado, and like us, she's a first year." Yukino quickly repeated the name in her mind, searching for any memories of her, but there was nothing. This left her a bit unsettled. She felt it should be impossible for her not to have some kind of recollection, especially since Haru had met this girl when they were younger. As his true childhood friend, she should have remembered. Aside from the three famous beauties in their school, there were plenty of other attractive girls at Sobu High School. Yukino couldn't claim to have seen every single one, but if this third girl was a beauty, she should have heard of her. After a brief pause, Yukino shook her head. "I don't know who this Megamikado is. It's normal that you don't know her. If you don't pay attention, you might not even notice her." Haru joked. Yukino was confused. Is he saying the girl is too ordinary to stand out? The conversation ended there. With the cheerleading encouragement from the photography club girls, Haru stepped into the padded fighting area. Across from him, Oyama Kendo had already changed into his training clothes, his expression not quite serious. "Amamiya, make sure to come by more often." "I will," Haru replied, though he knew that Oyama wasn't asking for more sparring. Or maybe he was. "Alright, I'm coming in now." With that, Oyama threw a punch at a tricky angle. Since they were sparring, he didn't use his full strength or speed. But with Haru's current, fitness level 7, it was easy for him to raise his elbow and block the punch, then take 2 quick steps forward. His hands reached their target with precision. Oyama's expression tightened. He realized that this was a grappling technique. His extensive fighting experience kicked in, and he braced himself, preparing to counter. But in the next instant, Haru's arms exploded with overwhelming strength, and Oyama's defensive stance was useless. In an instant, his vision spun, and with a thud, he was thrown onto the soft mat. The onlooking karate club members, who had been expecting a casual spar, stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape, while their actions paused as if on cue. Yukino, too, was momentarily stunned, but then she broke into an excited exclamation, "Amazing!" Yukino, arms crossed and chin resting on her hand, reflected on the scene. The throw is certainly lethal in one-on-one combat. Even Oyama couldn't defend against it. Although she practiced Aikido, Yukino had taken an interest in other combat techniques due to Haru's training habits. She recalled how Haru once joked, "A throw isn't really suitable for real combat because most of the time, you're on a hard surface. If you land a throw, you'll be begging your opponent not to kill you. You are exercising, fitness, experience plus 178, you are fighting, combat, experience plus 183, Haru glanced at the experience notifications that popped up, pleased. His judgment had been right. He looked at Oyama, still stunned, and said, "Senior, you are holding back. I know you are taking it easy on me, but since we're sparring, please take it a bit more seriously." The karate club members suddenly understood. So, the president was letting him win? No wonder he went down so quickly. "Yeah, I heard Haru took on 3 bullies by himself, but he's still an amateur. He can't be at our president's level." Oyama, realizing Haru was giving him an out, cleared his throat and stood up. "Understood. I'll take it more seriously from here on." In the following rounds, Haru used his agility and physical strength to easily handle Oyama's attacks. But he didn't forget to let up occasionally. Several times, he intentionally seemed to struggle, causing his experience points to soar. What surprised him, though, was that in addition to fitness and fighting experience, his jumping skill was also increasing as he dodged. Your jumping skill has successfully leveled up, jumping level 4, 0 out of 1000. With the upgrade, Haru noticed subtle changes. Not only did his jump height improve, but his jump speed did as well. There was one other odd discovery. It felt as though, if he concentrated his muscle power, he could achieve something like a double jump. Similar to a video game mechanic. This sparring session had left Oyama both amazed and thrilled. He was shocked by Haru's physical prowess. His speed, agility, strength, and explosive power were more than enough to crush him. But on the other hand, he was happy to have sparred with such a high-level opponent. He'd learned a lot. After another round where the two reached a stalemate, Oyama, panting with excitement, asked, Amamiya, how do you feel? Can you keep going? Fighting is fun. Haru replied casually. Haha, that's what I thought too. The sparring continued. The karate club members noticed Haru's insane stamina. Senior might not last much longer. Yukino made a judgment from the sidelines. Yue, who was watching with some confusion, asked, is that so? Amamiya-kun looked like he was about to collapse several times. I was scared a moment ago. Yukino shook her head gently. Senior's stamina isn't up to par. There was one thing she didn't mention to Yue. From what I know about Haru, he's been holding back since the start. And the outcome was just as she expected. 3 minutes later, Oyama collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, and muttering, rest, let's rest for a bit. Haru also took a few breaths, gradually calming down. But, acting exhausted, he said, I'm about done, maybe 10 more seconds and I'll be on the ground. You're full of it. Oyama couldn't help but laugh in frustration. How can I not see that he was holding back? Before the sparring started, he had been sure of his victory. But now, if he didn't take a break and continued sparring with Haru, he'd be the one getting defeated. Haru sat on the ground to rest, asking, shall we continue after a break? Sure. Although Oyama was exhausted and feeling defeated, he didn't refuse. After all, it was a rare opportunity to spar with such a skilled fighter. It was a good thing for him. After a short rest, the sounds of their sparring echoed again. The karate club members, who had been paying close attention, began to zone out as they watched the two go down for rest, only to rise and continue each time. The thought that lingered in their minds, is this first-year student, Amamiya, some kind of monster? Except for Yukino, who was still focused on Haru, the other 3 girls were yawning. They had the look of someone numbly watching an endless cycle. Yukino, her lips pursed, was at the peak of her curiosity. I want to study his body again. Chapter 21, Yukino's sword/Haru spent the entire afternoon at the karate club. As for the photography club, only Yukino and Yue remained, while the other 2 girls had disappeared without a trace. Yukino had told them earlier, there shouldn't be any club activities today. If you're bored, feel free to do something else. Yue, however, chose to stay. Part of it was because she didn't know where to go. The other part was due to her mother's words from the previous night, which had left a lasting impression on her. Even though Yukino and Amamiya-kun are close, and she gives off that aura of a drama heroine, their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. There were many conflicting thoughts in the girl's mind. Before, they had merely been buried deep inside, but now they were stirred up by her mother's words. At 4:50 p.m., Haru finished his sparring session for the day. His senior's clothes were already drenched in sweat, and he now spoke to Haru with a mix of both joy and pain. Next time you come to spar, don't go so hard. My body can't take it. Haru smirked. Senior, that comment sounds a bit like girl. Haha, don't say that. If I were a girl, I'd definitely like a guy like you, someone who gives off a sense of security. After watching Haru and the others leave, one of the members immediately spoke excitedly, President, you should have kept Amamiya here. If he joins, we might make it to the top 16 in this year's karate competition. The president, however, shook his head without saying a word. Keep him here? What could he use to keep him? As the strongest member of the club, with considerable combat experience, he had spent the entire afternoon sparring with Haru and already had seen a lot. For example, his physical fitness far exceeded his own. And it was possible that Amamiya hadn't even used his full strength today. Such realizations were astonishing and easy to make one feel discouraged. So, he smiled and said to the members, didn't you notice? In today's sparring, he used wrestling techniques and mixed martial arts, but never once did he use karate moves. The other member was stunned. Does that mean he's not interested in karate? The senior didn't respond directly. Instead, he thought to himself, with his monstrous physical abilities, He is most likely unwilling to join the karate club and be inferior to others. Rather than ruin the recently built friendship, it was better to act like nothing happened. After all, it was a rare opportunity to spar with such a master. Every time they practiced, he improved. The newcomers really is getting more ruthless, he muttered, glancing at the surprised and regretful faces of his teammates. His own astonishment wasn't any less than theirs. After saying goodbye to the karate club, Yukino immediately handed Haru a handkerchief and a bottle of mineral water. These were things she had prepared in advance. Yue, standing beside her, froze for a moment as she reached into her pocket to grab a handkerchief. Haru drank the water and turned to Yue. Sorry, you must have been really bored today. You could have gone off to do something else. Yue quickly loosened her grip on the handkerchief and shook her head. No, it was very exciting. Then, she casually added, by the way, can I learn this from you? You mean fighting? Haru understood her meaning. Yue nodded eagerly. Yukino suddenly spoke up, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Yukino calmly said, Haru is better at wrestling. Women are naturally weaker than men, so considering the risks and practicality, you're better off learning Aikido from me. Then, she turned her face, locking eyes with Yue. But my standards are very high. If you're truly willing to let me teach you, please make sure you don't have any other intentions along the way. Her words were sharp and clear like a blade. Then, I'll leave it to you, Yukinoshita-san. Yue forced a smile. Being a girl herself, Yue immediately recognized the unspoken message, keep your feelings in check. My blade is fast. Haru was the most composed person there. Since his reincarnation, his thoughts on relationships hadn't changed. Fall in love when the time is right, and marry when it feels natural. It may seem like he goes with the flow, but it was more accurate to say that he follows his instincts. The reason he chose not to go to Toya Inosaki and instead came to Sobuhai was to see the real-life versions of two-dimensional girls. After all, before reincarnation, he had spent quite a bit of money on their figurines. Yukino's sudden cutting remark effectively stopped Yue's little thoughts. As they walked toward the school gate, Yue, in an attempt to avoid the previous conversation, asked casually, by the way, are we really going to film a short film in the photography club? To be precise, it's an experimental short film, mainly to help you practice. After all, practice is where true understanding comes from. Haru explained. Yue, relieved that he was talking to her, quietly let out a breath. But I'm still a beginner. That's why you're in the beginner's protection period. Haru smiled, pointing to himself and then to Yukino. Yue's spirits lifted. Of course, with the two experts from the photography club leading the way, she was sure she could learn quickly. Since their path didn't align, Yue parted ways with them at the school gate. Haru stopped and turned to Yukino, who had been staring at him. You've been wanting to ask me something since earlier, haven't you? Yukino admitted openly, yes. What's the question? Yukino didn't respond directly, but instead glanced at Yue's departing figure. Congratulations, you've won another girl's heart. Haru followed her gaze and said, honestly, I'm more curious about why she suddenly changed. Changed? Yukino quickly realized, furrowing her brow. Yes, her change was too sudden. From what I've observed, Yue Gahama isn't the type to be a lovesick girl. Haru also thought the same. Yue had stayed in the photography club simply because she enjoyed the atmosphere, where she could easily fit in with the group. Although over the past few days, he had noticed that Yue seemed to have developed a liking for him, it was unlikely that this feeling alone could account for the recent change in her behavior. Much like the other two girls in the photography club, who also liked him but were easily deterred by Yukino's presence. Today, Yue Gahama's behavior was clearly off. Yukino, deep in thought, gave a skeptical look. Could it be that she met you when she was younger? Haru was unsure. I doubt it. That would be a bit too strange. Yukino continued to ponder. I also think that's unlikely, considering how she's been acting these past few days. She doesn't seem like someone who has known you for long. An awkward silence filled the air. Neither of them had any answers. Haru decided to change the topic. How about we just head to my place? Yukino blinked. How did you know I wanted to go to your place? I not only know, I can also guess that your main reason isn't to pet the cat. Haru laughed. Since he had already guessed her thoughts, Yukino no longer bothered to hide it. I'm curious about your current physical condition. Do you need me to take off my shirt for an inspection? You can shut up now. Seeing Yukino's disgusted look, Haru didn't mind. He casually asked, how about we stop by your place first and grab some spare clothes? This was a subtle hint at whether she would stay over. Yukino thought for a moment before agreeing. It was boring being alone at home on weekends, and having her childhood friend around seemed to make it more enjoyable. After Yukino went home to grab her clothes, she entered Haru's house just as he finished changing into slippers and went straight to the bathroom. She paused, curious, holding the clothes bag. She noticed the lazy orange cat sitting on the floor and decided to pet it for a bit. Before long, Haru came out. He was holding a basin filled with water. "What are you doing?" Yukino finally couldn't help but ask. Haru replied naturally, "Didn't you want to observe my physical abilities up close?" "I have an idea." "An idea?" Yukino put down the cat and stepped back, curiously. Haru stood in front of the basin and suddenly jumped with speed. In midair, his legs attempted to perform a water-skimming move. The posture was impressive. Then, with a splash, both his feet landed in the water-filled basin. Water splashed everywhere, and the surrounding floor got wet. Yukino expressionlessly raised her hand, clapping slowly. "Nice performance. If I'm not mistaken, kindergarten kids love to jump in puddles like that on rainy days." Haru, a bit embarrassed, said, "Let me try again." He could feel he could do it properly this time, though the first try lacked fine control of his body. Yukino, a little helpless, stood by. Just as she was about to say, "Can you stop being so ridiculous?" Haru began his second attempt. This time, when his body took off, his feet actually skimmed the water surface. His entire body swiftly moved over the water. It looked just like light martial arts from a wuxia movie. Yukino froze in place, her fair face showing signs of astonishment. "How's that for the water skimming trick? What score would you give it?" Haru smiled triumphantly. Yukino stared at the ripples in the water for a moment, then looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "Can you do it again?" Chapter 22, Jumping Genius. Haru didn't hesitate to accept Yukino's suggestion. After all, he was already planning to test himself. More importantly, he gained experience points in the process. "You are taking off." Jumping, plus 80 XP, you are taking off. Jumping, plus 75 XP, alright, looks like we're taking flight now. Normally, when he worked out or sparred like today's match with the senior, his jumps would trigger experience notifications labeled as, "You are training," but now, with his focus solely on jumping, the notification had changed to, "You are taking off." Could it be that when my jumping skill reaches max level, I'll actually be able to take off by stepping on thin air? This wasn't just wild imagination. What Haru was demonstrating now, like the dragonfly skimming water trick, might look like a fancy circus act, but it was far from simple. He'd seen similar stunts online before. At the time, they had seemed like something only the extraordinary could pull off. Though he couldn't confirm if true flight was in his future, his current jumping stats hinted that something as fantastical as double jumping in midair might be within reach someday. Since Yukino was watching, Haru kept his demonstrations brief. After a few impressive displays, he grabbed a cloth and started mopping the water off the floor. Meanwhile, Yukino held the orange chubby cat in her arms again, gently stroking its head. "It seems your training really is effective." Without looking up, Haru responded, "Of course. There are only two things in this world that will never betray you." "Oh? And what are they?" "Books and exercise. Knowledge and physical fitness, they're the only things that show clear, tangible results." "Indeed." Yukino agreed softly. After Haru finished mopping the floor, he headed for the shower. After an intense afternoon sparring, he was drenched in sweat. Yukino lounged in the living room, idly stroking the orange cat. After a moment, she gently lifted the cat's front paws and held it up to her face, murmuring, "His physical fitness has already surpassed ordinary people. It seems I have yet another reason to push myself. Don't you think so?" Meow. When Haru emerged from the bathroom, Yukino looked up and said, "I checked your fridge just now. There's plenty of ingredients. Shall I teach you how to cook dinner?" "Sure, it's more efficient to learn by doing." You agreed. "Then go dry your hair first." Yukino stood and tied on an apron, glancing toward the buzzing sound of the hair dryer. A thought crossed her mind, do I look a bit like a housewife right now? But then her train of thought drifted further. With his physique, if we do end up together one day, will I even be able to keep up? The idea gave her a slight headache. Her observations from this afternoon and just now confirmed it, whether it was core strength or other aspects of his physical ability, Haru was exceptional. He wasn't just strong, he was top tier. And that was the problem. As for whether they would truly end up together one day, Yukino didn't shy away from the thought. After all, we are a good match, she reasoned. In the kitchen, the two began working seamlessly together, their movements oddly harmonious like a newlywed couple preparing their first meal. The chubby cat sprawled lazily by the doorway, oblivious to their quiet chemistry. Over dinner, Haru shared his thoughts. "I'm not going to run laps after school anymore. I plan to spend that time sparring instead." Yukino chuckled. "I imagine Senior Oyama feels the same. He seemed to enjoy sparring with you today. He's actually very skilled among people his age." Haru noted. "But his stamina doesn't compare to yours." "Of course not. I've never stopped training. If I weren't worried about annoying you, I'd drag you out for a run every morning. Why would I be annoyed? Yukino asked, puzzled. Haru calmly emphasized, morning. Early. She blinked, then smirked with a dangerous glint in her eye. Unlike other girls, I don't mind being seen without makeup. True, you're beautiful even without it. Haru replied, his survival instincts kicking in. Yukino didn't let him off that easily. I thought you would be bold enough to say it. You hope to see me defenseless when I get up, and maybe even see me expose myself. Haru kept a straight face. Stop having indecent thoughts. How many times have I told you no being lewd around me? Then he stood to get more rice, just in time avoiding her murderous glare. By 8 p.m. it was Yukino's turn to shower. Haru imagined she'd emerge in a modest, fully covered pajama set. Instead, she walked out wearing a light summer nightgown. The fabric was thin, airy, and its hem fell just past her knees, revealing her slender, creamy calves. Even with the modest length, Haru couldn't hide his surprise. Noticing, Yukino scoffed, "You're not even trying to hide your perverted thoughts, are you? I just looked for a second. That's perverted now?" Haru countered. Yukino ignored him, drying her long hair by the mirror. Haru walked over and offered, "Need help drying your hair?" Her soft response carried a gentle ripple, like a stone skipping across a calm lake. Afterward, Yukino went to play with the cat again. But the cat, overwhelmed by her post-shower scent, darted away to hide near Haru's feet. Feigning indifference, Yukino sat primly on the sofa, legs together. Haru picked up the cat. "Want me to bring it over?" "Sure." Yukino replied with a faint smile. Under her expectant gaze, Haru approached, only to casually set the cat on the floor by her feet. Then he plopped down beside her, declaring, "Old rules still apply. I'll be the one testing out the legendary lap pillow." Yukino glared at him, debating whether to scold him and risk his smugness or stay silent and feel annoyed. In the end, she sighed and moved her hand off her lap. "You're getting dumber by the day." Haru, satisfied, rested his head on her soft lap. Even through the thin nightgown, her skin felt smooth and warm. Looking up, he could see her flushed cheeks, still tinged with the heat of her shower. Everything about the moment was perfect. Her delicate face, lips slightly parted, exhaled a soft, sweet breath. Occasionally, her tongue peeked out, its fine texture reminiscent of flower petals. Haru shifted slightly, his hair brushing against her thighs. "Don't move." Yukino glared, her face reddening further. "Can I make a request?" Haru asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Yukino hesitated, her eyes glistening faintly. "What is it?" "Earlier, you inspected my body. Can I return the favor?" Her expression darkened with embarrassment and anger, but she didn't refuse outright. Seeing her hesitation, Haru's boldness surged. Sitting up, he gently grasped her calf. Her breath hitched, and her lips quivered as his fingers trailed along her leg, lifting it slightly. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and her body seemed to be tense and a little stiff. Yukino's face turned crimson as she allowed him to explore, her body betraying her usual composure. Haru's movements were very gentle. He held the pair of crystal-like legs, slowly lifted them up, and moved them into his arms. Yukino's cheeks flushed, but her body turned sideways to cooperate with him. The beautiful legs that had never been touched by anyone and were in excellent condition fell into the hands of the opposite sex for the first time. Strictly speaking, Haru doesn't feel that he has a foot fetishist nor a leg fetishist. "Don't move anymore," she finally whispered, her voice trembling. "All right." Haru agreed, his tone unusually gentle. He smiled faintly. "As I thought, these really are legs worth admiring for a lifetime." Yukino glared at him, her eyes shimmering with a mix of frustration and something softer. In that moment, Haru felt that all his ambitions and goals paled in comparison to the beauty before him. "She's perfect," he thought, completely captivated. And Yukino, gazing at him with a blend of exasperation and affection, realized that she might never win against him, not when he looked at her like this. "Although I already knew that this guy was coveting my legs, I still felt upset when he really held them in his hands and his fingers moved around greedily." Yukino, who prided herself on being calm and steady, had her defenses breached. Because she knows that many things have only two endings, 0 times and countless times. "I've set the precedent today. If he wants to play with my legs next time, I probably won't be able to firmly refuse him. I really can't do anything about you." Chapter 23, Small and cute. That night, both Haru and Yukino broke their usual early to bed, early to rise habits. Haru couldn't sleep because of the surprise Yukino gave him, playing with her legs. It left him feeling a bit too excited to rest. Yukino, on the other hand, was thinking about the future. She started to worry that, eventually, playing with her legs might become a daily routine. Of course, part of this was due to her oversensitivity. As a result, that night, she had her first improper dream. Summary: someone was being a little too playful with her in the dream. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to fulfill his request. Yukino sighed, adjusting her slightly messy nightgown as she got out of bed. She went to the living room, then checked the fridge. She needed to remind Haru to buy groceries before dinner, as they were running out of ingredients. It was 8:23 a.m. She usually woke up earlier than this. All because of that idiot. Yukino muttered, showing a rare pout of a little girl, though no one was around to see it. While brushing her teeth, Yukino heard some movement outside. Glancing at the mirror, she noticed Haru standing at the door in his pajamas. "Morning," he greeted casually, as if nothing had happened. Yukino replied through a mouthful of toothpaste, still brushing. But she quickly realized that he hadn't left and was still standing there, staring at her. She spat out the foam, turned around, and asked with a hint of annoyance, "What are you doing?" "Just watching." He replied nonchalantly. "Get out." "All right." Haru walked away with a grin. Yukino felt a little unsettled. Could he possibly be thinking about playing with her legs this early in the morning? In fact, she was completely wrong. The reason Haru lingered at the door was purely because he noticed something unusual. Yukino didn't seem to have a gag reflex. In other words, when she accidentally brushed too far back in her mouth, she didn't even flinch, let alone gag. Haru's mind immediately sped off in an inappropriate direction, but he quickly forced himself to stop. Breakfast was prepared by Yukino, while Haru sat nearby, listening to her instructions on gaining experience. "There's not enough food in the fridge," Yukino reminded him after breakfast, now dressed in a light blue dress and holding an orange cat in her arms. "I'll go buy some this afternoon," Haru said, turning on the TV. "I'll come with you," Yukino decided. Being alone at home felt dull, she might as well go out with him. After watching TV for a while, Haru suddenly remembered something and crouched down in front of the cabinet beneath the TV, rummaging through the drawers. Curious, Yukino asked, "What are you looking for?" "I just remembered my classmate Furukawa-san lent me a box of games." "Oh, Furukawa is a classmate of mine. He often asks me for help with studying. Since he found out I like games too, he lent me some of his games." Haru pulled out a small box, filled with memories from his childhood in his previous life. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Tournament Fighters, River City Ransom, Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers, Mega Man. "These are what I'd call nostalgic treasures," he said with a hint of emotion. Hearing his serious tone, Yukino's curiosity was piqued. "Treasures? You mean the games you played as a kid?" "Exactly. Want to give it a try? A lot of these are co-op games." "I'm not interested in this sort of thing." 10 minutes later. Expressionless, Yukino held a controller. Her cute chipmunk character had just been used as a shield by Haru, causing her to lose a life. Haru chuckled beside her. "Don't be so stiff. Games are meant to be played with a smile. That's part of the fun." Yukino replied flatly, "You have a point." Moments later, Haru's character was picked up and thrown into a group of enemies by Yukino, meeting his demise repeatedly. "You're doing that on purpose, aren't you?" he protested. "You said it yourself, games are meant to be fun. Why are you getting upset?" Yukino smiled sweetly. For the first time, she found video games to be genuinely entertaining. From that moment on, Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers took on a whole new meaning. The two of them began treating their co-op partner like a throwable grenade at every opportunity. Gradually, Yukino's smile became lighter and freer. Without realizing it, in this moment, she was no longer the strict and composed Yukino but a carefree teenage girl, completely at ease. They played until noon. Yukino put down a controller and helped clean up. As she was tidying, Haru said, "If we have time, we should play together more often." Yukino looked up, a bit surprised. "You know I don't like spending time on things like this." "I know, but look at this," Haru said, taking out his phone and switching to the camera. Under Yukino's puzzled gaze, he turned the front camera toward her face. "Don't you see? You look amazing right now," he said, pointing to her relaxed expression in the reflection. Yukino stared blankly at herself in the camera. He was right. She looked genuinely at ease. The playful bickering they had during the game brought a different kind of happiness, a pure, uncomplicated joy, unlike the satisfaction of achieving something or making progress. It was a simple, light-hearted emotion that allowed her to completely relax. Realizing this, Yukino's gaze softened, and a warmth spread through her heart. "So he suggested playing games to help me unwind." For the first time, she gave him a gentle smile. "If we have free time on weekends, I can join you for games." "Wait. Where are your eyes looking?" She suddenly noticed her relaxed posture. She had let her guard down, leaning comfortably in her chair. Her long dress had slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of smooth, fair skin and the edge of her white undergarment. "Sorry, my auto-targeting system was still on," Haru said, quickly retreating. Yukino glared at his back as he pretended to flee in a panic toward the kitchen. But she couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her lips. He really is a hopeless pervert. Though she said that, her mood was undeniably light. After all, the more infatuated he was with her, the more confident she felt in her own charm. It gave her a sense of security and bolstered her confidence for the battles ahead. Battles? Of course, against Kasamijuka Utaha. As for the others, Uegahama, Ariri, or even the never-before-seen Megamikado, they weren't even on Yukino's radar. After all, to sit at Yukino's table, one needed to have the strength to compete. And she held the ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, Haru was in the kitchen washing dishes, mumbling to himself, "Small really is cute after all." At 4:30 in the afternoon, the two headed out to buy groceries together. Though Yukino was in charge of selecting the ingredients, she would always ask Haru what he wanted to learn beforehand. That way, she could mentally prepare her teaching plan in advance. Not long after leaving the supermarket, Yukino spotted the bustling snow ice cream parlor up ahead and came to a stop. Haru immediately noticed what was on her mind. "Want to check out how the part-time emperor is doing?" "Part-time emperor?" Yukino blinked in confusion. Before we met her, she used to juggle so many part-time jobs at once. If that's not a part-time emperor, then what is? "You're so childish." Yukino shot him an exasperated look before walking alongside him toward the shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, the lively ponytailed girl inside came into view. Her smile was still as vibrant and energetic as ever, and her hands moved with practiced efficiency. Even a single glance was enough to tell that slacking off wasn't in her vocabulary. Most importantly, her complexion had improved. She no longer looked like she might collapse at any moment. "It seems like she took your advice," Yukino said with a satisfied nod. Just as Haru was about to respond, the girl inside Aoyama Nanami noticed them. Her eyes immediately lit up. Haru changed his reply mid-sentence. "We've been spotted." Yukino sighed. "We're not thieves." "Why are you using words like spotted?" Nanami exchanged a few words with her coworker, then excitedly grabbed two beautifully packaged boxes and ran over to them with a bright smile. Chapter 24, Aoyama Nanami, University. "You two, why are you here?" Nanami ran over to them, beaming with excitement. She was genuinely thrilled and truly happy to see them. "Just finished grocery shopping and thought we'd drop by," Haru replied casually. Nanami gave a slightly embarrassed smile. "Being watched while I'm working feels kind of weird, you know." Yukino, naturally, wasn't interested in entertaining such idle chatter. She studied the girl in front of her with a serious expression. "Are you still juggling other part-time jobs?" "No, I'm not." "You were right, I really can't handle so many jobs at once." Nanami shook her head, then seemed to remember something. She handed the two boxes in her hands to them. "Please take these. These treats are from a rather high-end brand," Yukino remarked knowingly. Nanami smiled brightly. "They're not that expensive. Besides, I don't know how else to thank you." Haru and Yukino didn't refuse the gesture. When they accepted the boxes, Nanami visibly relaxed, though a hint of hesitation still lingered in her eyes. She glanced at Haru, unsure. "By the way, Amamiya-kun, about my salary." "What about it? Isn't my salary a bit too high?" "I mean, I didn't ask around about what the others earn, but I can't help feeling like you're helping me out behind the scenes." "And?" Haru's face remained calm, utterly unbothered. Nanami was taken aback by his nonchalant response, nearly losing her train of thought. She had agonized over this question for quite some time before finally summoning the courage to bring it up. Of course, she had her suspicions Haru was likely going out of his way to help her. "My salary just feels too high," she repeated nervously. Haru turned to Yukino. "You or me?" "You," Yukino replied coolly. Nanami looked at the two of them, utterly confused. "What are you talking about?" Haru put on an overly serious expression. "We're deciding who gets to scold you." "Huh? Why would you scold me?" Nanami was even more confused. "Because what you're saying is ridiculous," Haru said with a chuckle. "You're overthinking it. You've already started the job, right? And you're feeling better, right? So just like I told you before, take it one step at a time and focus on your dreams." Nanami hesitated, her expression softening, but she muttered in a small voice, "But if I don't repay you somehow, it feels like I'm just racking up debt." Haru smirked knowingly. "So you really want to do something for me?" Her reaction was instant. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded furiously. "Yes. Anything I can do. Just say the word." "Anything?" Haru asked, raising an eyebrow. Nanami froze, her face going red as her imagination momentarily ran wild. But just as quickly, she snapped back to reality. Wait, what am I thinking? His girlfriend is standing right there. There's no way he'd ask for something inappropriate. Anything. She declared, even more firmly this time. Haru leaned forward slightly and said, with absolute seriousness, then I command you to immediately pass the Tokyo University entrance exam. Nanami? University. Impossible, impossible. Yukino, standing beside them, raised a hand to her forehead, as though warding off a headache. The moment Haru had started emphasizing anything, she had known he was about to say something absurd. Right now. Right here. Get into Tokyo University. Can you do it? Haru pressed on. That's absolutely impossible. Nanami practically wailed, her expression one of pure despair. My grades are decent, but there's no way I could just magically pass an entrance exam like that. I might have an idea. Yukino suddenly interjected. Nanami, as if clinging to a lifeline, turned to her eagerly. What is it, Yukinoshita? What's your idea? Yukino gave her a calm, assessing look. If doing something for him would make you feel better, we're working on a short film for the photography club. If you're free, you could help us carry equipment. She paused, her sharp eyes sweeping over Nanami. And given your looks, you might even work as the lead actress. Nanami froze, instinctively clutching her chest. Can I ask what kind of film you're making? Yukino sighed deeply, her patience wearing thin. An experimental short film for the photography club. What did you think it was? Nanami let out a nervous laugh. Sorry. I overthought it. Haru laughed quietly from the side. See? You're way better at this than me. Nanami didn't hesitate this time. She immediately agreed, even going so far as to promise that she'd come help anytime they needed her, regardless of the distance between their schools. After parting ways with Nanami, Haru and Yukino walked down a quieter street and unexpectedly came across some familiar faces. The most recognizable figure was a young man wearing a bright red headband, grinning wildly in front of a streaming camera. It was that group of high school graduates who had turned to live streaming after failing to get into college. This time, however, there were only 4 of them. Haru figured the rest were probably off working part-time jobs. Their eyes briefly met, and Haru gave them a polite nod in acknowledgement. The group's leader returned a quick smile before focusing back on his stream. Haru, look over there. Yukino's voice interrupted, her tone unusually serious. Haru followed her gaze to see a small crowd of 5 or 6 young men loitering outside a convenience store. Among them, to his mild surprise, was Takano Hiroichi, the former bully who had been thoroughly humiliated and left with bruises after a previous encounter. Takano's injuries had healed, but his 2 usual lackeys were absent, replaced by several older, rougher-looking guys. The group began crossing the street, and as always, Yukino's striking presence drew their attention immediately. Takano, recognizing Haru and Yukino, quickly averted his gaze, his body language radiating unease. Just as the rumors suggested, the school principal's intervention had completely cowed him. His nervous demeanor didn't go unnoticed by his new companions. Hey, you know those 2? Asked one of the men, a slim figure with a small black braid. Why yeah. We've had some incidents in the past, but it's all over now. Takano stammered. The braided man smirked. Why are you acting all scared? Didn't you use to lead the charge when we picked on others? Yeah, Takano, don't wimp out now. Another added. Despite their encouragement, Takano remained visibly rattled. Alright, fine. I'll go say hi to your old friends for you. The braided man said with a grin, motioning for the group to follow him. Takano had no choice but to trail behind. As the group approached, Yukino spoke in a low voice. Should we call the police? Not yet. Let's see what happens. Haru replied calmly. His confidence wasn't baseless. With his fitness nearing level 8, he was more than prepared to handle himself in a fight while ensuring Yukino stayed safe. Besides, Yukino was no pushover either. Her mastery of Aikido made her more than capable of dealing with most opponents. Hello there. The braided man greeted them, flashing a broad, casual smile. I hear you've had some history with my friend here. Mind telling me more about it? Haru's sharp eyes flicked to the man's watch, an expensive model, clearly not something an ordinary person could afford. Then his gaze shifted briefly to Takano, who was trying his best to hide behind the others. Haru chuckled inwardly. So that's how it is. Chapter 25, You're panicking. The group of young men before them seemed cheerful and easygoing, all smiles and laughter. But Haru knew better. Appearances could be deceiving. There was no guarantee they wouldn't turn violent at any moment. This kind of crowd typically found amusement in bullying others. And right now, it seemed Haru and Yukino were their targets. Haru cut straight to the point. Let's not waste time. What do you want? Their smiles didn't falter. The man with black hair chuckled. Oh? Sounds like you're up for some fun. Here? Right now? Anytime. Haru's tone was as direct as ever. The group hesitated for a split second, seemingly caught off guard by Haru's confidence. The black-haired man stared at him and said, "If you're really up for it, I don't mind. After all, this is why we're here." But his gaze flicked to Yukino. "You're outnumbered, and you've got a girl with you." He smirked and continued, "How about this? Apologize to my friend, let me land a punch, and we'll call it even." Before Haru could respond, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. The young live streamers from earlier had hurried over. Haru was surprised but didn't have a chance to say anything before the guy named Koji spoke up. "Big bro, do we need to throw down?" Koji was already typing on his phone, and moments later, a group of workers from nearby stores came rushing out. Haru blinked in surprise. They all work in this area? He decided not to correct the big bro title this time and instead flashed Koji a grateful smile. Then, he turned back to the now stunned black-haired man. "Looks like I've got the numbers after all." Including Haru and Yukino, there were 17 people surrounding Takano Hiroichi and his crew. The scene looked like something out of a popular high school brawl movie. The only amusing detail was that the reinforcements still wore their work uniforms, dessert shops, convenience stores, and even an adult store. The group was a colorful, chaotic mix. Takano and his lackeys immediately froze in place, their bravado crumbling. Only the black-haired man kept up his smirk, though it seemed a bit strained. "Hey now, I was just kidding. No need to take it so seriously. You're panicking." It was Yukino who spoke, her cold voice cutting through the tension. Her serene, elegant face betrayed no hint of fear, only calm control. "What did you say?" The black-haired man's smile wavered, though he tried to keep it up. Yukino's tone was ice-cold. "You're their leader. You can't afford to show weakness now, or you'll lose their respect." She paused, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. "Unfortunately for you, fear has a way of exposing itself. Your trembling fingers, your darting eyes, and that forced smile of yours, they all betray your cowardice." "Shut up." The black-haired man's grin vanished in an instant. Yukino remained unbothered. "You're desperately trying to mask your weakness, but it's all too obvious. You're nothing but a bully who preys on the weak. I told you to shut up." His shout was loud and angry, but the damage had already been done. The other members of his group were now glancing at him with uncertainty, their faith in him clearly shaken. Yukino's words were like a blade, slicing through the facade he had worked so hard to maintain. Faced with his growing frustration, Yukino suddenly remembered a playful line Haru had once teased her with. This seemed like the perfect moment to use it. So she delivered it lightly, almost casually, "You're panicking." Her words hit him like a hammer, and the black-haired man's face turned a deep shade of red. The live streamers watching the scene couldn't help but murmur among themselves. They were thoroughly impressed. No wonder she's his girlfriend, her presence is unmatched. "Damn it, I said shut up." Fueled by rage, the black-haired man lunged forward, throwing a punch at Yukino. His movements were quick and sudden, but his judgment was poor. Haru stepped in smoothly, intercepting the attack with ease. He caught the man's arm, twisted his body, and delivered a precise, forceful side kick to his stomach. The kick sent the man flying backward. He crashed to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to get back up. The sudden burst of action stunned everyone, even the reinforcements who had come to back Haru up. "You're in fighting. Fitness, experience plus 26, you're in fighting. Combat, experience plus 23, the low amount of experience earned proved one thing: the black-haired man was a weakling. "Wow, that was amazing!" one of the young bystanders exclaimed, a touch of awe in his voice. Haru's kick had been clean, precise, and brutally efficient. Yukino remained where she was, calm and composed, as if standing apart from the world. Her serene demeanor didn't change. She hadn't even flinched during the attack. She knew, with absolute certainty, that as long as Haru was there, nothing could harm her. "You bastards! I'll kill you." The black-haired man, still crumpled on the ground, gritted his teeth in rage. Struggling to sit up, he pulled a spring-loaded knife from his pocket. The faces of his companions turned pale. They knew the situation had escalated. Using a weapon changed everything. Haru's expression darkened as he rolled up his sleeves and began walking toward him. The black-haired man panicked at the sight. "Stay back. Don't come any closer. Relax. I'll make sure to cover your medical bills." Before the man could react, Haru's foot struck him again. With a sharp scream, the knife flew from his hand. The black-haired man curled up on the ground, gasping in agony, unable to make another sound. He resembled a broken, defeated dog, whimpering pathetically. Koji, the live streamer, exchanged a quick glance with his companions. The group instinctively tightened their circle, completely blocking the view of curious onlookers who had started to gather nearby. With his strength carefully controlled, Haru delivered 3 more kicks, each strike landing with precision. By the time he was done, the black-haired man lay curled up like a shrimp, cradling his head, too terrified to make another move. Haru calmly pulled out his phone and made a call to the police. After hanging up, he turned to Koji and the others. "Thanks for your help today. You can head back to work now. The police will be here soon." Koji hesitated. "Why don't we stay? If it's just a fight, the worst we'll get is a few days in detention." The others nodded in agreement, clearly prepared to take responsibility for their part. Haru smiled. "It's fine. Just leave it to me. Oh, by the way, I'm Amamiya Haru. Let me get your contact info." Koji's eyes lit up with excitement as he handed over his number. He understood that Haru wasn't just thanking them, this was an acknowledgement of their character. As they exchanged numbers, Koji couldn't hide his grin. He had just gained Haru's trust. Before parting ways, Haru said to him, "I'll reach out in a couple of days when I have time." "No problem. Anytime." The group left, smiling brightly, but they didn't go far. Koji and his friends lingered nearby, while the rest returned to their respective workplaces. It was clear they were still keeping an eye on the situation. Once they were out of sight, Takano Hiroichi and his remaining lackeys took the chance to quietly slip away, leaving behind only the black-haired man, still lying on the ground, his face a mask of despair. The man hung his head, his expression twisted with rage. "You think you'll get out of this unscathed after reporting it to the police? Dream on." Realizing that revealing his identity wouldn't help, he decided to bide his time and wait for the police to take him away. Then, he'd plan his revenge. Haru walked back to Yukino's side. "You should head home. I'll handle the rest." Yukino shook her head. "I'll stay with you." "All right." Haru agreed without further protest. While they waited for the police, Yukino made a quick call to her sister. It wasn't long before the officers arrived. 2 young policemen stepped out of the car, their eyes moving from the black-haired man on the ground to Haru and Yukino. "Did he call this in?" one officer asked, pointing to the man on the ground. Haru shook his head. "No, I did." The officers blinked in confusion. "So? You beat him up and then called the cops on yourself?" "No." Haru replied calmly. "He attacked me first. I just defended myself." "Then why is he the one on the ground?" "Because I was born with supernatural powers." Chapter 26, This Kid is Really Stubborn. Haru and Yukino were brought to the police station to assist with the investigation, while the black-haired youth, badly injured, was sent to a nearby hospital for treatment. Both Haru and Yukino cooperated fully with the police. The situation was straightforward, and it didn't take long for the officers to piece everything together. Just then, a middle-aged man with a large belly walked over. The young officer in charge of the inquiry quickly stood up. "Sir, what brings you here?" The man nodded and shifted his gaze toward Haru and Yukino. "Are these the suspects?" Yukino frowned slightly, while you remain calm and composed. "They're not suspects." The young officer quickly clarified. It was mutual combat, but the other party initiated the confrontation, blocked their path, and threw the first punch. The middle-aged man made no comment, merely giving a small nod before walking away. The young officer looked puzzled. Strange. This is just a common brawl. Why would the chief inspector personally take an interest? Yukino leaned toward Haru and whispered, "That person probably has some connections." The watch he was wearing was a Blockpane 6654, a piece only wealthy families could afford. Haru nodded. "I figured as much. Though I'll admit, I couldn't tell what kind of watch it was." Yukino shot him a look, realizing he was joking even in a situation like this. Despite herself, she started to relax a little. It wasn't just because she had already called her older sister for support, it was because with Haru by her side, she felt secure. Before long, the commotion of raised voices could be heard from the station's entrance. The officer questioning them glanced up. "What's going on out there?" One of his colleagues replied, "There's a crowd of about a dozen people at the door, claiming to be witnesses." "How many?" 15 or so. "I didn't count exactly. They said they were here for the fight and want to testify. They're claiming the injured guy attacked first, used a knife, and forced these 2 kids to defend themselves." Haru and Yukino exchanged amused glances. It was obvious Koji and the others had shown up to help again. The situation at the entrance quickly escalated, and the officer questioning them left to maintain order. Haru and Yukino remained seated, waiting quietly, when a familiar figure approached, escorted by an officer. "Haruno-san." Haru greeted first. "Big sister." Yukino said in a calm tone. "You two never fail to surprise me." Yukinoshita, Haruno said with a teasing smile. Her voice took on a mock hurt tone. "Yukino, I can't believe you didn't greet me first. It seems you've grown distant from your dear big sister. Yukino pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. Ever since Haru had entered her life and become a guiding figure, surpassing her older sister had ceased to be her goal. Now, all her efforts were focused on keeping up with him. Because of this shift, her relationship with Haruno wasn't as strained as it had been before. But given how different their personalities were, they still struggled to find common ground. Haruno thanked the officer who brought her water, then turned her attention to Haru and Yukino. I've looked into the situation. The person you fought is the only son of the Hirano family. They run a successful business. I've met them before at social events. Is it going to be troublesome? Haru asked. Haruno smiled lightly. Not really, but it might be a little tricky. She suddenly leaned closer to Haru with a playful grin. Haru, you've always been closer to Yukino than me. You only see me as a regular friend. Do you know how that hurts my feelings? Sister, could you refrain from making irrelevant comments in the police station? Yukino said with a stern face. Haruno chuckled. Oh? Getting defensive already? You're so quick to come to Haru's rescue. Yukino's face flushed slightly, but she said nothing. Haru sat there unfazed. Haruno tilted her head in curiosity. Aren't you going to ask how I plan to handle this? I don't think we'll need to bother you this time, Haruno-san. Oh? You already have a plan? Let me hear it. Haruno's interest was clearly piqued, but their conversation was interrupted when a man in a suit approached, carrying a briefcase. He smiled at Haru. Sorry for the delay, boss. I was gathering information and got held up. No worries. You're just in time. Haru replied with a small smile. The man took a seat beside them and introduced himself to the Yukinoshita sisters. My name is Takebayashi Shinya. I'm an attorney. You must be the Yukinoshita sisters. Both sisters nodded politely, then turned to Haru for clarification. He's a reliable lawyer who helps manage my family's business and our film company. Haru explained. The sisters exchanged a look of understanding. Haruno propped her chin on her hand, intrigued by how Haru planned to resolve the matter. Yukino, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. She had complete faith in Haru. Takebayashi opened his briefcase and began speaking. This case is fairly straightforward. Although Hirano's family head is close friends with the chief inspector here, you currently have the upper hand. The chief inspector's friend? Haruno was visibly surprised. She had hurried over and hadn't gathered that piece of information. The lawyer smiled. No need to worry, Yukinoshita-san. It's a minor detail. He pulled out a file and continued. The Hirano boy has a history of bad behavior, including an incident where he attempted to extort money from minors. Furthermore, he initiated the confrontation, used a weapon, and sustained his injuries as a result of his own aggression. Most importantly, he concluded with a confident smile, both of you are minors. That's our biggest advantage. Under the curious gaze of the Yukinoshita sisters, the lawyer chuckled softly, looking at the two sisters. You're familiar with the juvenile law here, right? If minors commit an offense that isn't particularly severe, the law mandates correctional education before any form of punishment is imposed. Haru chimed in, because it reflects special care and protection for minors. Exactly. The lawyer nodded, continuing, this case already tilts in your favor. With the Amamiya family and the Yukinoshita family's influence, if you're willing to involve the media, we'll receive support from two key forces. He raised a finger. The first is public opinion online. In this country, the hierarchy between seniors and juniors is overly rigid and often cruel, and bullying in schools is a widespread issue. Almost everyone who's been wronged has fantasized about exacting revenge on their tormentors. When people online see that two minors stood up to a group of delinquents, especially ones with a criminal record, you'll become the heroes of their imagined stories. This kind of personal heroism, with a rebellious streak, will spark massive public support anywhere. Haruno, deep in thought, nodded. That makes sense. Even if Hirano's son isn't a delinquent, the idle crowd he hangs out with might as well be. Though Yukino remained silent, she internally agreed with her sister. The truth is, Haruno added, voicing Yukino's unspoken thoughts, most bystanders don't care about the outcome, they're drawn in by the sheer drama of it all. Then, Haruno tilted her head, curious. What's the second force that'll back Haru? Yukino leaned in slightly, her eyes bright with curiosity. The lawyer exchanged a knowing glance with Haru, and they both smiled. The Minors Protection Association. The Yukinoshita sisters froze in place. They hadn't considered that angle at all. Under their astonished gaze, Haru explained, these associations are non-profit organizations. But precisely because they're non-profits, they're always desperate for funding. We hold the upper hand in this situation, and if they catch wind of it, they'll seize the opportunity to milk the situation for all it's worth. He added casually, of course, Not everyone in the association operates that way, but when money is involved, most of them will jump at the chance. Yukino stared at him, her face a mixture of shock and admiration. She couldn't help but think, so this is how the adult world plays its games? But how does Haru know so much about this? Haruno, on the other hand, wore a contemplative expression. I've heard my mother mention something similar before, but she never broke it down like this. Her gaze flickered as she looked at Haru, her eyes gleaming with amusement and admiration, her expression akin to a smug meme face. Now, this is what you call expertise. It seems like you really don't need my help this time, she said, her tone teasing yet warm. You've grown up, Haru. Haru met her gaze confidently. And you've grown up too, Haruno-san. I still remember when I dared you to climb a tree to steal bird eggs as a kid. A faint smile played on Yukino's lips. Haruno shot him a look, a mix of exasperation and charm. Flirting with a block of wood, she thought to herself. This guy really is immune to everything. Chapter 27, Can We Reconcile? Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man who had met Haru and the others earlier stood alone in the corridor. As a police inspector, a simple brawl usually wouldn't interest him. But today, the ones who got beaten up included the son of a friend. So, when his friend called him earlier, he had rushed over immediately. As a favor to a friend, stepping in would have been easy, a small gesture to curry favor with a businessman. That was his initial plan. But now, he had changed his mind. Miss Yukinoshita from the prestigious family, and the only son of the Amamiya family. He pulled out his phone and dialed his friend's number. Hey, Hirano, it's me. Yes, I'm at the station. You're at the hospital with your son, right? I've got the situation sorted, just let the procedure follow its normal course. It's just a fight between kids, nothing serious. On the other end, the man's voice was somber. Normal procedure? But my son's in the hospital. And didn't you just say I know you're upset, but hear me out. I said I'd help, but this case isn't under my jurisdiction. Besides, your son has been to the police station more than once. You really need to spend more time disciplining him. What? You're coming to the station? Fine, but I won't be here for long, I've got other things to do. Ignoring his friend's increasingly agitated tone, the man's face remained impassive. Before ending the call, he added, and don't call me again, I wouldn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. Disregarding the shocked response on the other end, he hung up and dialed another number. Mr. Yukinoshita, you're acquainted with the Amamiya family, aren't you? I was just thinking it'd be nice to have a meal together sometime, get to know one another. Ah, understood. Thank you for your time. After ending the second call, a smile crept onto his face. He knew that while the Yukinoshita family was run by the women, this message would undoubtedly reach the one in charge. Putting his phone away, he turned to gaze out the window, muttering to himself, you expect me to offend both the Yukinoshita and Amamiya families for your sake? Well, I'll have to cut ties with you for good. My career has no room for dead weight. On the other side, Haru's lawyer stepped out to take a call. When he returned, his face was alight with a smile. The matter's resolved. Hirano and his wife will be coming over soon. I'll handle the negotiations, and then we can leave. The Yukinoshita sisters both exhaled in relief. Although Haru and the lawyer had maintained a calm demeanor earlier, the matter hadn't yet been settled, leaving the sisters uneasy. The inspector didn't intervene? Haru recalled the middle-aged man they'd encountered earlier. The lawyer nodded. No action from him, which means the station will follow standard procedures. That gives me the freedom to file a report against them. A report? Yukino asked, puzzled. Haruno was equally curious. If it's going through normal procedures, why bother filing a report? If the inspector had intervened and bypassed the process, it wouldn't have been a report, it'd be a formal lawsuit. The lawyer, noticing their skepticism, clarified, when people are idle, they tend to overthink. Since we can't predict the inspector's next move, the best strategy is to keep him busy. Yukino took a deep breath. The intricacies of the adult world were proving far more complex than she had anticipated. You're not just an ordinary lawyer, are you? Haruno, ever perceptive, glanced between the lawyer and Haru. Haru smiled faintly. I've already told you, Mr. Takama is a highly capable lawyer. I don't doubt it. Haruno mused, her analytical mind racing. But he seems to have mixed heritage, doesn't he? The lawyer nodded with a professional air. Indeed, my mother is from Kanagawa, and my father is from Manhattan, New York. Haruno's expression shifted in understanding. That explains it. Manhattan was synonymous with wealth and influence. With such a background, it made sense that this lawyer would be bold enough to keep the inspector busy. Her mind wandered to that country's peculiarities, like the fact that it officially recognized 97 genders. Haruno's thoughts turned whimsical as she glanced at Haru. If this were America, would Haru have even more buffs stacked on his side? The thought amused her. Meanwhile, Yukino had pieced everything together and felt a mixture of emotions. The rules of the adult world. She still wasn't used to them. Just then, she felt a sudden warmth in her palm. Turning her head, she saw Haru smiling at her. Don't think too much, our business is our own, we don't need to worry about others interfering. We don't need others to tell us what to do. Yukino's heart settled. She returned his smile. I understand. Haruno observed the interaction quietly, choosing not to comment. Soon, a well-dressed couple hurried into the station. The man looked refined, and the woman adorned herself in luxurious jewelry. Clearly, they weren't short on money. The lawyer whispered to Haru, that's the Hirano couple. After a brief exchange with the police, the couple quickly approached them, their expressions shifting from worry to anger. The lawyer stepped forward, blocking their path. Mr. Hirano? The man scowled impatiently. Who are you? Maintaining a professional smile, the lawyer handed him a business card. TakeAmishinya, attorney. The man froze for a moment upon hearing the name. After glancing at the card, his expression changed drastically. He turned to his wife, who was muttering angrily, and snapped, quiet. Then, he looked back at the lawyer, his tone stiff. What do you want to discuss? The lawyer, sensing the timing was right, spoke slowly. Judging by your anger, it seems you're unaware that your son instigated the fight and even pulled a knife. What? A knife? He didn't mention that when we saw him at the hospital. The couple froze, stunned. Behind them, Haruno grinned playfully. That's right. When I arrived, there were 15 enthusiastic bystanders ready to testify. The couple's faces turned an unsightly shade of pale as they recognized Haruno's identity. The man forced a strained smile. Could we discuss this privately? The lawyer glanced at Haru, silently deferring to him. The Hirano couple quickly realized that the one in charge was not the lawyer, but the young man who had hospitalized their son. Though frustrated, the man swallowed his pride and turned to Haru. Excuse me. Could we reach a settlement? Haru's response was cold. Are you joking? That single sentence left the man feeling as though he'd been doused in ice water. From there, the process unfolded smoothly. The lawyer negotiated with the Hirano couple, and the matter was resolved with little fanfare. When Haru left, he didn't even need to pay the medical fees he prepared. Instead, he left behind the dejected couple standing at the station entrance. Thanking the lawyer and dismissing the group of young witnesses, Haru joined Yukino in Haruno's car. You should teach them early. Yukino remarked before getting in. Haru nodded. Their enthusiasm exceeded my expectations. Of course, it is also possible that they want to have a good relationship with us. Either way, they're good people. Yukino smiled, trusting Haru's judgment. Chapter 28, that year who should I drop off first? Haruno asked as she started the car, her eyes flicking to the bag beside Yukino in the rearview mirror. She had noticed it earlier packed with vegetables and meat. That's way more than one person could eat. Even if they planned to store it, there was no need to buy that much. So, they've started living together? Haruno, the ultimate siscon, found her emotions fluctuating wildly. She couldn't decide whether to be relieved that her once lonely little sister was finally going to end up with her childhood friend, or to lament the fact that even her younger sister now had a boyfriend, while a certain someone Miss Shizuka Hiratsuka remained single. That woman was practically past her expiration date. Just go to my place directly. I'm still waiting for Yukino to teach me how to cook. Haru said casually, leaning back in the car's back seat. Haruno's lips curled into a playful smile. Looks like I was right. Are you two living together now? We're not. Yukino replied, calm and composed. But you're cooking together. Isn't that basically the same thing? If you insist on seeing it that way, then there's no point in me arguing. Yukino, you're not as cute as you used to be. Same goes for you, Haru. Haruno feigned regret. Neither Haru nor Yukino paid any attention to her. Not that Haruno minded. She thought to herself for a moment before suddenly laughing. Haru, your performance today was interesting. Looks like you're all set to step into the world of adults. Under Yukino's curious gaze, Haru replied nonchalantly, I learned it from TV. No one believed him. But neither of the Yukinoshita sisters called him out on it. Haruno, clearly in a good mood, continued driving while grinning. How about I take you to audit some college classes when you have time? Maybe someday. Haru said, not taking it seriously. Haruno was unpredictable. For all he knew, she might forget her offer by tomorrow. When the car stopped in front of Haru's house, Haruno got out as well but made no move to follow them inside. Haru extended an invitation anyway. Want to come in? Next time, for sure. I've got something to take care of today. Haruno waved off the idea with a smile. Alright. Just as Haru and Yukino turned to head inside, Haruno called out, Haru. Her tone was different this time. The two turned back. Haruno's expression was soft, her smile warm. Thank you for looking after Yukino. Haruno-san, I think you've got it wrong. Haru corrected her. It's not me looking after Yukino. We've been supporting and relying on each other to get through everything. Beside him, Yukino stood still, her gaze fixed on Haru. Her eyes softened, filled with warmth and satisfaction. Supporting and relying on each other, huh? Haruno smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I can practically smell the stench of romance from here. Watching the two head inside, Haruno was reminded of the past. Back then, her little sister had been afraid of her. The first time she'd met Haru, Yukino had been hiding behind him. He, on the other hand, had boldly stared her down. My name is Amamiya Haru. I currently hold the record for the highest jump in our elementary school's history. Pretty amazing, right? That unconventional introduction had left Haruno stunned for a moment. But then she realized he'd said it on purpose to distract Yukino and ease her tension. Even as a child, he'd been thoughtful enough to care for her little sister. From that moment, Haruno had been curious about him. That year, Haru and Yukino were 7 years old. Maybe that's when they started supporting each other. Haruno murmured, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Her eyes carried a rare warmth she seldom showed. This year, Haru and Yukino were 16. Life for Amamiya Haru soon returned to its usual rhythm. He'd replaced his daily after-school runs with sparring at the karate club. The club captain was more than happy to welcome him. On Tuesday after school, Yukino sat in the clubroom, clearly in a bad mood. Haru was still at the karate club, leaving the room with only 4 girls for the time being. Yui was frowning in concentration as she read a book and took notes. It was obvious her study efficiency wasn't great, but her determination was admirable. Yukino's sour mood wasn't because of that, though. It stemmed from the news brought in by the girls from the photography club, Hashimoto and her friends. Yukinoshita, are you sure that Megami Kato girl is really a student here? We've been asking around during lunch for the past 2 days, but strangely enough, no one seems to have any impression of her. Hearing that had left Yukino feeling like she'd stepped into a horror story. She'd made the request on Sunday night through a group chat with Hashimoto and her friends. She hadn't asked Yui for help, as the cheerful girl was still within her watch zone. But the fact that Hashimoto and her group had come up empty-handed was baffling. They're the type to take requests seriously. There's no way they didn't try their best. Does that mean this Megami Kato really is just that ordinary? Ordinary to the point where no one interacts with her? The realization left Yukino in disbelief. Even the most ordinary student would have some kind of social circle by now. It was almost June, after all. Even Yukino, who maintained an aloof and distant persona, had classmates who occasionally spoke to her. What were they talking about earlier? Who was Megami Kato? Yui's curious gaze flitted between Yukino and the others. Their conversation hadn't been particularly hushed, so she could hear it all clearly. Just then, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Pardon my intrusion. Yukino, unfazed by the figure's voluptuous silhouette, responded, come in, senpai. Haru is still at the karate club. He'll be here shortly. Yutaha raised an eyebrow. Karate? Amamiya-san joined another club? No, he's just found a new way to work out. Yukino replied curtly. Yutaha didn't press for details. Having been a regular visitor to the photography club these past 2 days, she'd already grown familiar with the group. In less than 2 minutes, she'd gleaned the whole story right under Yukino's watchful gaze. So, you're saying Amamiya-san is already evenly matched with the karate club captain? Yutaha's surprise was genuine. For a first year to hold their own against a third-year captain, one who'd competed nationally, no less, was no small feat. Hashimoto, adjusting her new telescope, replied, pretty much. Amamiya-san's always been amazing. We're used to it by now. Used to it? Yutaha tilted her head in confusion. Another girl chimed in with a grin, yeah. Whether it's photography, script writing, or even standing up to bullies on the first day, Amamiya-san's always been incredible. We're used to him being amazing. Hashimoto added with a giggle, at this point, we just treat him like a deity, admire him from afar and don't get too close. After all, he has Yukinoshita-san, right? Are you all that free? Yukino, hearing her name mentioned, felt compelled to interject. Sorry, Vice President. We'll get back to work. The girls laughed as they returned to their books. Yutaha glanced at Yukino, their gazes meeting briefly. She offered a polite smile. Yukino merely nodded before resuming her reading. Their relationship is even closer than I thought. This might be a bit tricky. But rather than frustration, Yutaha felt intrigued. The greater the challenge, the more interesting it becomes. After all, her rival was no ordinary opponent. Chapter 29, She flirts again. Haru returned to the photography club after brushing up on his karate skills. Spotting Yutaha already there didn't surprise him. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Haru retrieved a neatly printed document from the drawer and handed it out to the group. This is the story I mentioned last time. It'll be your next project. Yukino didn't reach for a copy. With her advantage of being close to Haru, she'd already read it. In fact, several details in the story had been her own suggestions. Yutaha was already engrossed in the document. From her first year, Yutaha had proven to be exceptionally talented at screenwriting. This was her territory, her expertise. Yue, on the other hand, accepted the document with a strange look on her face. She couldn't help but think back to the conversation she'd had with Haru online that one night. A 30 megabytes text file. Just the index. And it'd take at least 10 years to master writing like that? She sighed inwardly. How am I supposed to carve out my own path when Yukinoshita-san's defenses are this solid? Her gaze drifted briefly to Yukino, who was sitting calmly as usual, an unreadable expression on her face. Why do you have a telescope here? Haru asked, breaking her train of thought as he noticed the item on Hashimoto's desk. Wanna try it out? My sister gave it to me. It's got fantastic magnification and aperture. Hashimoto said as she passed the telescope to him. Haru accepted it casually. Make sure you all finish reading the story. You'll need to shoot it later. Got it, Mr. President? Hashimoto replied playfully. Everyone buried their heads in the documents, even Yukino refraining from interrupting the silence. She sat quietly, flipping through a book of her own. With nothing else to do, Haru wandered over to the window and raised the telescope. Hashimoto hadn't been lying, the telescope's magnification was impressive. He turned the lens toward more distant objects, adjusting the angle until Haru froze. Congratulations. You've unlocked a new skill, auto-aim, level 1, auto-aim? Haru didn't rush to test his new skill. Based on his experience, skills at level 1 hardly offered any noticeable improvement. Still, something about this puzzled him. He'd often gazed into the distance to test his eyes before, so why did this skill unlock only now? Could it be that the naked eye doesn't count? Do I need to use tools to see farther to unlock this auto-aim skill? Curious, he picked up the telescope again. You are aiming into the distance. Auto-aim, EXP plus 12, you are aiming into the distance. Auto-aim, EXP plus 16, the notifications popped up repeatedly as Haru continued to experiment, until the group gradually put down their documents. Haru. Yukino called him back. From what you said earlier, you're not planning to help with the filming? Eh? At her words, the others immediately turned to look at him, curiosity and concern written on their faces. Yutaha gave Yukino a brief, knowing glance. Of course I'm helping. Haru replied, shaking his head. I'm the president of the photography club. How could I not? Meeting everyone's gazes, he continued with a slight grin, but I'm not going to do everything for you. This story is meant to be your practice project, after all. I'll do my best. Yu's face flushed red with determination. Practice? Is he giving me a chance to gain hands-on experience? Yu's heart fluttered at the thought. Yukino, as always, quickly pieced together his intentions. Years of understanding Haru's quirks made it easy for her. Meanwhile, Yutaha observed quietly, a conclusion forming in her mind. These two are very close. Amemiya-kun, didn't you mention that the photography club is still recruiting? Yutaha suddenly asked. Yeah, why? Are you thinking of joining? Can you handle it on top of your other activities? Haru raised an eyebrow, knowing she was already involved in another club. I can manage. At the very least, I don't want to miss out on working on this story. If you're willing to help, then start by filling out the application form. Alright. And just like that, it was decided. Yukino watched the exchange unfold but didn't object. Haru's words echoed in her mind, exceptionals are naturally drawn to one another. She knew how excellent Yutaha was. And outstanding people will also attract each other. Having someone like Yutaha on board would only make the team stronger. Yukino didn't mind at all. If anything, she saw it as an opportunity to challenge herself against someone equally remarkable. Such an outstanding rival is rare. This will be a valuable experience for me too. With a composed demeanor and her signature unshakable aura, Yukino maintained her position as queen. The addition of Yutaha to the photography club meant Haru had to walk her through the basics. While teaching her, his skill experience surged once more. Currently, he had 3 skills at level 8, physical fitness, photography, and scriptwriting. Teaching was at level 7. At this rate, he was confident he could grind physical fitness to level 10 by the end of the week. What he didn't know was whether anything special would happen when a skill reached level 10. After all, I only have a skill panel, not an actual system. This had been a source of frustration for him ever since that bizarre high jump competition in his childhood. Without a proper system, he had no way to get answers to his questions. When the club activity ended, everyone headed home. Everyone except Yutaha. She stood outside the building, gazing up at the overcast sky. She looked up at the gloomy sky and thought, will it rain today? Sure enough, 10 minutes later, accompanied by rumbling thunder, a rainstorm suddenly fell. A smile tugged at Yutaha's lips. She'd checked the weather forecast 2 days ago and waited for this exact moment. Coming to the photography club 2 days in a row wasn't for learning anything. Getting past Yukino's guard takes strategy. Yesterday's clear skies had forced her to postpone her plan. Kasumijoka-senpai, didn't you bring an umbrella? Want me to walk you home? A friendly girl nearby offered help, holding her umbrella out. Thank you, but no need. A friend's coming to pick me up. Yutaha replied with a shake of her head. Once the girl left, Yutaha pulled out her phone and sent Haru a message. Can you come to school? I just finished up and realized it's pouring. I forgot my umbrella. Within seconds, Haru replied, you're still at school? Wait there, I'll come get you. Seeing his response, Yutaha let out a relieved smile. But when she spotted him rushing across the rain-drenched field, umbrella in hand, his clothes already soaked from the downpour, her heart skipped a beat. For a moment, she was stunned. This boy, someone so capable and outstanding, had dropped everything and rushed out into a storm just because of a single message from her. In that fleeting instant, Yutaha felt something stir inside her. This must be what falling in love feels like. Though she'd never experienced it before, she was certain she was falling for him. It's rare to meet someone this exceptional. Why would I let him go? As for Yukinoshita? Sorry, but I'm not the type of girl to play fair and square. When Haru finally reached the steps, he shook off his umbrella and muttered, I knew it would rain today, but this is overkill. If I'd known, I would have borrowed one of those big market stall umbrellas instead. Yutaha chuckled at his childish grumbling. So he has this side to him too. Had you done that, the shop owner would be chasing you down right about now. She teased. I was joking. Haru replied, handing her the spare umbrella he'd brought. Yutaha's eyes softened as she took it, noticing his damp clothes and wet hair. You didn't have to rush. The rain will let up soon enough. I wasn't in any hurry. She said gently. But I was. Haru countered with a shrug. I have a gaming session later. The faster I get you home, the sooner I can do OQ. Yutaha blinked, speechless for a moment. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, saying nothing. Okay, I was joking again. Haru relented. The session's tonight. Yutaha let out a soft humphrey and turned to look at the rain. This kind of rainstorm usually comes quickly and goes away quickly. We can run to the convenience store opposite to take shelter from the rain later and see how the rain changes then. Why the convenience store? The bus stops closer. Haru questioned, his gaze briefly lingering on her elegant figure. Because I want to spend more time with you. Yutaha turned back to him with a dazzling smile. Take a guess. I'll pass. Haru replied, feigning disinterest. But inside, he sighed. There she goes again. Flirting out of nowhere. Chapter 30, Kato Megumi flashes into the scene. Haru's feelings at the moment were complicated. He could easily decipher the signals Yutaha was giving off. And it was precisely because he could understand them that he found himself amazed. We only met briefly as kids. There's no way that left such a lasting impression, right? It's not like we're characters in Naruto, bound by the power of friendship. As for delivering the umbrella, that was a trivial matter to Haru. Since Yutaha had joined the photography club, willingly helped out, and was essentially a walking, high-quality experience pack, how could he refuse her a simple favor like this? Of course, even though Haru was a transmigrator, there was no way he could have predicted that today's rainstorm had been part of Yutaha's plan all along. Back at the photography club, she had already made her first move, subtly teasing him. Now, taking advantage of the brief moment of shelter from the rain, she was once again flaunting her charm. Are you really planning to shoot a short film? Kasumijoka Yutaha broke the silence, starting a new conversation. Haru nodded. And what about all the production costs? I'll take care of it. You guys just focus on practicing and improving. How generous of you. She sounded like she was casually praising him, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she spoke. The motion, combined with her natural grace and beauty, carried a subtle sensuality. Haru glanced at her. As if anticipating his reaction, she tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze. Haru kept his composure. With your learning speed, I think you'll pick this up faster than you. You might even end up helping train the newcomers. You're really quick on your feet, immediately dragging you into the conversation just to shift the topic. Yutaha cut him off mid-sentence. Haru froze for a second, caught off guard. Seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but chuckle. If you want to look, just look openly. There's no need to hide it. Though. She paused deliberately, her lips curving into a playful smile. If you keep staring for too long, it might come off as rude. After she finished speaking, she straightened her posture, accentuating her already alluring figure. The curves of her body were impossible to ignore. Haru sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I wasn't trying to change the subject. I know. But I need to pretend you were. She thought to herself, smiling slyly. Just as the rain was getting lighter, she changed the subject very smoothly. Let's go, before it gets heavier again. Haru opened his umbrella and followed her. Could you walk a bit faster? She said, walking ahead, quickening her pace. The two of them arrived at the convenience store, shaking the water off their umbrellas. Yutaha was pleased with the current atmosphere, but as she turned, she noticed that Haru looked like he was about to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? She asked, suspicious. Haru's expression was a little awkward. You didn't really have to rush over like that. Why? What if the rain picks up again? Haru's expression grew even more strange. Well, I was about to call someone to bring us over, but you kept speeding up, and I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Yutaha blinked. No wonder he had that odd look earlier. In his eyes, I must have done something foolish. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. But Yutaha was quick to change the subject. Is Yukinoshita-san really that talented at photography? Here it comes, she couldn't resist asking about Yukino. Haru couldn't help but chuckle. Yukino is a prodigy, you can't compare. A prodigy? Yutaha asked, confused. She learns everything incredibly fast. Ever since elementary school, she's been a multi-talented girl. Really? Yutaha seemed skeptical. Haru didn't bother explaining further. Having grown up with Yukino, he knew the weight of the genius girl label on her. For others, it might just be a title. But for Yukino, it was probably more like a buff. When he taught her Chinese, her progress was astonishing. When she taught him Spanish, he struggled to keep up. No system, just raw stats. That's what a prodigy looked like. Yutaha didn't press the issue further. She turned to study Haru's profile. Earlier, you said you wanted to personally shoot a film, so you created the photography club for that? Not entirely. Oh? Do tell. Seeing her interest, Haru smiled casually. The original purpose of creating the photography club was just to give Yukino a place to improve. Yutaha was taken aback. He continued, she's always wanted to catch up with me, and I needed something to do in high school, so I created the photography club. That way, she has a place to learn from me. That's enough for that topic. Yutaha suddenly cut in. Haru turned to look at her, only to see her hand on her forehead, looking like she had a headache. Is it really appropriate to keep bringing up another girl's name in front of a girl? I think it's perfectly fine. Haru thought to himself. Yutaha noticed his silence, about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Aren't you going to notice me? Both she and Haru jumped in surprise and turned around. Standing near the back of the convenience store, was none other than Kato Megumi. With a calm tone, she said, I've been waiting for you two for a long time. Haru? Yutaha? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Haru was once again reminded of Kato Megumi's near-invisible presence. Just like last time, he had completely failed to notice her. Yet here they were, walking toward the convenience store, completely unaware of another classmate being present behind them. The most absurd part was that she casually said, I've been waiting for you two for a long time. It was like a sudden shift to a horror movie. Who are you? Yutaha asked, her eyes scanning Kato Megumi and Haru back and forth. From what Kato Megumi had just said, it was clear they must have known each other. Hello, Kasumijoka-senpai. I'm Kato Megumi. Kato Megumi greeted honestly. Yutaha immediately asked, do you know Amamiya-kun? Kato Megumi seemed to remain just as honest. We met when we were kids. Huh? Yutaha froze in place. So, you have a childhood buff too? Haru glanced at the umbrella Kato Megumi was holding. Are you here to avoid the rain too? Yeah, I saw you both enter the school, and then you walked toward me and stood in front. Kato Megumi spoke with a neutral expression, as if discussing something as mundane as eating or drinking. Now I get it. Haru thought to himself, no wonder she said that funny line about waiting for us for so long. Yutaha furrowed her delicate brows, thinking, I didn't even notice someone was behind us. If it weren't for Haru knowing Kato Megumi, she'd almost wonder if she'd just encountered some urban legend. She quickly dismissed the thought as unimportant. Today was her carefully planned chance to avoid Yukino's watchful eyes and spend time alone with Haru. She certainly didn't want this moment to end so soon. Just as Yutaha was about to speak, Kato Megumi suddenly said, the rain's getting lighter. We can head back now. Yutaha was cut off, trying to interject, but Kato Megumi, as if not seeing her, turned to Haru. Amamiya-kun, you said we could call a car, right? Yeah, since you're here too, we can all go together. Haru nodded. I'll cover the fare. Kato Megumi added. I wasn't calling a taxi, so you don't need to pay for the fare. We're all classmates. Thanks. The two exchanged words, while Yutaha stood there, dumbfounded. Why is she still talking? Does she ever stop? Chapter 31, Get Out of Here. Yutaha had completely lost her opportunity. She was feeling quite frustrated, realizing she should have spoken up earlier. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary Kato Megumi would be acting anything but ordinary? She saw Haru pulling out his phone, preparing to make a call, and knew her plans were about to be interrupted. Although a bit annoyed, she couldn't come up with any way to handle the situation. As Haru was entering numbers on his phone screen, an excited voice suddenly came from the roadside. Big brother? The shout of Big Brother immediately caught Yutaha and Kato Megumi's attention. The three of them looked over, and a young man in a t-shirt and shorts, riding a Honda delivery bike, was grinning in surprise. Is this your part-time job? I remember you were working at an ice cream shop last time? Haru recognized him. Though he didn't know his name, he remembered the young man as one of Koji's friends who had come to the police station as a concerned citizen that day. Yeah, delivering food is my side job. Gotta make some money. The young man laughed, his gaze briefly scanning Yutaha beside Haru, surprised. Is this Big Brother's new girlfriend? Haru didn't notice the young man's thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he said, Are you free today? I have some time now. Why don't you call Koji and the others? We can find a place and chat. He had been planning to help them with their live stream plans soon, and it just so happened that he ran into them today. Might as well settle the matter. Sure, let me finish this delivery, and I'll contact them right away. After watching him leave, Haru turned to explain to the two girls, he's a friend of mine. They're a group of really hardworking people trying to make a living through live streaming. I have a few ideas, so I was thinking of helping them out. Yutaha's earlier frustration disappeared, and she quickly responded, So you're going to teach them now? Is it alright if I join? Kato Megumi looked over too. Haru was unconcerned. It's no trouble at all. Kato-san, if you're interested, you can join too. Kato Megumi nodded. Do they all call you Big Brother? Yutaha finally remembered the nickname and couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me you're some gangster boy from TV? Haru retorted, If I were a gangster, I'd have made a name for myself at school long ago. Before long, Koji and his group arrived. Haru led the two girls to a larger private room, where the group of over 10 young men entered energetically. Although these young men were surprised by Yutaha's beauty, they were more focused on their careers, so they only glanced at her before their eyes locked onto Haru. Their gaze was intense, almost as if they could drool at any moment, much like a popular meme from the internet. Thanks for helping us last time. Haru spoke first. No problem, we didn't have to do much. The young man waved it off. Yutaha raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but she didn't interrupt. Kato Megumi, on the other hand, sat quietly like nothing was happening. After some pleasantries, Haru got to the point. Koji, your live stream popularity is doing well, right? Yeah, not bad. There are people who make clips of my streams, and in China, there are people saying my youth has returned. Renaissance. And all that. I'm thinking maybe I should join that pink app, like other influencers. The young man spoke excitedly. Haru froze for a moment. It's already gotten to that point? He quickly guessed what the pink app was. He immediately reminded him, It's great that your popularity is rising, means you can make money off this. But if you're really considering joining that site, make sure you don't do a certain type of show. What kind of show? The group's eyes were eager. Don't do a laugh challenge? Haru didn't explain further and instead asked, Do you guys know about the replica person track? Replica person? Now even Yutaha turned her curious gaze toward him. To put it simply, it's when others imitate your style and live stream it. Since you have so many friends, you could easily find 3 people to dress exactly like you, and the 4 of you could do some creative programs together. Haru was recalling some of the high-traffic videos he had seen before his transmigration, from serious ones to celebrity impersonations, to abstract figures like Newton or Hawking, each one getting its share of attention and gifts. Especially when they were performing together. The heat only skyrocketed. You are teaching experience, plus 27, you are teaching experience, plus 21, you are teaching experience, plus 9, lines of experience notifications kept popping up, each with different amounts, reflecting the varying learning efficiencies of the group. I get it. A young man with a crew cut suddenly stood up excitedly. Big Brother, You mean we should all dress up like Banana-kun, then have a real-life park battle, and stream it? Haru blinked. A real-life park battle? The crew cut guy was thrilled. Yeah, didn't you just say that? We should do something creative. We can have a real fight, like a full contact battle. If we end up in the hospital, we'll still make a lot of money after deducting medical costs. Haru was stunned. Did I just say that? The crew cut guy suddenly realized and grinned awkwardly. Maybe I misunderstood a bit, but my intentions were good, right, big brother? Your intentions are great, but for now, stop. Someone get him out of here. Immediately, someone dragged him away. Yutaha stifled her laughter. She had been so absorbed in listening, thinking she was about to learn something new, only to have a little genius pop up. Kato Megami's thoughts were more straightforward. Fighting was illegal, and live streaming a fight was even worse. Big brother, go on. Koji and his friends laughed awkwardly. Haru cleared his throat. No real-life park battles, that's illegal. But if you want to do something creative, you could write a script and create a story, like something based on Tokyo Vice. Tokyo Vice? The young man perked up, clearly excited. That name sounded sophisticated and artistic, almost like a high-rating film. Yutaha couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted. Are you going to write a script again? Haru shook his head. This kind of story doesn't need a full script. You can explain it with just a few hundred words. Listening to the conversation, the young men were even more intrigued. See? That beauty asked again. Which meant Big Brother had other personas. This was just like a drama. Big Brother had secret identities. Haru didn't pay much attention to their brainstorming. After thinking for a moment, he said, you guys can prepare today, and Tokyo Vice is just for making videos. Try to make it into a series. The goal is to make it fun for the viewers who are interested. I get it. The same guy who had run off earlier came back, excited. Big brother, you want us to enter the entertainment industry, right? With a series, we could debut as idols. Haru was silent. Yutaha couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed aloud. Hearing her laugh, Haru couldn't keep it together. Get this idiot out of here. The young man was dragged away again, and the rest of Koji's group tried hard to suppress their laughter. Haru waved his hand. Go ahead and laugh. It's no big deal. No, big brother, continue. The young men said, all pretending to be serious students. They were not only listening intently but also had paper and pens in hand, clearly taking notes. Seeing how focused they were, Haru decided to simplify the plot of Tokyo Vice for them. At first, the young men thought they were heading down a sophisticated, artistic route, and they had been nervous before Haru spoke. But as he continued, their expressions turned from eager anticipation to stunned silence. What's with those faces? Haru had expected it, so he wasn't surprised. It's just that we thought Tokyo Vice would be like Tokyo Love Story, artsy. You've got quite the imagination. Haru chuckled as he noticed the crew cut guy entering again. The two locked eyes. The crew-haired guy understood Haru's meaning and looked embarrassed. I didn't say anything this time. Ah, kids don't know any better. Alright, send him off. Chapter 32, This is Cheating. After dealing with a group of young people, as they all fell into deep thought, Haru picked up the menu and handed it to them. Treating them to a meal was necessary. However, before that, he needed to send Yutaha and Kato Megami on their way. Both girls were heading home for dinner, so it wasn't convenient for them to stay. The three of them walked to the entrance. The rain wasn't heavy at the moment, but they still needed an umbrella. Haru made a call to the company's driver. The driver had been arranged by his mother. Haru's mother, in her effort to pamper her son, not only arranged for a driver but also wanted to hire someone to take care of his daily life. Haru had rejected the offer to have someone watch over him, as he didn't like having strangers around. But the driver was a different story. He had no real use for him, but his home was quite close to school, so he accepted. After he finishing the call, Yutaha asked, when does the experimental short film for the club begin filming? If everything goes well, we should start this weekend. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Yutaha said with some anticipation. Suddenly, Kato Megami's voice chimed in, did you also join the photography club, senior? Yes, I just joined today. As Yutaha spoke, she felt something was off. The next moment, her guess was confirmed. Amamiya-kun, is the photography club still looking for members? I'd like to join as well. There wasn't much expression on Kato Megami's fair face. Before Haru could respond, Yutaha asked first, Kato Megami, you haven't joined a club yet? Kato Megami shook her head. She didn't have a club, and her friends were scarce. Haru, of course, welcomed the new experience points. While the two girls conversed, Yutaha discreetly sized up Kato Megami. At first glance, Kato Megami seemed quite ordinary, with no standout features. But upon a closer look, Yutaha thought her face was fine, her figure was good, and her personality was decent too. With so many decent qualities combined, she couldn't just call her ordinary. The driver arrived soon, and the two girls got in, waving goodbye. Just before the car started, Kato Megumi stole another glance at Haru. She hadn't told him, but she wasn't the type to easily start a conversation. The reason she'd spoken to him that day was because the impression he'd left on her as a child had been so strong. After sending the two girls off, Haru returned to the restaurant for his meal. The meal didn't take long. The young people were eager to chase their dreams, and Haru was eager to get home to test out his new skills. On the way home, he specifically bought a telescope. After taking a quick shower at home, he didn't even pet his orange cat but immediately grabbed the telescope and went out to the balcony. You are aiming at a distant target. Auto-aim, experience plus 13, you are aiming at a distant target. Auto-aim, experience plus 17, experience kept rising, and when the auto-aim skill hit level 2, Haru could feel a subtle change. While practicing with the telescope, he had inadvertently noticed someone else on a nearby balcony holding a telescope as well. Their gazes met. It was like a direct duel through the lens. But it wasn't anything inappropriate. Haru saw that the person had a sketch pad beside them, with half-drawn skyscrapers on it. With auto-aim reaching level 2, he observed the distance again and could vaguely feel an intuition guiding him to where there were people or where a bird might be hopping on a rooftop. The sensation was faint, so faint that without his full concentration, it would have been hard to notice. It felt different from the usual way his eyes naturally scanned the surroundings. It was more like an automatic identification of targets, like in a first-person shooter game where enemies were outlined on the screen. This really is starting to feel like a cheat. Haru muttered, rubbing his eyes. The skill panel wasn't as simple as it seemed. Every skill took exponentially more experience to level up after level 5, and the boosts he could feel were much more significant. At this point, he was very eager to find out what would happen at level 10. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and messaged Oyama from the karate club, "Hey, do you have time tonight? I'm feeling the urge to spar again. How about we find a place to continue?" It took about 5 minutes for Oyama to reply, "Of course, I'm always up for a spar with someone as skilled as you. I'll get better faster." They agreed to meet at 6:30. The next day after school, Yukino and the others were surprised to find that Haru wasn't heading to his usual training. "What's going on?" Yukino asked, unable to hide her confusion. She knew Haru too well. Once he decided to do something, unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't change his mind. Haru felt a little awkward under their curious gazes. "I called Senior out last night. We ended up sparring again." "And then?" "Then Senior probably wasn't prepared enough, didn't manage his energy well, and while we were sparring, he ended up throwing up." "Everyone." Yukino looked at him with a sense of helplessness. "I've known for a while that your stamina is impressive, but you managed to make a karate club ace puke. You're really something. Will you still go for sparring in the future?" Yutaha was more concerned about that. Haru nodded. Although his senior had gotten sick, he felt a bit bad about it, but his senior was very eager to improve. He'd immediately said that throwing up was nothing, and they could try again another day. Haru planned to invite his senior out for a meal sometime to make up for it, or he'd feel guilty. At that moment, a female voice came from the direction of the door. "Excuse me, I'm Kato Megumi. I've come to apply to join the photography club, Amamiya-kun." "Kato Megumi?" Yukino immediately turned her head. What met her eyes was Kato Megumi's face, which seemed rather ordinary at first glance. Haru stood up and explained, "This is Kato-san I mentioned to you. Something happened yesterday, and she decided to join the club." Yukino's expression remained unchanged, her eyes never leaving the girl. It wasn't until Kato Megumi finished filling out the form and greeted everyone kindly that Yukino still couldn't find anything particularly threatening about her. Very ordinary. Doesn't seem to have anything worth paying attention to. Yukino had thought that, at first. That was, until Haru finished going over the basics with the new members, and without me noticing, Kato Megumi had somehow ended up sitting right behind me. When Yukino realized this, she saw Kato Megumi politely asking, "Are you Yukinoshita-san?" I ran into a few issues. When Amamiya-kun was explaining things to Yuigahama-san, he said if there's anything we don't understand, we can come ask you. "Is this how you always are?" Yukino asked the question suddenly. Kato Megumi tilted her head slightly, looking confused, as if she didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing." "What is it you don't understand?" Yukino rubbed her brow. "When did she even sit behind me? If we were to use the terms from Haru's favorite video games, could this be considered maxing out stealth skills and using flash to sneak in?" Yukino became intrigued by this seemingly ordinary girl. Not far away, Yutaha was watching everything unfold. So it's not just me who finds Kato Megami a bit unpredictable. Yukinoshita feels the same way too. For some reason, Utaha immediately felt a sense of balance within herself. Haru was also observing. However, his emotional reaction was a bit stronger. Because he realized that thanks to his auto-aim reaching level 2, as long as he stayed focused, he could lock onto Kato Megami as easily as if he were playing a shooting game with an auto-targeting system. This is cheating. Now, there was no turning back. He had to play with this skill. Chapter 33, Pretending Not to Know. Though the girls in the photography club had their own thoughts, the atmosphere always remained harmonious as long as Haru was present. The reason was simple. Yukino and the others saw the photography club as Haru's personal endeavor, something he had poured his heart into. Because of this, he gave his all when teaching, never holding back. And when he taught, he was always so serious. Under this kind of atmosphere, no one played mind games. Though they didn't know that Haru was simply enjoying the experience points. During this time, Hiratsuka Shizuka stopped by once. Seeing that the club had gained a few more female members and that the air in the room was thick with competition, she didn't step inside to interrupt. She merely stood at the door for a while before leaving. Meanwhile, Haru continued farming experience while repeatedly testing his auto-aim level 2 ability. By the end of his tests, his initial feeling was confirmed. Kato Megami's presence wasn't an issue for him. However, Yukino and the others were still a little unsettled by her sudden appearances. Still, everyone was busy with their own tasks, so no one brought it up. As the club activities wrapped up and people headed home, Kato Megami quietly said to Haru before leaving, "It seems like my joining the club has made things awkward for everyone." Her face showed little emotion, but at this moment, she probably felt a little dejected. More accurately, "They're just not used to you yet," Haru replied casually. "Not used to me?" Kato's eyes locked onto him, unwavering. Haru understood what she meant and answered honestly, "Exactly. A few days ago, I felt the same way. But not anymore." "Really?" Her mood seemed to lighten. "I wouldn't lie about something like this." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Yukino finishing up her notes and walking over. Sensing that Kato still held some doubts, he added, "If you don't believe me, you can ask her." Just then, Yukino reached them and asked, "What are you two talking about?" "Kato-san thinks she might be causing us trouble." "Oh, that." Yukino responded nonchalantly. Kato instinctively turned to look at her, only to hear her say in a calm voice, "I wouldn't call it trouble, I actually find it quite interesting." Haru had already guessed Yukino would say something like this. "And sure enough," she continued, "I still have some questions in my mind, but I think if you stay in the club long enough, I'll get used to you." "Thank you." Kato finally looked reassured and went home. As Yukino and Haru walked out together, she lowered her voice and asked, "Has Sawamura contacted you today?" "No." "Then let's change and head straight to the Spencer house." "That was my plan too." She was referring to the Spencer family's dinner party. She didn't bring up Kato again. She was curious, but only a little. Not enough to dwell on. The reason was simple: she was Yukinoshita Yukino. She had that confidence. As they were leaving school, they ran into Hiratsuka Shizuka. After greeting them, she smiled and asked, "What have you two been up to lately?" "Yukino's mother actually called me today." Hearing her mother's name, Yukino's expression tensed. What did she want? Haru, however, had already guessed the answer. "Relax," Shizuka said, "she just asked about you and Haru. I figured you two must have done something that made her feel the need to call me." Yukino immediately understood. "Oh. That. It was about the incident at the police station last week." Shizuka watched the two of them, one staying silent like some mysterious expert, the other speaking in cryptic half-sentences. She became intrigued. "Mind filling me in?" she asked. "It's a long story. Too much trouble to explain," Yukino said calmly, now back to her usual self after confirming her mother had no other concerns. Shizuka turned to Haru. "Yukino's right," he said with a grin. She rolled her eyes. "Fine, if you both don't want to talk, I won't ask." After parting ways with Shizuka, Haru and Yukino headed home separately. Haru made a quick call to have a tuxedo delivered, then had his driver park outside while he waited at home for Yukino's message. The dinner party had a dress code, but for men, formal wear wasn't complicated, nothing flashy, just a suit. "You are aiming into the distance." Auto-aim EXP plus 16, Haru casually farmed experience for about half an hour until he received a message from Yukino. "I'm ready," Haru replied, "on my way." He got into the car, and before long, they arrived at their destination. As he stepped out, he happened to see a graceful figure descending the stairs. The girl lifted the hem of her dress slightly as she walked with elegance. The gown hugged her slender waist, perfectly accentuating her curves. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back, her fair complexion enhanced by a touch of makeup. A soft smile graced her lips. Her exposed neck gleamed under the lights, white and delicate. From a distance, she looked like a quiet, pale daffodil, blooming in the night. "You're definitely going to be the center of attention tonight." As she approached, Haru put on a thoughtful, conflicted expression. She sighed, already sensing his antics. "All right, what strange thoughts are you having this time? Or, in more straightforward terms, here comes another one of your dumb comments, huh?" Haru pretended to hesitate. "If you stand out too much, I'll have to deal with all the guys hitting on you. That sounds like a hassle." Yukino gave him a look that screamed, "I knew it." She didn't bother responding. "But since we've known each other for over a decade, I'll be your escort tonight. How about an 80% discount?" "Not interested." "You're really unreasonable." Hearing him mutter to himself, Yukino's lips slowly curled into a dazzling smile. She saw right through him. This guy was clearly captivated by her but didn't want to make things awkward, so he resorted to nonsense. "If you want to look, just look openly." She straightened her back, like a proud swan. "That line sounds familiar." Haru said nothing more. He simply extended his hand. Yukino took it, letting him lead her to the car. Sitting side by side in the back seat, the faint fragrance of her perfume lingered around him. Haru closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. Almost absent-mindedly, he murmured, "I should have had you move in next door back then. It'd make things much easier." Yukino gazed at his face and chuckled softly. "I remember you once said you're not very good at dealing with my sister. If we became neighbors, she'd come over to bother you every chance she got." "You underestimate me," Haru replied confidently. "I have my own ways of handling her." "Oh? And what ways?" "I'll offer up a Yukino." "There's no way that Siscon wouldn't take the bait?" Yukino suddenly turned to look out the window, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. After all, someone had been holding her hand ever since they got in the car and he still hadn't let go. Yukino pretended not to notice. He pretended not to know. By the time they arrived at the Spencer estate, the grand hall was already filled with guests. Just as Haru had predicted, Yukino drew the attention of most of the men in the room. Even some of the older women cast glances her way, their expressions carrying a hint of envy toward the unique charm of youthful beauty. Scanning the crowd, Haru spotted several familiar faces. Sayuri Sawamura was chatting with Arari and some friends, while Mr. Spencer stood in the middle of a group of distinguished men, clearly in a leading position. He even caught sight of Mrs. Yukinoshita. Yukino and her sister had undoubtedly inherited their mother's beauty, but in terms of figure, the woman's mature elegance was something neither daughter had yet to match. Haru's gaze swept quickly across the room before settling on a woman holding a glass of wine. She was clearly older, the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes evident, yet she exuded a vibrant energy. "Who is she?" Yukino had been watching Haru closely. Seeing his eyes linger on the woman for nearly 5 seconds, she couldn't help but ask. "That's Miss Ninagawa, renowned photographer and director." Haru answered. Yukino thought for a moment but found the name unfamiliar. "Is she really that famous?" "She's well known in the industry. Outside of it, though, there's another director from the 70s who's far more recognized." "Who?" "Makoto Shinkai." "Oh, I've heard of him." Miss Ninagawa has a distinct artistic approach to color in her cinematography. I've read her books, so she left a strong impression on me. I just didn't expect her to know Aunt Sawamura. Yukino quietly memorized the woman's face. Chapter 34, One-Shot Sayuri. With Haru by Yukino's side, any young men who harbored thoughts of approaching her merely exchanged pleasantries before quickly excusing themselves. Likewise, several young women approached to greet Haru, prompting Yukino to stand quietly at his side. Though she appeared indifferent, her sharp gaze returned to the same wary expression she had before, one that practically said, "A pony should only ride in a small car." After a few rounds of this, Yukino found herself growing irritated. Just as she was about to say something to Haru, she noticed him looking regretful, deep in thought. A flicker of suspicion crossed her face. "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking about a scene in a drama I watched recently," he mused. The male lead got into trouble at a banquet, only to turn the situation around and steal the show. "I wonder if I'll get a chance to do something like that tonight? I should have never have asked." Yukino shot him an exasperated look. That sort of thing almost never happened in real life. People weren't that foolish. She scanned the room before pointing toward a quiet corner. "Let's go over there." She knew Haru well enough to understand that, like her, he wasn't fond of these social events. Leading him to a less crowded spot was her way of looking out for him. With fewer interruptions, Haru could focus entirely on eating. Yukino sat beside him, watching him with a quiet smile. Moments later, however, her smile froze. A familiar figure was approaching. "Mother." Yukino immediately straightened, her posture proper and formal. Haru put down his cake, his expression relaxed. Is there something you need from me? Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled warmly. I heard about last week's incident from Haruno. You handled it well. It seems I was right to have Yukino grow up alongside you. There's a lot she can learn from you. Yukino pressed her lips together, her expression calm. She had heard these words countless times before. No matter what she did, it always felt like she was almost good enough to meet her mother's expectations. Rather than saying she learns from me, I'd say we learn from each other. Haru responded casually, meeting the older woman's gaze head-on. Oh? And what qualities does Yukino have that you find admirable? You would know better than I do, wouldn't you? He smirked. She picks things up quickly. At this rate, she's going to drain me dry. One day, I'll be nothing more than her bag-carrying lackey. Yukino's eyes softened with amusement. He jokes no matter who he's talking to. She glanced at him, remembering how, years ago, he had stepped in to diffuse tension when her sister had come to confront her. Mrs. Yukinoshita's expression remained unchanged. You really haven't changed at all. Then, she shifted topics. By the way, I need to thank you. Thank me? Haru raised an eyebrow. She nodded. Thanks to you, a soon-to-be promoted police inspector reached out to me. From what he said, he's interested in forming a connection with the Yukinoshita family and with the Amamiya family as well. Haru instantly understood. No wonder the police didn't give me any trouble last time. That guy must have cut ties with his friend at lightning speed. Mrs. Yukinoshita glanced toward Sayuri Sawamura. The Spencer family has also taken an interest in you. Sayuri invited me after hearing that you had invited Yukino. Her smile carried a hint of satisfaction. So, I suppose I owe you my thanks. Haru grinned. Does that mean I can cash in this gratitude? Mrs. Yukinoshita sighed and shook her head with a smile. She was long accustomed to his personality. Because she viewed him as competent and promising, she treated him with kindness. After exchanging a few more words, she excused herself. Not long after, Sayuri Sawamura finally freed herself from her previous engagement and approached with Arari in tow. Sorry for keeping you waiting, I was a little tied up. After exchanging greetings, Sayuri chuckled. I imagine young people don't enjoy events like this much, do they? Honestly, my invitation was a bit sudden. Haru nodded. Yukino and I aren't exactly the type to enjoy these gatherings. My, such a direct answer. Now I feel a little embarrassed. Despite her words, Sayuri's expression showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, she wore a playful smile that seemed far too youthful for her age. Yukino remained composed, careful not to show any displeasure. But she disliked that kind of expression. It reminded her too much of her sister. And the fact that Sayuri was already a mother made her attempts at appearing cute even more jarring. Haru, noticing Yukino's mood, held back a chuckle and asked, I'm curious, why did you specifically invite me? Sayuri sighed. Honestly, it was for Arari. Since you both attend the same school, and I've known your parents for ages, I thought why not have you two become friends? Arari blinked, looking completely bewildered. Wait. This involves me? That's it? Haru didn't seem surprised. That's plenty. Sayuri smiled. As a mother, my biggest wish is for my daughter to be happy. You've always seemed like a mature and reliable boy, so I thought if you could look after Arari a little, I'd have some peace of mind. Then, her smile took on a mischievous edge. Your mother told me about you, by the way. Apparently, when you were in kindergarten, you tried to start a business and seriously asked her for startup funds. She ended up investing 100 yen in you. Let's not bring up the past. Haru muttered, clearly embarrassed. Sayuri laughed behind her hand. So even you have an adorable side. Yukino listened with great interest. This kind of gossip was rare. Arari, on the other hand, was mortified. She had no idea her mother had sought out Haru because of her. It's not like I want to be friends with him. She stole a glance at him. Another glance. Yeah, I don't want to be friends with him. But since Mom insists, I guess I have no choice. Then, Sayuri sighed dramatically. If I had known, I would have booked a venue with a dance floor. That way, I could have watched all the girls lining up to ask Amamiya-kun for a dance. Haru smirked. Why not you? Arari's jaw dropped. Sayuri, however, narrowed her eyes playfully. Oh? So you like older women? I thought the first person you'd think of was Ms. Yukinoshita. Older women? More like motherly women. I really can't get used to mature women acting cute, Yukino calmly continued observing. Haru, unfazed, responded smoothly, I meant that I would, of course, ask Yukino first. Sayuri blinked. And what about my Arari? Mom. Arari turned scarlet. Why is she dragging me into this? Well, Haru said, since Arari and I aren't close yet, I'd have to ask you for permission first before inviting her. Oh? So I'm more charming than my daughter? Sayuri mused, pleased. That makes sense. My husband and I have always said Sayuri is very cute. Sayuri turned even redder. But Haru simply shook his head. I think you misunderstood. What I meant was you're just the middleman. Or, in simpler terms, my tool for inviting Sayuri. Sayuri's smile froze. Sayuri gawked. Did he just one-shot Sayuri Sawamura? Haru grinned inwardly. Mission accomplished. He turned to Yukino, expecting praise only to find her watching Sayuri curiously, deep in thought. Chapter 35, because you said I was beautiful when Sayuri Sawamura left, she left Sayuri behind. She smiled and gave her daughter a look, silently encouraging her to get along with Haru and the others. But when that look landed in Haru's eyes, he felt like it meant something else. I've marked some supplies, go collect them, daughter. Yuri, whose face was already burning, had no idea how to respond to this. After hesitating for a long moment, she awkwardly said, my mom is always like this. Acting like a child. You don't have to take her words seriously. I know she was joking. Haru nodded. Sayuri let out a quiet sigh of relief. But then, his next words made her tense up again. But I can also tell that she really does want us to be friends. Oh really? Sayuri stammered. I didn't even realize that's what my mom was thinking. Haru thought to himself, classic loser heroine energy, always a step behind. So, this is what you're really like, Sawamura-san. A voice chimed in. Yukino, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Sayuri turned to the famous school beauty with a slightly wary look. What do you mean by that? Yukino simply shook her head, playing the mysterious role. Sayuri, completely lost, could only stare at her with question marks floating over her head. With her personality, there was no way she and Yukino could have a peaceful conversation. So, less than 5 minutes later, she awkwardly excused herself and went to the next table to drink juice alone. Watching her leave, Yukino withdrew her gaze and nodded to herself. I see. I understand everything now. Haru gave her a bewildered look. Noticing his reaction, Yukino assumed he didn't understand and lowered her voice to explain. I never really interacted with Sawamura-san before, but people always say she's refined and elegant, your typical high-class young lady. So, I assumed she really was like that. Which is why you were staring at her earlier. Haru realized. Yukino gave a small nod. It had been mildly interesting to see someone whose private personality was completely different from their public image. But after observing Sayuri's obvious reactions and straightforward personality, Yukino had already lost most of her curiosity. At that moment, a server carrying a tray of drinks arrived, changing out the food on the table. Haru casually picked up a piece of watermelon, then held it up to Yukino's lips. Want a bite? She blinked in surprise, giving him a suspicious look. Alright, what do you want? I just felt like feeding you. Be honest. Fine. I wanted to ask if we could leave soon. This party is pretty boring. Hearing that, Yukino took the watermelon into her mouth, savoring the sweet taste as she replied softly, I'd like to leave too, but we haven't been here that long. We can't leave yet. Yeah. Figured as much. Haru sighed and picked up another piece of watermelon, holding it out again. Yukino stared at him. Are you addicted to feeding me? It's fun. Feels like I'm feeding a cat. Hey, don't glare at me like that. You told me to be honest. Seeing him shamelessly defend himself, Yukino sighed, then accepted the second piece of watermelon. She looked amused. You still haven't forgotten about that, have you? Haru pretended not to understand. But Yukino wasn't letting him off the hook. She cut straight to the point. Are you still hoping to see me in a catgirl outfit? Can I? Of course. Surprisingly, she agreed. But instead of being happy, Haru immediately became suspicious. What's the catch? Yukino smirked. You have to wear a catboy outfit too. This conversation is over. Haru shut it down without hesitation. No way. He was the kind of guy who always made muscle-bound warriors in character creation screens. There was no way he was putting on cat ears and a tail. Yukino sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. You were so close this time. Are you sure you want to give up? She even pushed one of her favorite desserts toward him, as if offering a final temptation. Thanks. Haru said, taking the dessert, but he made sure not to mention a cat costume again. Yukino chuckled softly. She was clearly enjoying this moment. A short while later, Haru's gaze drifted toward the crowd again. He had looked in the same direction several times now, so Yukino followed his line of sight and saw a familiar figure, Sawamura Sayuri. What's on your mind? She asked. Haru shook his head. I was just thinking about the way she talked to us earlier. I never expected her to be so. How should I put it? Calculating. Yukino supplied. Haru blinked, then laughed. Yeah. Calculating. Yukino had been observing quietly the whole time, so she had a clear grasp of the situation. She probably does genuinely want you to look after Sawamura-san. As a mother, her concern for her daughter is real. But at the same time, Yukino continued, she likely also wants to strengthen ties between your families. Since she's not close to you yet, the easiest way to start is by encouraging the younger generation to befriend each other. Sawamura-san's personality is actually perfect for this. She's shy and flustered easily, which helps break the ice and lighten the atmosphere. Most importantly, Spencer-san hasn't shown up at all. I guess he's fine with this arrangement too. Her analysis was spot on. Haru found it oddly fascinating. Before he reincarnated, the only thing he knew about Sayuri was that meme, the Sawamura family only owns one stock. But now that she was a real person in front of him, that one-dimensional image was starting to fade. At the end of the day, the Spencer family wasn't an ordinary household. Their kind of social maneuvering was simply normal at their level. Haru thought for a moment before saying, if I actually become friends with Sawamura-san, my parents will definitely start socializing with her family more. That means they kind of owe me a favor, right? Technically, yes. Why? Yukino asked, curious. Favors are annoying. I agree. Haru didn't push the topic further. The word favor was just one letter away from lover in Chinese, something that needed to be cultivated slowly, over time. If they kept discussing it, the conversation would get weird. Instead, Yukino's gaze shifted to his pocket. I've been meaning to ask. What's in your pocket? Since women's dresses at these events weren't designed with pockets, Yukino had to carry a small handbag. That made Haru's slightly bulging right pocket all the more noticeable. Oh, this. Haru pulled out a small pair of binoculars. He had brought them along, figuring he'd need something to pass the time. Yukino stared blankly. Why? Because I was bored. He shot her a look that said, you get it, right? And surprisingly, she did get it. She was bored too. Though she hadn't expected him to bring binoculars instead of, say, a handheld console. Seeing that no one was looking for them, she asked a server for the location of the lounge and pulled Haru along. The lounge was bright and spacious, with comfortable seating and a neatly drawn curtain. 2 small table lamps cast a warm glow in the corners. Yukino saw Haru glancing around and casually remarked, at most banquets, they set aside a room like this as a lounge, so guests can rest or take care of things like fixing their shoes or clothes without any hassle. Haru, holding the binoculars, moved toward the window and pulled back the curtains. Let's just sit here for a while, then head back together later. You are aiming at a distant point, auto-aim, experience plus 27, you are aiming at a distant point, auto-aim, experience plus 21, he noticed the experience was increasing. Was it because the view was better here, or because of the magnification on the binoculars? As he pondered, Haru suddenly realized Yukino had been silent for a while. Turning to her, he found her staring blankly at the table lamp in the corner. What's wrong? Haru asked, putting the binoculars down and addressing her. Yukino didn't shift her gaze and said, do you remember what you taught me after Yuagahama joined the photography club? Of course I remember. Because there weren't enough types of light sources, the shots didn't meet your standards, nor did they meet mine. As she spoke, Yukino's eyes gleamed as she turned her gaze toward his face. I've been thinking these days, since we have the capability and the conditions, why not shoot the better, more complete shot? Haru understood what she meant. The warm light from the table lamp was perfect for what she was suggesting. But he still had some questions. The photography club has shot plenty of instructional footage recently. Why did you choose this particular setup? Because you said I looked beautiful that day. Yukino only smiled without answering. She felt that there should be something beautiful preserved between them, something to hold on to. She pulled out her phone from her handbag and avoided Haru's questioning eyes. I found an app online for colored lights. Though it's not professional, it's more than enough for instructional use. Haru didn't press her for details, but he was surprised by how prepared she was. Then he glanced around the empty lounge. Should we start now? Yukino shook her head. I want to make a more complete shot, so we need a helper. Where are we going to find a helper right now? Haru didn't finish his sentence when the door to the lounge suddenly opened. A familiar twin-tailed girl entered, pouting and grumbling to herself. Mom is the worst. Why does she always tease me like that? I'm never forgiving her for this. Huh? What are you two doing here? Ari's eyes went wide with surprise as she met their gaze. Yukino gave Haru a faint smile. Our helper has arrived. Haru looked at her in disbelief. Ari, a helper? Yukino seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to Ari and spoke seriously. Sawamura-san, we need your help with something. Chapter 36, Playing her part Yuri's role what? You want me to act? Yuri, sitting in the spacious lounge after being invited by Yukino, was utterly shocked. Her face was full of surprise and confusion, as if she had just been told to fight a monster. Yes. Yukino replied with a serious tone. Yuri immediately recoiled, shaking her head in rapid denial. No way, I can't do that. Absolutely not. Would you mind telling me why? Yukino asked calmly. When it comes to serious matters, Yukino has always been patient. Yuri looked torn, a mix of nervousness, guilt, and a myriad of emotions. Deep down, she was curious, but her nerves quickly drowned out any other thoughts. Yukino turned to look at Haru, silently asking for backup. Haru considered his words carefully before responding in a calm voice, it's just a game, really. There's no need for you to be so nervous, Yuri. A game? Yuri looked at him with clear disbelief. Yes, a game. Haru repeated. But you're from the photography club. Yuri said, her face skeptical. You're professionals. How could this just be a game? Haru grinned and countered, do you see any professional equipment around here? Yuri blinked. She had to admit that this did make sense. Biting her lip, she muttered, so, it's really just a casual shoot? Exactly. We're using our phones, so it's definitely casual. Besides, it's boring to sit out there alone. It's more fun to hang out with others our age. Haru smoothly offered an alternative reason. Yuri hesitated for a moment but then straightened her posture, puffing her chest out as she said, alright, I'll give it a try. But just so you know, I only agreed because I wasn't comfortable out there. Her words were dripping with the classic tsundere tone. Haru smiled in amusement. Alright then. Yuri said, now visibly more relaxed, her eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. What should we do next? Haru turned to Yukino. How do you want to shoot this? Haru had already noticed that Yukino seemed to have prepared for this moment. Sure enough, Yukino stood up confidently. We'll shoot it like the other day, but I've added a few changes. She didn't forget about Yuri. Yuri, I'll explain the details in a moment. Okay. Yuri quickly adjusted herself, sitting up straight like a student waiting for a lesson. Haru almost laughed, but seeing Yukino's serious expression, he held back. I'll walk over from there and stop here. Yukino said, pointing to the chair next to her. Then she gestured to Haru. Yuri, you'll sit over there. Yuri blinked. So you want to film us sitting and chatting together? But with the lighting, it looks a bit too dim for that shot. She trailed off, noticing that Yukino was staring at her with a slightly puzzled look. Her face immediately turned red. Did I say something wrong? Yukino smiled softly. No, you're right. You're quite perceptive about lighting. Did you learn about this before? Yuri quickly shook her head. No, I never studied photography. She gave a nervous laugh, clearly hiding something. She had another identity she couldn't let slip. Yukino saw through the lie but decided not to press the issue for now. Haru, who knew the truth, remained silent. Yuri, as a well-known gin artist, had great talent. If she had ever studied comics, her sensitivity to visual details would make perfect sense. After all, the purpose of comic paneling was to imagine different camera angles, and then recreate them through drawing. It was a blend of photography and illustration. Meanwhile, outside the room, 3 other figures stood. One was Yuri's mother, Sayuri, and the other 2 were Mrs. Yukinoshita and Miss Ninagawa, who had came to speak with Sayuri. They instinctively paused their own conversations and watched the scene unfold. After a while, Sayuri leaned in and whispered, do you understand what they're doing in there? Mrs. Yukinoshita was about to answer when Miss Ninagawa spoke up. It looks like we're going to have an interesting scene. The 2 women immediately turned to her. Miss Ninagawa lowered her voice so as not to disturb the young people inside. Look at the young man, the one holding the lights. She was referring to Haru, who was carefully adjusting the 2 small lamps in the room, placing them behind Yukino and Yuri's chairs. With a flick of the switch, warm-toned light illuminated the space. Haru was patiently adjusting the bulbs, checking the color balance. Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled. It looks like they got bored out there and didn't want to leave too early, so they're making use of the time by working on a club activity. A club activity? Miss Ninagawa asked, intrigued. Yes, Yukino and Haru started the photography club together. As for Sayuri's daughter, she probably got roped into this by Haru. He's always had a ton of ideas. Now I understand what they're doing. Miss Ninagawa suddenly smiled. Those 2 lamps have warm light. If I'm right, the 2 girls will sit there, and the warmth of the light represents the youthful energy of their age. The other 2 women were silent for a moment. Miss Ninagawa continued, look at that phone. They're probably using a color lighting app to create a blue glow. Blue light? What does that mean? Sayuri asked, now interested. Blue can represent many things: melancholy, calmness, rationality. We'll have to watch and see. But what interests me is why they've kept the blue light so faint. As the three women observed, inside the room, the filming paused. Haru signaled, and Yukino elegantly entered the frame, her posture graceful as she walked to Ariri and sat down. Haru gave a subtle gesture for them to improvise their lines. Yukino, without missing a beat, turned to Ariri, who was still somewhat tense. Ariri, you really haven't studied photography before? Haru's mind briefly wandered, thinking how Yukino had just used their agreed-upon improvised script to satisfy her own curiosity. Ariri's eyes darted around. I told you already, I haven't. Her reaction was all too obvious. Yukino's curiosity grew. So the way you instinctively understand the camera, could it be talent? Maybe. I really haven't studied it. I've only been to the photography club once. Ariri stammered, her anxiety growing. Yukino, unfazed, pressed on. If it's talent, then why are you so nervous right now? Because the camera's pointing at me. That's why. Ariri sputtered. She felt overwhelmed by Yukino's intense gaze. Yukino smiled knowingly, as if recognizing the shift in Ariri's demeanor. Just as she was about to speak again, she caught Haru's subtle signal, and her hair shifted to block the blue light in the room. With a quiet but confident voice, Yukino spoke, with your talent, it'd be a waste not to join the photography club. Ariri blinked in confusion, unsure whether Yukino was serious or just playing with her. But Yukino was playing her part expertly. At the door, Miss Ninagawa smiled knowingly. That blue light represents calmness. From the very first line, Yukino was subtly probing for the truth. It's clear now she was using the blue light to mask her emotions, while controlling the conversation to lead Ariri into revealing more. The other women stared in silence. Miss Ninagawa's gaze fixed on Haru. That boy, what's his name? Amamiya Haru. Sayuri Sawamura said that she could finally speak. Mrs. Yukinoshita just said he's from the photography club? Miss Ninagawa asked. Yes. How strange. Miss Ninagawa mused, her eyes never leaving Haru. He's handling the lighting and the direction of the shot like a true professional. But he's from the photography club? This is something a director would do. Under the stunned gazes of the two beautiful women, she smiled and said, this is clearly a talent that only directors have. Are you sure he is a member of the photography club? Chapter 37. If he really wanted to see it in the lounge, Haru and the other two had just finished the shoot. Yukino turned to Ariri and offered a straightforward apology. Sorry, I used that tone earlier because I was trying to match the intensity of the character. Ariri had been a little upset before, but seeing Yukino apologize so sincerely, her frustration quickly melted into confusion. Why are you being so serious all of a sudden? Because I did something wrong. Yukino said, her tone unchanged. I'm not that petty. Ariri replied, raising an eyebrow. But when you talk to me like this all of a sudden, it's a bit uncomfortable. Ariri crossed her arms in an awkward gesture. Her slightly curvy figure finally felt a little plump because of this posture. Yukino froze for a moment. She'd just noticed another one of Ariri's charming qualities. Kind at heart. Though sometimes appearing a bit clumsy and easily flustered, deep down, she was surprisingly gentle. Ariri noticed that Yukino was still staring at her, feeling a bit awkward. She turned away and cleared her throat. Amamiya-san, why did you tell Yukinoshita-san to tilt her head just now? Oh? So you noticed? Haru was slightly surprised. Ariri had looked so tense in front of the camera that he assumed she was too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. Of course. You said you were in charge of directing this scene, and since I'm the stand-in actress, I have to watch what you do, right? Ariri felt both guilty and smug. The truth was, she had been so nervous that she kept sneaking glances at Haru with her peripheral vision, afraid she'd mess up and be told to stop. But those details didn't matter anymore. The scene just wrapped up perfectly, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask all at once. Taking the opportunity, Haru began his explanation. His reasoning was exactly the same as what Miss Ninagawa had concluded earlier. The only difference was that he took the time to praise her. I know you're worried about not performing well, but your nervous and uneasy demeanor just now actually aligned perfectly with what Yukino's character was feeling. Ariri froze. She instinctively turned to look at Yukino, who nodded. In my mind, I was supposed to appear calm and dominant, while you, naturally, would be anxious and flustered, eventually exposing all your weaknesses. Wait, was that a compliment or an insult? Ariri wasn't sure what expression to make for a moment. But at least, she had gained their approval. Feeling reassured, She asked her next question with much more confidence. You are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 87, you are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 19, you are currently teaching. Teaching experience plus 863, Haru had been happily racking up experience points when he was suddenly startled by the massive jump in numbers. Whose hidden bonus was this? He instinctively turned toward the entrance and locked eyes with 3 mature women. Among them, Miss Ninagawa smiled at him approvingly as a greeting before turning to leave. Where are you going? Sawamura Sayuri asked curiously. She had assumed the director would want to have a chat with Haru. Miss Ninagawa glanced back with a grin. To grab a drink, of course. It's rare to discover a young genius. A good mood calls for a drink. Oh, by the way. She paused, then turned to the 2 elegant women beside her. Please don't mention anything I said to that kid just yet. Mrs. Yukinoshita's expression turned thoughtful. You're worried about being too pragmatic? Yes. I work in the entertainment industry, after all. If word got out that I was privately scouting an underage talent, it could cause unnecessary trouble for him. I understand. Mrs. Yukinoshita nodded, then casually asked, You think highly of him? Rather than think highly. I'd say I'm looking forward to his future. Miss Ninagawa replied. As long as he sticks to his serious approach, I'm sure his name will be known in the industry one day. A strong personal style and an old-school directorial vision like his are rare among the younger generation. Hearing such open admiration, Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled. Don't worry. I won't say a word. After Miss Ninagawa left, she turned to Sawamura Sayuri, who also seemed lost in thought. Something clicked in her mind. What are you thinking about? Sayuri chuckled. I'm starting to regret not introducing Ariri to him sooner. Never mind his talent, just his personality alone would be enough to keep my reckless daughter in check. If they were good friends, I could rest easy. Just good friends? Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled knowingly, treating it as an amusing comment. Meanwhile, as Haru stepped out of the room, Sayuri greeted him with a teasing smile. So, have you and Ariri become friends yet? I suppose. By the way, where did that lady go? Mrs. Yukinoshita replied. She had other matters to attend to, so she left. I see. Haru sighed inwardly. There goes my big experience farm. With no other choice, he returned to continue answering Ariri's questions. The 2 elegant women also took their leave. Perhaps because she was still in the beginner stage, Ariri found everything about cinematography fascinating and listened with extra focus. But soon, her concentration was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. She gave Haru and Yukino an apologetic smile before stepping away to check the caller ID. The moment she saw the name, her face fell. She quickly answered and barely had time to say hello before a familiar, excited voice came through the line. Ariri. I've got a new idea. You called just for that? I'm busy right now. She interrupted impatiently. The person on the other end seemed caught off guard. Busy with what? Why do you need to know? Ugh, we'll talk later. He's waiting for me. Click. The call ended. Akitomoya sat in his room, dumbfounded. For some reason, the street trees outside his window looked a little greener than before. That evening, at 8 p.m. Haru and Yukino were about to head home when Mrs. Yukinoshita stopped them. I need to talk to Yukino for a moment. Haru, you go on ahead. Haru nodded and waited outside. 15 minutes later, Yukino finally emerged. She looked deep in thought. But the moment she spotted the familiar figure standing under the street lamp, her expression softened. She quickened her pace and walked over. I was just thinking. If you'd really be waiting for me. I guess that's what they call being in sync. Haru didn't ask what she and her mother had talked about. Yukino hesitated for a moment before murmuring, let's go home. Sensing something off about her mood, Haru decided to joke, my place or yours? My house is closer. Want to stop by for a bit? On a normal day, Yukino would have glared at him and flatly asked, what are you scheming now? But tonight, under the soft glow of the night, her eyes shimmered slightly. In a quiet voice, she replied, I'll come over for a while. Haru blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected her to agree so easily. Yukino, however, avoided his gaze. She knew full well that if she really went to his place, just sitting for a while might turn into something else. Something like letting him use her lap as a pillow. Definitely nothing else. As they rode in the car, her mother's words from earlier still echoed in her mind, having your own convictions is a good thing. As a child, being able to stand firm right or wrong is already a strength. But now that you've grown up, not every conviction is necessarily right. Like how you proudly believe that your decade-long bond with Haru is something no other girl could ever rival. Yukino knew what her mother was hinting at. The Sawamura family had also set their sights on her childhood friend. She turned to look at Haru, who was busy browsing something on his phone. She hadn't been entirely truthful earlier. If he really wanted to see it, she wouldn't mind dressing up as a catgirl for him. Chapter 38. Now this one is the real heavyweight. On the way to school the next morning, Yukino wore a stiff expression. Every time Haru tried to strike up a conversation, she would glare at him in frustration, her eyes practically demanding, "Where did you even learn those weird techniques?" Haru could only cough awkwardly in response. Last night, after returning home, he had noticed how tense Yukino seemed, her emotions clearly weighed down by something on her mind. So, he suggested playing a game together to help her relax. It worked. Her mood lightened considerably. And with that, she had let her guard down. So, when Haru dramatically asked, "Would you like a leg massage? I happen to be quite the expert," she actually agreed. It wasn't the first time, after all. Though she still felt a little self-conscious about the sensation of his hands on her legs, making her blush slightly, she managed to endure it. But then, Haru accidentally discovered the hidden potential of auto-aim level 2. Apparently, the skill didn't just help him lock onto Megami Kato, it also let him perfectly sense Yukino's emotional changes, guiding his hands to the exact pressure points that would bring her, well, pleasure. Purely out of scientific curiosity, he decided to explore further. Less than 2 minutes later, Yukino, her face flushed red, collapsed onto the sofa, completely limp. It was as if he had flipped some kind of switch. The moment it happened, she lost all strength. At the time, Haru had found her flustered and embarrassed expression utterly adorable. And then, she noticed something amiss with his pants. Blushing furiously, she shot him a sharp glare before fleeing to her room in a hurry, so hastily, in fact, that she didn't even stop to pet the cat. Alone in the living room, Haru muttered to himself, "So you have megalophobia, huh?" A long silence followed. Then, out of nowhere, Yukino spoke coldly, her eyes suddenly sharp as if she had just uncovered some great truth. "Did you secretly watch those movies that are restricted for your age?" Haru couldn't help but chuckle. "Me? Secretly watch? Please. I broke up with Fukada-sensei and Shinoda ages ago." Since she couldn't get a straight answer, Yukino remained suspicious as they arrived at school. That morning, Yui had arrived unusually early. The moment Haru stepped into the classroom, she beamed and waved at him. He nodded in response before making his way to another classmate's desk. Handing over a small bag, he said, "Thanks, Furukawa." "Huh? No need to thank me. We're all gamers, after all. Gotta help each other out. But wait, don't tell me you already got tired of those games?" "Nah, I still enjoy them. In fact, I liked them so much that I bought my own copies." "Oh? So, do you play anything else? We should chat about it sometime." "Sounds good." With that, the conversation ended, and Furukawa turned to his friends. Haru sat down and flipped through his study notes, thinking that he might try aiming for the top 10 in the next test just for fun. That was when a voice interrupted him. "Amamiya, help us settle this." Looking up, he saw two classmates, both of them wearing intense, righteous expressions, clearly unwilling to back down. He was confused. Just a few minutes ago, they had been chatting and laughing together. What's going on? Furukawa here is being absolutely ridiculous. Can you believe he actually said something like this? Huh? Haru was puzzled. This guy had the nerve to claim that The Legend of Zelda is the greatest game of all time. Hey, I stand by that. What's wrong with saying Zelda is number 1? Don't be stupid. Persona 5 is obviously the best. Ah. Now Haru understood. He had seen this kind of thing before, two people getting into a heated argument over their favorite game, show, or character. And if there happened to be a neutral third party nearby, they'd drag them in as a judge. It was a phenomenon that seemed to persist across all ages. Drawing on his vast experience in such matters, Haru simply smiled and said, "Well, personally, I prefer the Rand series." Silence. The two classmates froze. Then, someone nearby snickered. "Oh, please. Everyone knows Kaleidoscope is the real king. Nah, Summer Rhapsody and Being a Maid in the Damon world are where it's at." Just like that, the conversation derailed entirely. The two stopped arguing. Haru just watched with a smile, feeling sour in his heart. This is youth. After school in the afternoon. Something felt different about the karate club today. Although Haru and the club captain were sparring as usual, the rest of the members sat quietly in an almost disciplined manner, none of the usual chatter or casual gossip. Because today, they had a guest. Kasumijoka Utaha ignored the subtle glances from the male students, her gaze locked solely on Haru. Their fight was intense, both dodging and attacking with precision. But the difference was clear. The upperclassman was slowly being pushed to his limit, looking like he could be defeated at any moment. Meanwhile, Haru was merely pretending to struggle. "Your fitness skill has leveled up, fitness level 9, 1,357 out of 100,000. After yet another level up, the gap between them widened even further. Not to mention, in real combat, auto-aim practically functioned like an aimbot. As long as he stayed focused, he could effortlessly land precise strikes on his opponent's weak points. At this point, he had to deliberately hold back his strength and speed just to keep the match looking even. During a break, his opponent wiped away sweat and asked, somewhat unsurely, "You've gotten even stronger." "No, wait. You've been holding back all along, haven't you? What kind of monsters are freshmen these days?" Haru chuckled. "Our gap is actually very small. Just a little bit." He even made a tiny gesture with his fingers. The senior let out a helpless laugh. "There's no way it's just a little. Every time I fight you, I feel more and more powerless. It's like one of these days, I'm just going to lose completely. But I guess I should thank you. My combat experience has improved a lot because of you. A man should never say he's powerless." "You've got a point. Let's go another round later." Once practice ended, Haru left the karate club, only to find Yutaha naturally falling into step beside him. "So, this is how you usually spar with your upperclassmen?" She saw that he was about to speak, so she handed him a bottle of water she had prepared beforehand, then picked up a towel. Caught off guard, Haru could only accept it with a nod. "Yeah, this is how we usually train. If we have time in the evening, we'll even find a place to continue practicing." "That dedicated?" Yutaha raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her bright eyes widened slightly, creating an unexpectedly alluring contrast with her mature figure and still slightly youthful features. "You're not planning to enter this year's karate tournament, are you?" "Not really," Haru replied, taking a sip of water before pausing in thought. With his fitness skill already at such a high level, participating in a tournament might actually be a great way to gain more experience points. Given his relationship with the karate club captain, joining as a sparring partner or temporary member wouldn't be a problem at all. And over the past few days, he had already learned most of karate's core techniques. His enhanced physique made mastering them incredibly easy. So, he changed his mind. "Now that you mention it, I think I am interested." Yutaha gave him a curious look. "But when I asked Yukinoshita-san earlier, she told me you mostly train in mixed martial arts and wrestling." "I've actually practiced karate too." "Oh? Which style? You even know about karate styles?" Haru was genuinely surprised. Yutaha smiled playfully. "Don't underestimate my intelligence, Amamiya-kun. I did my research on the 4 major styles: Shotokan, Wado-ryu, Gado-ryu, and Shido-ryu." "Impressive. So, which one is yours?" "I practice water stream rock smashing." "Huh?" Meanwhile, in the photography club, Yukino was in the middle of answering a question from Megami Kato when Yua, sitting in the back, mumbled in confusion, "Kasumijoka-senpai isn't here today." "Yukinoshita-san, do you know why?" "She's in multiple clubs, so it's normal for her to be absent sometimes." Yukino's tone was calm and composed. But then, Megami Kato casually remarked, "Senpai doesn't seem like the kind of person to be inconsiderate. If something really held her up, she probably would have told us in advance, don't you think?" Yukino froze. A realization struck her. Kasumijoka-senpai was at the karate club. She shot up from her seat before abruptly stopping, turning to look at Megami, who had casually exposed the truth. Their eyes met. Megami's face remained unreadable, her tone as indifferent as ever. "What's wrong, Yukinoshita-san?" Yukino remained silent. At this moment, she felt exactly like a background character in a wuxia drama, suddenly realizing just how vast the world truly was. Have I underestimated the heroines of this world? She suddenly recalled a joke Haru had once made, now this one is the real heavyweight. And for the first time, she felt it was the perfect way to describe Megami Kato. Chapter 39, Kato Megami, I saw it. Yukino had realized that Megami Kato was not as ordinary as she seemed, but for now, she had more pressing matters to attend to. As she left the photography club, Yu and Hashimoto exchanged puzzled glances, wondering where Yukino was headed in such a hurry. Then, one of the girls suddenly asked, "Huh? Where did Kato go?" "Eh? Wasn't she just here?" "That's weird, where did such a big presence like Kato suddenly disappear to?" Yua stared blankly at the now empty seat and slowly came to a realization. Not long after Yukino stepped out of the clubroom, a quiet voice sounded behind her. "Are you going to find Amamiya-kun? When did she catch up to me?" Yukino came to a sudden stop. Turning around, she saw Megami Kato standing there, looking as calm and composed as ever. There was a certain kind of relaxed aura about her, one that was difficult to put into words. Am I still not used to her unpredictability? Even though this kind of thing is completely illogical. Yukino sighed and rubbed her temples. For the first time, she found herself feeling at a loss when dealing with another girl. But she wasn't someone who could be easily shaken. In just 2 seconds, she had already regained her usual cool composure. "Why are you following me?" she asked. "You still haven't explained that lighting issue to me." Megumi replied. "Oh, my bad. I'll explain it to you later. You're being cautious around me, aren't you?" Megumi's sudden remark cut through the air like a knife. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. But Yukino's expression didn't waver in the slightest. "You're right," she admitted bluntly. Megumi's voice was soft. "I don't have feelings for him." Yukino raised an eyebrow. That answer was unexpected. And the way Megumi said it completely calm, as if she were just casually mentioning what she had for breakfast, was even more unexpected. The two girls held each other's gaze for a few moments before Yukino finally nodded. "I see." They continued walking. After a moment, Yukino asked, "So, the only reason you joined the photography club was because he left a strong impression on you when you were kids?" "That's part of it. But mostly, I didn't have a club to join, and there weren't many familiar faces in my class. It's rare to meet someone from the past after so many years, so I figured, why not?" Megumi's voice remained as steady and unshaken as ever. So steady that even Yukino couldn't detect any changes in her tone. But one thing was certain: this seemingly ordinary girl wasn't lying. What she couldn't be sure of, however, was whether Megumi had truly been as emotionless as she seemed when she said, "I don't have feelings for him." Could she really be that indifferent? Yukino had her doubts. To put it in simpler terms, she suspected that Megumi was trying to win the fight with nothing but basic attacks while she herself was saving up a special move. Still, Yukino wasn't the type to celebrate prematurely. Neither of them pressed the topic any further. A strange sense of temporary harmony settled between them. Though it might only be temporary. Meanwhile, on another side of the school. "You're not busy today, senpai?" Haru walked alongside Yutaha, heading toward the club rooms. "If I were, I wouldn't have had time to stop by the karate club and watch the show." That single sentence was enough to confirm that she had completely skipped photography club today. Haru was about to respond, but she cut in first. "By the way, do you know how to bake a cake? That's a pretty random topic switch. I want to surprise my mom, but no one I know seems to have any experience with baking." It was a reasonable explanation. "I see. Yeah, I actually know how to bake." Haru nodded. "But if you're looking for someone to teach you, there's someone way more qualified than me. She's basically a professional." "You mean Yukinoshita-san?" Yutaha tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile teasing. "I told you before, Amamiya-kun, mentioning another girl in front of a girl isn't exactly polite. Well, she really is the expert. But if you don't want to ask her, you'll have to wait until I have some free time." Haru understood the implication behind her words. Something felt off. Her fondness for him seemed to be growing. Was it because he had given her an umbrella that day in the rain? "You don't have time tonight?" she asked. She smiled, polite on the surface, yet steadily advancing. "He obviously doesn't have time tonight." Yukino's voice cut in. Yutaha paused briefly. Turning her head, she saw Yukino and Megumi Kato walking over. She didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest and instead asked directly, "Did you two make plans for tonight?" Yukino responded in an even tone, "He has a sparring match with Oyama-senpai tonight. Coincidentally, I also plan to visit his place to play with his cat. So no, he doesn't have time." Her logic was crystal clear. There was no room for argument. Of course, Yutaha knew she could simply ask, "Can I come over to Amamiya's place to see the cat?" But seeing Yukino's composed and confident demeanor, she knew her rival had come prepared. The odds of winning were too low. There was no point in pushing further. For now, she would retreat. Yutaha reached her conclusion. Yukino then turned to Haru and said, "You should be heading back to the club. A club president shouldn't be slacking off. A little slacking off once in a while won't hurt, right?" Haru replied with a grin. Yukino suddenly switched to Chinese. "Are you trying to slack off, or are you trying to steal something?" Haru blinked. Today, Yukino was being unusually aggressive. Yutaha and Megumi both looked confused, unable to understand the sudden change in language. As Yukino walked alongside Haru, she continued speaking in Chinese. "Did you have fun spending time with that senpai?" Haru raised an eyebrow. "Be honest, are you jealous?" "Not at all." Yukino's lips curled into a graceful smile, completely unfazed. "To put it in your own words, I just have a strong desire to fight right now." "Tadiki?" Haru couldn't help but wonder, did something happen between her and Megumi? Otherwise, why would she suddenly switch into battle mode? Of course, Yukino had no intention of telling him that she still remembered everything her mother had said. As the rightful queen, it was only natural to clean up a few unruly fox spirits in her spare time. Yutaha watched them walk away, her chest rising and falling slightly. After a moment, she muttered, "Just now. Were they?" Megumi remained completely composed. They were having an encrypted conversation. "I know that." Yutaha was speechless. That wasn't what she was asking. Recalling the conversation, she frowned slightly. It sounded like Chinese. Megumi didn't respond this time. Yutaha clenched her fists. "So, you won't give me the microphone, huh? Fine. It's just Chinese. I can learn it." Megumi's gaze flickered slightly. She had just witnessed a woman completely consumed by jealousy. That night after his sparring match, Haru returned home as usual. Yukino was lounging in the living room, cradling the orange cat in her arms. "You said you're starting filming for that short film on Saturday. Have you finished writing the script?" Haru pointed to his head. "It's all in here. I'll write it down later." Yukino didn't press the issue further, content to focus on petting the cat. "Yesterday he played with my legs and I reacted. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have come over tonight." She blushed slightly as she listened to the sound of the running shower. "Good thing I brought more than one set of clothes last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a fresh pair of underwear to change into." When Haru finished his shower, he headed straight to his room. Yukino didn't follow. She absent-mindedly watched the TV, her mind elsewhere. At the 9 p.m., seeing that Haru still hadn't come out, she picked up the cat and walked over to his room. She knocked. No response. When she pushed open the door, she found him slumped over his desk, dozing off in front of his computer. Yukino's gaze softened instantly. Setting the orange cat down by the door, she stepped inside, picked up a light blanket, and draped it over him. His computer screen was still on, displaying a document filled with dense lines of text. Clearly, he had already finished writing. "I'm not sleepy anyway. If he's still out when I come back, I'll wake him up and make him go to bed properly." With that thought, Yukino went to take a shower. Since Haru wasn't in the living room, she didn't bother changing into her pajamas right away. Instead, she slipped into a comfortable bathrobe, loosely tying the belt around her waist, her body relaxed and unguarded. She removed her hair wrap, letting her long, sleek black hair cascade freely over her shoulders. Stopping in front of Haru's door, she hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. She hadn't intended to do anything. She just walked over to where he slept, leaned in slightly, and gazed at his face. "I've been looking at this face for over 10 years now. And I'll be looking at it for many, many more years to come." Her lips curled into a gentle smile. But in the next moment, her smile vanished. Because a warm arm suddenly reached out. Completely unprepared, Yukino had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled forward straight into Haru's chest. Her loosely tied bathrobe fell further open. "Ha, gotcha, wait, what the hell, why aren't you wearing anything? Let me go. Right now." Her cheeks burned bright red as she gritted her teeth. Chapter 40, The Fishing Master, Yukinoshita. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, Saturday arrived. The dynamic between Haru and Yukino remained unchanged. The only difference was that, for the time being, she had decided not to stay over when she visited his house to play with the cat. After all, that night had been far too embarrassing. Though she was annoyed, Yukino knew it had been nothing more than an accident. She had always let her guard down around him. And that night, with him dozing off at his desk, she had been even more relaxed. Then, of course, there was the fact that he had pretended to stay asleep when he heard her approaching just to startle her. And that led to everything else. Her loosely tied bathrobe had come undone, leaving her completely exposed to his wide-eyed gaze. Even after 2 days, whenever Haru recalled that moment, he couldn't help but feel both a thrill and a sense of impending doom. Still, he stuck to his belief, small ones have their own kind of charm. On Saturday afternoon, Yukino arrived at the clubroom. Everyone was already there except for Yutaha. Haru, however, wasn't inside. Instead, he stood under a tree just outside, engaged in a passionate discussion with 2 other male classmates. The other 2 looked particularly fired up. "Yukinoshita-san." Yue greeted, following Yukino's gaze outside. Then she sighed. "Ugh, he's still at it?" Yukino picked up on the subtle frustration in her tone and asked, "Has he been out there for a while?" "Yeah, I even went over earlier to check on them. It sounded like they were arguing about beautiful girls or something." "Beautiful girls?" Yukino was momentarily surprised. What kind of girl could make him argue so passionately? Was there someone at school, aside from Kasumijoka-senpai and the others, who was a strong contender? Since the group wasn't too far away, they could catch snippets of the conversation. "I'm telling you, True is the undisputed #1 beauty. There's no way Kami or Shizuka can even come close. Kakura, you're being way too narrow-minded. I've gone through the entire series, And I can say with absolute certainty Kenny is incredibly cute. Then Haru chimed in, his voice just as enthusiastic. Yukino's expression softened into one of exasperation. Judging by those names, this has to be about a game. Yue blinked in confusion before realization dawned. Wait. You mean they're talking about video game girls? Yukino nodded. She was well aware that Haru enjoyed games, so this wasn't particularly surprising. Still, seeing him this animated about it was both exasperating and amusing. For someone who seemed so mature as a child, he sure acts like a kid now. She recalled a phrase she'd read online, men are forever boys at heart. Right now, that saying felt all too true. Just as Yukino and Yui were about to head inside, a calm voice interjected, I just looked it up on my phone. The game they're discussing doesn't seem like a regular game. Neither girl flinched at the sudden appearance of Kato Megumi. They were starting to get used to her ghost-like presence. What do you mean by that? Yu asked, full of curiosity. Yukino had a sinking feeling in her chest. Don't tell me. Megumi's next words confirmed her suspicions. I mean, it has quite a bit of adult content. Yui's face turned beet red. Yukino fell silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. And to think, I was just feeling sentimental about his childlike side. Right now, she felt like a hard-working wife who had come home early to surprise her husband on their anniversary only to find him gleefully playing an H-game in the living room. When Haru and Yutaha finally arrived at the clubroom, Yukino handed out copies of the script, ensuring everyone had one. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. It's better to sort them out before we start filming. She exuded the poise of a true director. Haru, seated beside her, backed her up. I mean, I wrote the script, but you spent the whole night reviewing, editing, and refining it. There's no way there'd be any mistakes. Yukino rested her chin on her hand and narrowed her eyes at him. What's that smell? Huh? What smell? Haru instinctively sniffed the air. I smell boot liquor. She deadpanned. You do realize you sound incredibly guilty right now. Guilty of what? Shrew or Kenny who's cuter? Yukino asked with deceptive innocence. Haru coughed into his fist, swiftly averting his gaze. Oh crap. He had gotten way too caught up in that debate earlier, completely unaware that Yukino had been watching from the clubroom doorway. Laughter rippled through the room. Haru narrowed his eyes at Yue. Yuigahama-san, you seem to be enjoying this a lot. Got something insightful to add? No, I think this story is great. Yue continued to giggle. Over the past few days, she had gotten used to Haru's easygoing nature, so seeing him now trying to put on a serious face didn't faze her in the slightest. Haru sighed dramatically. The club president has lost all his authority. This is painful, Yukino. Yukino ignored his antics and addressed the group. We need to select 2 female leads and 1 male supporting role for this script. Does anyone have any ideas? Yui raised her hand with a cheeky grin. Amamiya-san is the perfect choice for the male supporting role. Who asked you? After Haru snapped back, he turned to Yukino and added, Vice President, we'd like to hear your thoughts first. Seeing him continue his playful act, Yukino's face tightened slightly in annoyance. She sighed, muttering, I suddenly feel like I should try writing a script just for you. Do tell. Haru leaned in, intrigued. Yukino gave him a meaningful look. A high school student reincarnates as a sidekick after being hit by a truck in another world, becoming the hero's loyal underling. Why not a hero? Haru protested. I've played a lot of games like this. I'm experienced. Yukino smiled slightly. Since you want to play a hero so badly, I'll let you play a hero who dies right at the start. Dies? Yes, the main character of the story I just mentioned is the hero's sidekick. You're being a bit sly. Their back and forth banter didn't escape the others' notice, giving them a new perspective on the closeness between the two. Yutaha's expression darkened. This wasn't the scene she had hoped to witness. She decided to take action. Yukinoshita-san, I have an idea. Please, go ahead, senpai. Yukino looked at her calmly, though inwardly she thought, so you couldn't hold back and jumped right in, huh? Your patience is terrible, senpai. Indeed, her primary goal hadn't just been to tease Haru. She had been fishing. The bait was the argument she'd staged with her childhood friend. And Haru? She typically used him to create a nice, little mess. At this moment, Yutaha appeared genuinely focused. From my perspective, it's not ideal to play a female lead who's been heartbroken for years after losing a close friend. None of us here have the right aura for that kind of character. I propose we focus on the props and try to create an atmosphere that conveys the sadness and despair of this character. Yukino nodded thoughtfully. You're right, but... She suddenly paused. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, she crafted an expression filled with sorrow. Her gaze was captivating, full of an almost deadly allure. Her tone remained calm. I think I forgot to mention, senpai, that when I tried to catch up to someone's level, my efforts weren't only focused in one direction. Yutaha froze. Yukino's words were almost an implicit declaration. I, Yukinoshita Yukino, am a genius. This look. It's incredible. You exclaimed, taken aback. Even Katamegami, who had been quietly observing, seemed surprised. Haru, however, was unfazed. For someone like Yukino whose beauty was so off the charts, it wasn't surprising to see her secretly ace a skill or two. Yutaha felt a sense of defeat well up inside her, but she still maintained her composure. So, the female lead has already been decided? Yukino shook her head. I prefer staying behind the scenes. But if none of you can play this female lead, I'll step in. Her tone was casual, as if it were no big deal. It was like she was the head of a sect, and none of her disciples had shown potential, so now it was up to her to handle things herself. Yutaha gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said, I'll give it a try. So, she took the bait. Yukino smiled lightly. Thank you, senpai. She could tell that Yutaha was driven by a desire to improve. But within that drive, there was also a sense of rivalry, a desire to measure up to Yukino. Talented girls always understood the thought processes of other ambitious girls like them. Yukino threw a glance of approval toward Haru, silently acknowledging his skill in stirring the pot. Haru was confused, unsure of what was going on. Katamegami returned her gaze to the script, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Chapter 41, This time I really became Superman. Yutaha had made up her mind to play the female lead, so Yukino naturally selected the other one. She felt Katamegami was the perfect fit. According to the script, a girl who had passed away years ago remained by her best friend's side as a ghost. Throughout the story, she gently encouraged her grieving friend to move forward. Although Yukino hadn't fully figured out the depths of Katamegami's abilities, her consistently warm and amicable demeanor made her seem like the ideal candidate. When Yukino proposed this, Katamegami didn't refuse. She simply nodded and said she would do her best. With that, the group got to work. Haru had originally planned to start filming today, but after careful consideration, Yukino decided to delay it by a few more days. Even though I was prepared, I only now realize how much of a hassle filming actually is. As she spoke, she flipped through her notebook, which was already filled with notes. One half contained a list of filming equipment: cameras, boom mix, stabilizers, and so on. The other half listed key points she wanted to focus on during the shoot. Haru didn't interfere at all. This script was meant as practice for Yukino, after all. The female lead first sees her ghostly friend in a park. We should start by choosing the right location. No one objected to Yukino's suggestion. Haru, naturally, became the only male character in the script, a pure plot device to push the story forward. As for romance, that was out of the question. Yukino wouldn't allow him to shoot any romantic scenes with other girls. The room buzzed with activity as everyone focused on their tasks. Yukino and Yutaha were both deeply engrossed in their preparations. Yu and two other girls whispered among themselves, discussing the filming equipment. The only ones who seemed completely at ease were Haru and Katamegami. The seemingly ordinary girl casually flipped through her script while still having time to play on her phone. Yutaha, sitting beside her, noticed this out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but ask, "You don't seem nervous at all. You're just too tense, senpai." Katamegami's gentle tone perfectly matched her ghostly character in the script. Tense, huh? Maybe. Yutaha glanced toward Yukino, who was seated across the room, and bit her lip slightly. Regret crept into her thoughts. Haru had made it clear he was only playing a supporting role, which meant Yukino held complete creative control as the director. I walked right into her hands. The next few days might be rough. She sighed. Then, Katamegami spoke again, her voice soft. You don't have to be so tense, senpai. Yutaha assumed it was just a casual reassurance, so she didn't respond. But Katamegami's next words caught her off guard. Yukinoshita-san is strict but fair. I don't think she would use this opportunity to make things difficult for you. Her voice grew even softer. I was just wondering. Maybe she's intentionally trying to ignite your fighting spirit. Yutaha blinked in surprise. That's impossible. She has no reason to do that. Katamegami shook her head and didn't say anything else. She was just an ordinary high school girl, while Yukino and Yutaha were some of the most admired girls at school. Both had outstanding grades and stunning looks, making them rare beauties. Perhaps Yukinoshita-san is offering senpai a stage, wanting to see if this equally talented girl can truly shine. Katamegami didn't voice her thoughts. She figured Yutaha wouldn't believe her anyway. She lifted her head and, to her surprise, found Yukino looking right at her. Their eyes met. Yukino shifted her gaze away nonchalantly. She didn't say anything, yet it felt like she had said everything. She's still wary of me. Kato Megumi understood the message loud and clear. 3:30 p.m. Yukino suggested taking the two female leads to scout for a filming location. She had no intention of bringing Haru along, and he, understanding her intentions, didn't ask to join. Yukino wanted to use this opportunity to test how much she had grown over the years. If her childhood friend were around, his natural tendency to help would kick in the moment she encountered difficulties. And that wouldn't make her progress feel entirely fair. She had deliberately lured Utaha in not because of the latter's talent or to give her a stage but because she wanted to step onto that same stage and measure their abilities against each other. If Utaha was truly that exceptional, then having a worthy peer as a rival would make things much more interesting. As for bringing Kato Megumi along, Yukino simply didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone with Haru. If things go as expected, she might be a rival of the same kind. Sunday afternoon inside a training facility in Tokyo, Senior Roy Amai sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his arms were throbbing from the strain. Just moments ago, he had gone all out in a sparring session, only to be effortlessly taken down by Haru. Since neither of them had any plans that day, they had decided to find a place to train together. But Oyama-senpai never expected today's Haru to be even tougher than before. Previously, sparring with him felt like fighting a boss battle. Now, it felt like the boss had leveled up mid-fight. Oyama rubbed his sore, reddened arms and grumbled, "Did you install steel plates in your body or something? Amamiya, this is completely unfair." Haru didn't reply. Because just now, in the middle of their sparring session, his physical fitness skill had evolved. Your physical fitness skill has reached max level and now upgraded to Steel Body. Steel Body level 1, 169 out of 100,000, so level 10 was the max for basic skills? Wanting to test this new development, Haru deliberately continued sparring. As a result, his poor senior opponent was quickly beaten to his knees. His strength, agility, explosive power, and reflexes had all improved dramatically. Most importantly, the senior had started off in a serious combat stance, but as the match progressed, his expressions shifted from focus to grimacing in pain. Haru clenched and unclenched his fists. Even after all that sparring, there wasn't the slightest soreness in his arms, let alone any pain. That was definitely not normal. "Oi, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you actually do have steel plates hidden under your skin?" His senior's voice called out again. Amamiya chuckled and shook his head. "Why would I do something that ridiculous? Then today, senpai, you know about strike conditioning, right? Huh? You actually trained in that? I've seen videos online, it's basically self-torture. It was just on a whim. So I practiced it a bit." Hearing how nonchalantly Haru responded, the senior didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm done for today, my hands are killing me. Next time we spar, I'm bringing protective gear. Senpai, you worked hard. I'll treat you to dinner." "No need. Sparring with you helps me improve too, this is a win-win." After parting ways, Haru hurried home. Instead of taking a shower right away, he went to his workout room. With no protective gear, he started throwing punches at a heavy sandbag. He began with light test hits, gradually increasing his strength until he was going all out. Bam! 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 The room echoed with the relentless pounding of fists against the bag. The sandbag, like a cheap sportswear brand, was starting to fall apart at the seams. Haru looked at his hands. Perfectly intact. Not even a hint of redness. He moved to the living room, picked up a fruit knife, and gently dragged the blade across the back of his hand. Nothing. No cut. No pain. For some reason, a voice popped into his head. "Metapod, use Harden." He was, of course, excited about his enhanced physical abilities. But it seemed he had also unlocked a passive ability. This might make future sparring with senpai a bit inconvenient. If this skill levels up further, even with protective gear, he might refuse to fight me. He hadn't even gained enough experience points today, and now his character design was getting out of hand. Letting his senior take repeated beatings just to grind XP, he wasn't heartless enough for that. As Haru cleaned up the ruined sandbag, he considered what would happen if he punched a wall at full force. At this rate, he might end up in Baki the Grappler territory. He had really become a superhuman. That night, Haru texted Yukinoshita, asking about her preparations. She was probably busy, no reply yet. Thinking that, he changed his outfit. A gray hoodie with the hood up. A black leather jacket over it. Before heading out, he paused for a moment, then grabbed a mask from his figurine cabinet. When the taxi driver saw his getup, he hesitated for a second but didn't ask any questions. Haru was headed to Kabukicho to farm some XP. He had passed through there with his parents before. Trash littered the streets. People filming, live streaming, getting drunk and fighting, it was a mess. Women standing around, waiting for charitable donations from kind strangers. He didn't bother avoiding security cameras. Changing clothes was just to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Chapter 42, Aoyama Nanami. I've been robbed. As soon as Haru stepped out of the car, the lively atmosphere of the district hit him like a wave. Sir, this place is a famous red light district. There are gangsters and thugs everywhere. How about we go somewhere else instead? The driver assumed Haru was just here for a casual stroll and got out of the car to offer his advice. No need. I'm just looking around. You can wait in the car. But that's enough. Just stay put. Ignoring the driver's concerns, Haru walked straight into the bustling streets. Under the neon glow, the road shimmered like a galaxy, weaving through the crowd. Streetlights illuminated the night as if it were daylight, blending with the vibrant signs of various shops, painting a dazzling picture of the city's nightlife. His outfit drew a few curious glances, but people quickly lost interest. After all, seeing someone cosplaying at the night wasn't exactly rare here. Besides, his mismatched outfit was nowhere near as eye-catching as the scantily dressed young women flaunting their curves. Originally, Haru came with no concrete plans. If there was an opportunity to farm experience, great. If not, he'd just consider this a scouting mission for the future. But after wandering for 20 minutes, he stumbled upon a real spectacle. Stop hitting him. Please, just stop. A group of young thugs was beating up a man on the ground, while a woman in a shoulder-bearing top, her exposed skin adorned with floral tattoos, shouted desperately but couldn't do anything to stop them. They were probably a couple. Several bystanders stood at a distance, watching but unwilling to intervene, perhaps intimidated by the woman's rather distinctive appearance. Haru also walked closer to spectate. Now that he was nearby, he could see that the man being beaten had full-sleeve tattoos on both arms. For people like him, Haru would usually just mutter a silent "respect your fate" in his mind, then mentally play the sound of an electronic wooden fish, knocking on it twice when he had the time. The gang clearly knew their limits. Once the man on the ground stopped resisting and just curled up in defense, they ceased their assault, resorting to verbal abuse instead. One of them, a red-haired punk, suddenly noticed Haru watching and put on a menacing expression. "The hell are you staring at? Get lost." Haru ignored him. With his auto-aim ability, he could immediately pinpoint the punk's weak spots and even tell that his sleep schedule was a mess. His sluggish movements and unstable footing made that clear. "You deaf or something? I told you to get lost." The red-haired punk was clearly pissed off at being ignored. Feeling confident in his group's numbers, he stormed toward Haru. His buddies just left and stayed back, treating it like a joke. Once he got close, the punk raised his hand for a slap. Haru took a small step back, easily dodging the incoming palm. Then, he casually lifted his right leg and sent a light kick to the punk's stomach. The next second, the unfortunate thug was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground while clutching his abdomen, wheezing in pain. He opened his mouth to curse but was in too much agony to get the words out. His buddies froze, completely unprepared for this outcome. "You are training. Steel body, EXP plus 27, you are in combat. Martial arts, EXP plus 23, the EXP gain was small, but there were plenty of EXP dispensers standing in front of him. So, Haru politely suggested, "I'm in a hurry. How about you all come at me together?" "Huh?" The group collectively processed his words with visible confusion. They had no idea what he meant, but their friend had just been sent flying. There was no way they could just let that slide. Fuming with anger, they charged at him. 6 in total. Most were unarmed, though 2 had their phones raised, apparently intending to use them as makeshift weapons. Some of them actually had knives on them, but they didn't draw them. After all, these were just low-level thugs. They weren't stupid enough to use weapons recklessly. If things escalated, they'd have the cops on their backs, and worse, they'd have to pay compensation. And honestly, if they had the money to compensate someone, they wouldn't be small-time gangsters in the first place. They came at him with impressive aggression, but when it came down to actual fighting, not even close. Haru made quick work of them, effortlessly achieving the legendary one-punch, one-knockout feat. Dodging their attacks was even easier. The steel body skill had enhanced his reflexes to absurd levels. He could practically see their movements in slow motion. As he landed blow after blow, experienced notifications flooded his vision. Phones, shoes, and keys went flying through the air as the thugs collapsed one by one. When the last one hit the pavement, Haru turned to check on the red-haired punk. That guy had already scrambled to his feet and was limping away as fast as he could. He didn't even try to help his fallen comrades, just bolted like his life depended on it. A true medical miracle, considering how he was just writhing on the ground a moment ago. Haru wasn't in a hurry to chase him down. Instead, he turned to the stunned onlookers and said, "You guys can call the cops. I wouldn't touch the stuff on the ground, though, unless you want to deal with a 2-star wanted level." With that, he took off after the fleeing redhead. Once he was gone, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. What the hell did he just say? Have you guys never played GTA? He's talking about getting a wanted level after committing a crime. Wait. Who is that guy? Do they have beef or something? Or is he some kind of comic book hero, cleaning up the streets? I mean, look at his outfit. He's dressed exactly like the protagonist from Prototype. Oh my god, is he a full-on Chun-Li? And what's up with that mask? Sit down, everyone. It's time for a tale of sorrow and justice. Meanwhile, after sprinting for a full 10 seconds, the red-haired punk was panting hard when a voice suddenly whispered right beside him, "You should stop running. Save your energy." Terror surged through him. He turned his head and saw Haru running right next to him, keeping pace like it was nothing. It was like a horror movie. Or worse, like that time in pub when some guy chased him down asking, "Hey man, you wanna buy some cheats?" Realizing there was no escape, the punk stopped running and, gasping for breath, yanked out a retractable baton from his pocket. "You bastard, you really wanna pick a fight?" Haru nodded approvingly. Good spirit. That was about all he could compliment. The punk froze. Then, thinking about everything that had just happened, the ridiculous power gap, the fact that this guy chose to chase him down, he gulped. Slowly, he dropped the baton. And then he dropped to his knees and performed a full doja, bowing so low his forehead smacked the pavement. "Big bro, I was wrong. I'll apologize." Haru shook his head. "Blindly surrendering won't do you any good. Pick up the baton." "Huh? You heard me. Pick it up. Come on, man, do we really have that much bad blood? How about I bow a few more times instead?" Faced with the inevitable, the red-haired punk charged forward in desperation, only to be sent flying by another effortless kick from Haru. With that, he wrapped up his last batch of experience points and left, satisfied. After that, nothing else eventful happened, so he returned to the car. The driver, seeing him back, breathed a sigh of relief. Haru checked his phone. Yukino had replied, "I was in the shower just now. Everything's going well. Senpai is very determined. I must admit, I'm a little amused." "Haru, you're finding enjoyment in this? That's a bad habit." Yukino sent an angry panda sticker in response. Then another message followed, "My sister brought me 2 boxes of cookies today. I'll bring you one when I visit your place tomorrow." After exchanging a few more messages, Haru put down his phone. As the car passed by a shop in Yukishiro, he caught sight of a familiar figure. He signaled the driver to stop. His gaze landed on a young girl struggling with 3 large bags of trash. She was clearly having a hard time carrying them alone, yet she hadn't asked her coworkers for help. Haru could easily guess why. Her high salary probably made her feel the need to prove her worth by handling everything herself. After a moment of thought, he decided to walk over. Nanami immediately noticed him. Seeing his outfit, her eyes flashed with caution, but she kept her expression polite. "Can I help you? If you're here to buy something, I'm sorry, but we're already closed." Haru didn't answer. Instead, he simply extended his hand toward her. Nanami blinked in confusion. It took her a few seconds to realize he was reaching for the heavy trash bags in her hands. Just as she was about to say something, Haru, unwilling to waste time, grabbed the bags from her grip with ease. She was stunned. "Nanami, what's wrong?" A female coworker stepped outside, puzzled to see her standing there in a daze. Nanami turned her head slowly, her face blank. "Someone just stole my trash bags." Chapter 43, Utaha wants to pack up. That night, Aoyama Nanami lay in bed, still thinking about what had happened earlier. She was full of unanswered questions. Was he just a kind passerby who saw me struggling and decided to help throw the trash away? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't have left without saying a word, right? Muttering to herself, she suddenly recalled a video she had seen online about people who collect garbage to eat. The thought that the person might have been a homeless scavenger made her worry. There were so many bacteria in those trash bags. While she struggled to sleep, elsewhere, the police were working overtime. "We've investigated everything. The 2 groups involved in the fight didn't know each other beforehand. The conflict started over a pachinko game. But both sides have a history of getting arrested for brawling." A junior officer was reporting to his senior. "What about that masked guy the witnesses mentioned?" The senior officer asked. "We checked the surveillance footage. His movements were completely visible, no signs of evasion. We've identified him." The young officer hesitated for a moment before pulling up a photo on his phone. It was a student ID picture of Haru. The senior officer raised an eyebrow. "A kid from the Amamiya family? You know him, sir?" "Yeah. A while back, I had the chance to attend a birthday party with the superintendent. I saw the Amamiya family there. Tell me, what's his deal?" The senior officer adjusted his posture, Ready to listen? I suspect this high schooler is, well, going through a serious Chunabiu phase. What? The senior officer looked like he had misheard. Unable to hold back a chuckle, the younger officer explained, his outfit tonight was straight out of an anime or video game. Last year, I handled a similar case. 3 high schoolers got obsessed with One Punch Man, decided to play vigilante, and started patrolling after school. Incredibly, they actually managed to catch a motorcycle thief. The senior officer nodded in understanding. So you think this kid is doing the same thing? Exactly. We reviewed the footage. He was just roaming around the area. Kabukicho is a messy place, full of businesses with Yakuza ties. After breaking up the fight, he simply left. That makes it pretty obvious he's most likely just another kid inspired by anime and games, out on a hero patrol. He just happens to use rather extreme methods of persuasion. The older officer thought for a moment before nodding. Got it. The younger officer then hesitantly asked, Sir, should we call him in for questioning? The senior officer shook his head. Tomorrow. Let's wait until after school and visit his house instead. The younger officer didn't argue. As he walked back to his desk, he muttered with a smirk, if he really wants to fight for justice, why choose Obito Akaya? Wouldn't Minato Namikaze be a better choice? The next morning. Morning, Amamiya. Morning, Furukawa. As Haru greeted his classmate, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Furukawa was sketching something in his notebook. At the top of the page was a neatly drawn girl. No, a little girl. Furukawa had decent drawing skills. Haru recognized the character and decided to test his guess. Prototype Bulinkiai. Furukawa immediately looked up, eyes lighting up. Wait, you play Azurlane too? Nah, I only played the main Azurlane, but I've seen plenty of clips from the chibi version. After chatting briefly, Furukawa went back to drawing. Haru glanced over again and recognized another character, Zilla. Oh great, he's drawing a Kirishima Full House lineup. While Haru focused on his study notes, Furukawa finished his sketch and leaned over. Why are you studying so hard? I want to make it to the top 10 in our year and see what the view is like. Haru joked. Furukawa laughed, assuming it was just a joke. Then I'll give it a try too. What was your last test ranking? Somewhere near the bottom. Wait, Amamiya, what's with that face? You idiot, you're not like other people. Don't waste your time on studying. During the break after the third period, Haru overheard his classmates chatting about a hooded guy. Some even jokingly calling him the swirling mask man. So someone really did record last night's fight, huh? Well, at least his outfit and mask served as a decent disguise. For lunch, he usually ate at the cafeteria. Yukino had originally wanted to make him a bento, but he felt that waking up early just for that wasn't worth it. More sleep was always the better option. In the end, she agreed. Eat well, sleep well, that was his strength training routine before the system arrived. He hadn't expected, though, that on the way to the cafeteria, someone would stop him. Do you have a moment? Yutaha greeted him with a smile. I was just heading to lunch. We can talk while we walk. Noticing that she looked more tired than yesterday, Haru figured Yukino's overwhelming competence must have gotten to her. Maybe she overworked herself last night. Sure enough, the first thing she said confirmed his suspicions. Yesterday, Yukinoshita-san told me she not only studied acting on her own but also mastered multiple musical instruments. Haru nodded. That's true. Did you specifically train her? No. I see. So she's just naturally that driven to improve. Yutaha had complicated feelings. Even just imagining Yukino's journey to this point felt suffocating. How can someone be this talented? The thought echoed in her mind. When Haru had called Yukino a talent monster with maxed out stats, she had been skeptical. But now, hearing his confirmation once again, she couldn't help but waver. Setting her thoughts aside, she got back to the point. I've been having some ideas lately. I feel like I could write something worth publishing. If you have time, could you take a look? So she's finally leaning into the literary girl path, huh? Haru understood instantly and didn't refuse. He was actually quite interested in reading her first draft. Walking together like this naturally drew attention from their classmates, but neither of them cared. As they neared the cafeteria, Haru noticed something off about Yutaha's expression. Before he could ask, she suddenly stopped and clutched her stomach. What's wrong? Seeing her like this, Haru had a pretty good idea. It's nothing. I just need to rest for a bit. She forced a weak smile. The sharp, needle-like pain in her abdomen left her barely able to speak. Haru didn't waste words. He crouched in front of her. Get on. I'll take you to the infirmary. He already knew. Yukino had been in the same situation before. Back then, he had taken care of her too while calling Haruno for help. Yutaha didn't refuse. She couldn't. Summer uniforms weren't thick, and as she lay against his back, she became acutely aware of the warmth and strength beneath her. She also realized just how clearly she could feel her own body against his. But she was too drained to care. Instead, as she endured the pain, she found herself savoring the comforting warmth of his back. It would be nice if things could always be like this. The thought crossed her mind. Carrying her steadily, Haru ran toward the infirmary. And in that moment, he recalled he had done this once before. Back then, it had been Yukino on his back. Back then, he had sprinted at full speed. But now, with steel body, his movements were swift yet incredibly steady. His body barely bobbed as he ran, his stride smooth and controlled. It wasn't just raw strength that allowed this, it required both endurance and skill, much like a seasoned cheetah that had spent years honing its craft on the open plains. Students around him reacted with mixed expressions as they watched the scene unfold. But none of them noticed a short-haired girl standing quietly within the crowd, her presence nearly invisible. She simply watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Just moments ago, she had been on her way to lunch with Utaha. She had seen it all the way her companion suddenly turned around and, with a brief apology, said, "Sorry, I have something I need to take care of." Chapter 44, Outstanding Individuals. Damn it. That bastard Amamiya just carried Kasumijoka-senpai on his back and ran off. I want to do that too. What? That really happened? Spread the word. Amamiya carried Kasumijoka-senpai off campus. No, pass it along. Amamiya carried Kasumijoka-senpai in his arms for a romantic date outside school. Yukino and Yui were having lunch in the cafeteria when they overheard the excited chatter of students who had just entered. Envy was practically written all over their faces. What's going on? Yui perked up her ears. The gossip seemed to involve Haru. She turned around and saw Yukino setting down her chopsticks, her brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Should we go ask? She knew Yukino cared. And honestly, so did she. Just as Yukino was about to respond, Hashimoto from the photography club rushed over, looking particularly gossipy. Some of the rumors are true, some aren't. I got the details. That immediately piqued their interest. Kasumijoka-senpai seems to be injured, so Amamiya-san carried her to the infirmary. Hashimoto reported swiftly. Injured? Yui's eyes widened. What happened exactly? No clue. I didn't go to the infirmary myself. She admitted with a shake of his head. Yu instinctively turned to look at Yukino, only to find her calmly picking up her chopsticks and resuming her meal without a care in the world. You're just going to keep eating? Maintaining a regular schedule and a balanced diet is essential for good health. Yukino replied coolly. She was composed as ever. Yu, on the other hand, was struggling to stay calm. No, seriously, aren't you even a little concerned? I am. Yui was taken aback by how easily Yukino admitted it. But her tone remained steady. Haru didn't come looking for me, which means senpai's injury isn't serious. We can finish our meal first before checking on her. Yui was stunned for a solid 3 seconds. Then, inwardly, she marveled, this is what a main heroine's presence feels like. That effortless confidence, the composed yet graceful attitude, it was a kind of presence she could only dream of having. Like a certain comedian-turned-singer once sang, I just can't seem to learn. Still, as she and Hashimoto resumed their meal, Yukino's gaze lingered on her lunch tray, her eyes subtly flickering with thought. How did Utaha get injured in the first place? Kasumijoka-senpai isn't injured. There were just special circumstances, so I brought her to the infirmary. At the infirmary door, Hiratsuka Shizuka arrived in a rush, looking visibly concerned. Haru quickly clarified the situation. That's a relief. Shizuka let out a breath and chuckled wryly. I literally dropped my lunch and ran over. The rumors were getting out of hand. Haru understood her concern. Utaha was an exceptional student, one any teacher would care about. Especially someone as kind-hearted as Hiratsuka Shizuka. But why are you waiting out here? Now that she had calmed down, Shizuka finally noticed something odd. Haru gestured toward the infirmary. You'll see when you go in. She raised an eyebrow but stepped inside nonetheless. Less than a minute later, she walked out, her expression complicated. No wonder you're staying out here, she muttered, suddenly understanding. Haru remained unbothered. I could have stayed inside, but this kind of thing is a private matter for girls. At first, Shizuka was surprised at how composed he was. Then she remembered he had grown up around Yukino. He'd probably encountered situations like this before. That made her chuckle. All right, I'll go inform the other teachers so they don't worry. Phew, that really gave me a scare. She turned to leave but stopped after a few steps. Wait, neither of you have eaten yet, right? Want me to grab something from the store for you? Haru shook his head. No need. Someone will bring food soon. Shizuka blinked. Who? Yukino. Haru said casually. Shizuka's expression froze, then she turned away and strode off. TCH. These kids showing off their relationships. Haru leaned against the wall, staring blankly into space until a familiar fragrance drifted through the air. He turned his head. Done? Yutaha's cheeks were slightly flushed, her smile charming as ever. Haru nodded. Avoid cold foods for now. And no coffee either. Yutaha's face reddened a bit more. She blinked in curiosity. How did you know I drink coffee? Leaning lazily against the wall, Haru smirked. You've been trained by Yukino, right? If you had even a sliver of defiance in you, you'd be pulling all-nighters to study. And coffee or tea is a necessity for that. Yutaha laughed softly. It was a gentle, affectionate laugh. You know me that well? Something about her tone felt different. The air between them grew subtly charged. Haru, staying calm, smirked. What? Touched by my thoughtfulness? Thinking of offering yourself to me? The moment of tension shattered. Yutaha sighed in mild disappointment but quickly adjusted herself, shaking her head with a smile. Touched? Yes. Offering myself? Not quite yet. I still need to take down the final boss named Yukinoshita first. She gazed at Haru's youthful yet undeniably dependable face. The image of him carrying her steady and swift lingered in her mind. It wasn't love at first sight. Their past connection was merely the spark. What truly captivated her was the sense of security and reliability he gave her. You remember what I said, right? He asked. Snapped out of her thoughts, Yutaha blushed. Yeah. I'll watch my diet. Seeing her slightly flustered, Haru spoke in a softer tone. It's not just about food. This kind of situation is best treated with Angelica root decoction. And make sure to get plenty of rest. Traditional medicine is way more effective than just coming to the infirmary. Yutaha didn't question how he knew that. She simply locked eyes with him, her gaze unwavering. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Haru gestured toward the bench outside the infirmary. Sit down for a bit. He figured Yukino would arrive soon. But Yutaha didn't sit. With her hands clasped behind her back, her graceful figure and long, striking legs stood bathed in sunlight. A playful flush colored her cheeks as she flashed a dazzling smile. Let me treat you to a meal. Sure. But not today. A lot of people saw us earlier. I'm guessing rumors are flying around like crazy right now, so Yukino will definitely show up soon. And knowing her, she'll bring food. Haru felt the need to explain. Yutaha paused for a moment before smirking. I never said it had to be today. You carried me all the way here. That deserves a proper meal outside school. Haru played along. You planning on treating me to a feast? You can order anything you want. She said lightly. Then I'll keep that in mind. One of these days, I'm gonna get a real expensive meal out of you. Looking forward to it. She felt more at ease now. Being an outstanding woman meant keeping a clear head. She knew this wasn't about simply closing the distance. It was about timing. Who says only Yukinoshita can be the master of the long game? That thought made her smile as she watched Yukino and Yu approaching with food in hand. As the two equally exceptional girls locked eyes, Yukino's internal radar blared. What's wrong? Yuagahama asked, noticing her hesitation. Yukino simply shook her head. Senpai has leveled up. Outstanding individuals could read each other's intentions in a single glance. No words were necessary. Chapter 45, Amamiya Haru colluding with elementary school student. Just as Haru had predicted, Yukino arrived with food and water. She didn't ask too many questions about what had happened. Instead, as the club's vice president, she simply reminded Yutaha, since you're not feeling well, make sure to rest properly. Stop thinking about staying up late to study. Yutaha couldn't help but feel a little speechless at that. Was she really that easy to read? How could both Yukino and Haru tell she had been staying up late to study? In reality, she was overthinking it. Aside from Haru and Yukino, no one else had mentioned anything similar to her. The afternoon passed peacefully. Or at least, that was how it seemed on the surface. Yutaha had initially wanted to attend the club activities despite being unwell, but Yukino firmly refused. I appreciate hardworking people, but I can't stand those who stubbornly push themselves too far. If you're really eager to improve, you can use your time at home to practice your acting in front of a mirror. Yukino's emotionless words effectively sent Yutaha packing. You sure have a way with words. Haru chuckled teasingly. Yukino didn't respond. She was actually quite curious about what had happened at noon. She hadn't asked Yutaha about it, but that didn't mean she wouldn't ask her childhood friend. Haru scribbled down a single word on paper, period. Yukino immediately understood. As a fellow girl,